Shout out to Old Bag and Fever. I actually miss Fever. I don't know if you're here, Fever, but definitely missed you. Okay. All right. So let's get into. I don't know. Brooklyn wanted us to start with Gotti, but hold on. Zeta has a message for me. What's I'm sorry, folks. I'm parenting. I'm parenting. When I woke up this morning, Zeta wanted to go out for breakfast, so we had to do that. In any event, let us see if the Gotti law and crime. Let's see if the Gotti trial has started. Not trial. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. All right, go on, Zeta. No. You cannot touch the phone right now. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. I just need to. I'm parenting. I'm parenting. Let's see if the what is this? There are so many things going on. I think it's going to be trials. I just want to see if Gotti has started. If the hearing has started yet. We need to get into Karen Reed, okay? Donna is in court. There's a lot going on. Let's see. Oh, no, I don't see the Gotti hearing. Maybe they start later. In that event, I'm going to stop sharing my screen because we don't want to ruin. It's something we don't want to ruin. I mean, when Gotti gets on, let's tell me. Let's go back to Collin Griffith. And here's what we know from Collin Griffith, okay? That dispatcher, the 911 dispatcher's instructions, that is not how you do CPR. CPR does not involve nipples, all right? I don't know where she got that from. All right, let us get started. We are on day 2. Let me get my little notepad. And let's get into it. And then, Fiva, if you need me to give you a recap, let me know, okay? I'll give you a recap of what we are watching. Yeah, I'm a little behind. And Obag, where were you last night? We ended up watching, what is that? What's her name? Kayla Bumpus. You're going to have to watch that live, okay? It was hilarious. It was really funny.
Kathy, Griffith, the counter conversation.
Witnesses for later today. Okay.
The witnesses
the videos there are that are relatively short. I can pull those out there. They're going to be witnesses for later today.
All right.
And before I see them, what's the issue I'm looking for?
Hearsay.
All right.
There's snippets that are taken out of a larger conversation. One of them is just Deputy Jankowski asking Kathy Griffith the domestic violence checklist questions. Has he ever strangled you before? Has he ever used a weapon against you before? It's just that with no context at all. It is one of several clips that are coming in from that day. And then the second one is a female deputy, and I don't remember her name, talking to Kathy Griffith in the road after they've decided to take Collin to a Baker Act facility, and the officer explaining why they were taking him to the Baker Act facility despite her wanting him to stay with her. The deputy talks a lot about, I'm afraid he's going to kill you, things like that. Also hearsay.
Your Honor, we'll start with the first exhibit, which will be for the record 189.
And which one is that?
That's going to be the first one you were talking about.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anybody in here that actually needs a recap. Let me know. I'll give you a recap. Right. Nobody asked, but I'll give a recap anyways. I'll give a recap anyways. So this is day 2, okay? Yesterday we got through day 1. We have on trial, we have Collin Griffiths, 17 years old at the time. He was accused of stabbing and killing his mother. Yesterday we had, I lost count, I think 6 or 7 witnesses. All right, so 6 or 7 witnesses took the stand for the prosecution. First of all, let's go to opening statements. Opening statements were brilliant from both sides. All right, it was classic opening statements. The attorneys, again, they presented themselves in court. They were cogent. They had real legal arguments. Okay, so let's move on from that. They were brilliant. Okay, just know that they were brilliant. The prosecution focused primarily on the defendant, and then the defense, shout out to all public defenders, the defense, they focused on the victim in this case. So during the prosecution's opening statement, Olbag, she was on the money. She said the victim sounds unstable, and this is basically from the prosecution's opening. And then the defense, they give their opening statement, and they pretty much portrayed the mother to be unstable. Apparently, she suffered at least 2 overdoses. She seemed to be controlling. From the defense opening statement, it was very clear that the grandmother, okay, get this, the grandmother, the decedent's mother, okay, who is the defendant's maternal grandmother, is taking the stand in defense of her grandson, okay? And she's, going to talk about her own daughter, or at least she's going to highlight characteristics that, might be questionable. In any event, so some individuals testified for the state. The first person to testify was a technician, very basic. Let me not say basic. She did a good job. She testified as to how she processed the scene. She took some photographs, aerial photographs, and then her testimony ties into 2 neighbors. Okay. After she testified, they called in an officer from Oklahoma. I know the whole thing's taking place in Florida, but they called in an officer from Oklahoma. The reason why they called in this officer from Oklahoma is because this kid, Collin Griffith, killed his father a year and a half prior to this. Okay, prior to this trial, he killed the father. But here's the catch: it's not a real catch. Here, the jurors do not know this. Okay, the jurors do not know this. Again, it's a matter of rules of evidence that bar certain information from being heard by the jury. So the jurors do not know. They just know that he killed somebody. But the defense did such a brilliant job in minimizing how much information the jury could hear, okay, as far as the Oklahoma killing. So the jury just know that this kid shot and killed somebody. They do not know that this individual is a relative. They do not know that this individual is, in fact, the defendant's father. And the reason for that is because basically the defense is arguing that is prejudicial, okay, unfair prejudice, and it might lead the jury to convict if they are aware that Collin previously, took his father's life. But other than that, classic testimony. The only testimony that was maybe unexpected for the prosecution is testimony from one Miss Jones. She is a neighbor of what is this? The decedent's mother. So the grandmother that is going to testify in this case, this killing happened in her mobile home. So yeah, but let's move on. You guys can watch the replay. But so far, I like both parties.
Couple quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. Has he ever used a weapon against you or threatened you with a weapon?
Yes.
And has he ever threatened to kill you or your children? And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And
Probably not.
has he ever placed
Oh, Tiffany Hanyard, she lost, okay? That girl lost.
his hands or an object around your throat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. Couple quick yes or no questions.
Mr. Levine, as to the admissibility of that video.
Yes, sir. This comes from November 13th of 2023 at approximately 10:20 p.m. It's related to the domestic violence battery case that took place the same time. This is part of that subject matter, and this would be admissible, Your Honor, under the state of mind exception of the hearsay rule, because it goes directly to the victim's state of mind as it pertains to the defendant.
These are my type of lawyers, okay? They're citing actual grounds for why evidence should be admitted or excluded.
And out-of-court statements are admissible under the state of mind exception if, one, the statement shows the declarant's future intent to perform an act that is at issue in the case, or two, the statement shows the declarant's state of mind when the statement was made, or at any other time when the state is when that state is an issue in the case. This is particularly true when the purported statements to a third party are made by a homicide victim. And then the case law goes on to hold, and this I'm reading from Kingery v. State, 523 Southern 2nd, 1199. It says, indeed, a homicide victim's purported statements to a third party have been deemed admissible only in three general categories in which the need for the statements appears to overcome the possible prejudice. These categories are: one, the defendant claims self-defense, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he feared the defendant, which that's right on point with what we have here. Or number two, the defendant claims the victim committed suicide, which can be rebutted by statements of the victim that are inconsistent with suicide, which would be relevant as well here. Number three, which is the third possibility, the defendant claims the victim's death was accidental.
Yeah, Fever, don't do any research. Don't do any research because this is not a live trial. It concluded. It was taking place at the same time as the ASAP Rocky trial. We'll follow it here. Oh yeah, don't do research. You don't want to blow everything up.
Down.
Well, I mean, if you do research, don't say anything about the outcome here, because Old Bag is very invested.
Which can be rebutted by the victim's
Eva, aren't you working today? Are you off?
statements that he, or of course she, feared whatever the instrument of death proved to be.
Old Bag, you're gonna have to watch it because it was hilarious. I actually had a lot of fun last night.
So I would say there's an argument for all three of them in this case, but if one is appropriate, then I would submit that it's supported by the case law and by 8033, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. So what do we hear? We've heard in opening statements and as part of the evidence in the defense of self-defense / accident / she was suicidal, all three of those things. So because of that, Your Honor, this is admissible evidence.
And Judge, there's plenty of evidence coming in about Kathy's
Old Bag, I thought your daughter was in college.
statements to police about being fearful, about what he allegedly did to her on November 13th. I'm not objecting to any of that as hearsay. I think it does provide context, but this is different for two reasons. One, it's an officer asking her specific questions about past events. Remember, this is happening November of 2023, so 10 months before the incident at.
Right. So the prosecutor's trying to get in body worn camera. Because remember, this kid was convicted for battery. I think that's a charge. Battery or something along those lines against his mom a few months before he took her life, right? So I think the prosecution, they're trying to bring in body worn camera, but the defense is not going for that.
Issue here. And he's asking about past events. That I think is very different on a checklist. It's not her state of mind. He's asking, has this ever happened in the past? So I don't think it meets the state of mind exception. The second reason it concerns me is the checklist that the officer is holding in full view of the camera has other questions and answers that I think are irrelevant. And finally, a 403 argument that these specific questions regarding past incidences, when there's plenty of other admissible evidence about their interactions for fear of Collin, that I'm not objecting to.
Your Honor, I would point out, it's not just past.
Yes, Fever. This kid at the time of this trial, he is 17 years old, and he is charged with taking his mom's life.
Past incidents, one of the most telling things, and the reason it would be admissible pursuant to the case law and the hearsay exception, is the deputy asked about the future, which is exactly what the case law and the state of mind exception is made for, not the past, but the future. And of course, in order to predict or think about the future, there has to be some discussion of the past or some reason to have that fear. And there's specific questions about, has he threatened to kill you, and do you think he has the...
What's a spitz day? What's a spitz day, Fever?
ability to kill you or will kill you? And she says yes. So that goes to the future, which is why it should be admissible.
So Ms. Thornhill, as to those particular statements that
Yeah,
we talk about,
easy.
and I agree with you that the statements about has this happened in the past, et cetera, that should be excluded. I also agree that the video portion that shows the checklist should be excluded. So
Shout out to all public defenders. That's why I'm saying, man, Miss Thornhill, she is straight fire. I like attorneys that just argue the law.
I'm inclined to perhaps allow some of the audio. So what is your response to the questions that relate to her present state of mind? And
I don't have any further argument as to her statements about her fear of the future.
so I will grant your oral motion in limine in part. Mr. Levine, any statements that relate to present or future state of mind will be admissible, but only by audio. Any questions and answers related to past occurred events are excluded. So I don't know if you'll be able to get that editing done before you have the witness call, but if you need a moment to talk to your IT person, I can give that to you. But let's handle the other piece of evidence.
Well, Judge, I will say that because I don't think this was going to be admitted this morning, and the reason I brought it up now is so we could deal with it. I think that there's time for it to be edited. At least that's my understanding of the procedure we're following.
Hey, look at these folks, efficient and everything.
The next piece.
Oh, the second one is the Kathy talking to the deputy.
Your Honor, that's going to be State Exhibit 194.
Oh, flip days. Yeah, I was like, what is a spit today? But I see what you're saying. Let's see. All right, look at FIFA said. FIFA said hit the like button and subscribe. All right, thank you, FIFA. People likes this channel. The case is on there. So we like you too, Steve. Come on.
Date is this exhibit from?
Your Honor, yeah, and then it's,
I can't read it.
195.
This is one that I have no objection to.
That one, the one that I was explaining, right?
Correct. That's the one where they go inside and,
Here's 195. Your Honor, I said 194, but it's 195.
And what date was 195 from?
I can tell you that.
What's up, Brooklyn? Did you get my email? We tried to start off with Gotti, but I did not see anything. I did not see a link.
It's gonna be from 8:20 in the morning.
Steve said top of the morning.
Because we want what's right for him.
I
But we also
understand.
want,
I know.
but we
yours
have an
are
obligation to
perspective.
protect him
I understand.
and protect him. We have to protect both. Because even though he didn't threaten to harm himself, he threatened to harm his mom. And either way, that.
I know. You beat the shit out of us.
Yeah.
I know.
And with all due respect, you can't have them here last night where you were fearful and then 4 hours later you're recording because recording's not helping you when he chokes you out. And what's the recording gonna do? What's the recording? It's not bringing you back. You'll still be dead. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's an easy task, man, because I'm sure it's a tough thing to do. But I struggle with a kid that's being released from jail.
Thanks,
And
old
said,
guy.
if you bring me back there, she's gonna die.
All right, Brooklyn.
If we don't do something,
Shame on us.
yeah, then we're not.
Shame on us that
Then
we
we
didn't do our
fail.
job and we failed you. And I'm not failing you. Nor am I gonna fail your son.
So let me edit my title.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, same arguments as it pertains to the state of mind exception as well as excited utterance. You can clearly tell that she's emotional. She's under the stress of the situation. It's right on the heels of, granted, it's the next morning after the domestic violence battery, but it was pretty much an all-night affair in terms of the investigation and then the body cam footage and the in-car footage going through to the early hours of the morning. So I would argue under the state of mind exception with her responses to what the deputies are saying, as well as her visible emotions and her excited utterance regarding that the defendant beat the shit out of her or something to that effect, and her agreeing with the deputies regarding her, she should be concerned and is concerned about the future violence that he will perpetrate on her. So I would argue that that's admissible as well, Your Honor.
Judge, this was many, many, many hours after the domestic violence
Yeah,
battery
I don't know
incident.
that
Collin
Betsy
had gone
decided.
to the jail, as I indicated in opening. He had been released from the jail. This was after his mom brought him home, and
What's up,
deputies were
Brooklyn?
called by jail personnel to go check. So excited utterance regarding the domestic violence battery situation, I think, is a little bit of a stretch since it was hours later. But additionally, I mean, an excited utterance about her son being Baker acted because he threatened her. I don't know that's what's
Okay, so Granny
established here.
says April
The second
9th
thing is
is
that most
his
of
next
this
court
is the
date. All
deputy
right.
offering her opinions
Thanks,
about
Odette.
what might happen, which I understand Kathy Griffith is saying, I know, I get it, but it's testimony from an officer that is improper.
Anything additional, Mr. Levine?
I would say it's not testimony from an officer, and it's in the context of Kathy's responses, both visibly, emotionally, crying, putting her hands over her face like an acknowledgement, and then her saying, I know. So that's
They're
critical
just arguing like normal people, normal attorneys.
to her statements making sense in the context of what precedes them and what the deputies say. She can either agree, and when I say she, Kathy could either agree, disagree, or whatnot, but you could tell what her response is as it pertains to in relationship to what the deputies are saying and her responses.
I'm going to grant your motion. 195 is excluded.
All right.
Any other evidentiary issues we need to take up right now? Mr. Levine?
No.
All right, we're ready.
Could I have just 1 minute to put this back in order, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna fast forward. Let's see. All right, first witness.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Again, thank you for your continued service in this case. Mr. Levine?
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls forensic investigator Brandy Baines.
All right. Yeah, that's exactly who it is, Brooklyn. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been reading the chat. I believe that was an officer, Obad. I forgot her name already.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so Obad says that she's confused as to how he got away with killing his dad. Let's keep watching. I don't want to. I don't want to, ruin anything just yet.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Baines. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your names for the record?
It's Brandy Bange, BRANDI BANGE,
Oh, damn.
And where are you employed?
at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position?
I am a forensic investigator.
Tell the jury about what that means.
Tell she a good insurance.
We respond to different types of calls for service, and we generally just document the scene, collect evidence, and write reports.
Okay.
How many years have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11 years.
All right.
And tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have a bachelor's degree from USF.
Okay.
I have a certificate in crime scene
Okay.
from Hillsborough Community College.
Man, everybody's normal in this trial.
And then we have 800 hours of on-the-job training, as well as continuing education.
Patience, Obad, patience.
Do you have any estimation about how many scenes you've been to during your career?
I don't know,
Is it in the hundreds
probably yes.
or 100 or more?
Yes, yeah.
Now, during your career, have you responded to countless homicide scenes
Yes,
and
Yeah, I
scenes
think
of
so
violent
too, Obad.
crimes?
yes.
All right, now, investigator.
Yes, Afiva. I guess, I don't know, maybe you weren't here when I gave the recap. So, Collin is on trial for killing his mother, okay? This is when he is 17 years old. Around the age of 15, 16, which is like a year and a half prior to, these charges being brought. Okay, so you were listening. The jury doesn't know. The jury only knows that he previously caused about the death of somebody else. They do not know who that individual is, okay? That's all they know. They don't know anything else apart from that, pretty basic information.
Investigator Baines, directing your attention to Sunday, September 8th, 2024, around 7:22 in the evening. Did you respond to the crime scene in this case?
I did.
And tell the jury about when you got there, what was your focus on?
So when
Brooklyn, I'm pretty sure a lot of people will say there's nothing wrong with him.
we first get to a crime scene, we want to document it the way it is
Okay.
when we get there. So we generally take video and photographs at that time.
Are you one of the more senior forensic investigators that responded to the scene?
Yes,
Oh, she definitely is good. Thank you.
Earlier, the jury heard from investigator Ellis. Was she also there performing multiple things along with you?
Yes, she was.
Oh, so she's an investigator.
Now,
I thought she was
did you have an
a
opportunity
crime
to
scene
see the outside of the scene as well as the inside of the scene?
Yes.
tech.
And what caught your attention about as you proceeded into the house and made it back to the kitchen? What caught your attention at the crime scene that was of note?
So on the outside of the house,
Oh, Beck, what are you talking about? Do you want her to get bangs or no?
there was an AirPod that was on the ground, like in the mulch area in front of the house. And then there was some blood on one of the steps. And then going into the house, there was another AirPod or earbud, I should say, on the floor. And then an AirPod case and then a knife. So it kind of was in a line from outside to inside.
As if something started outside and continued inside?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to walk further into the kitchen and see?
So that statement, as if something started from outside and went into the inside, the defense could have objected on two grounds: speculation, even leading, right? Because that is a leading question. But the reason they're not doing that because they're not disputing. Okay, they're not disputing that something happened outside, and then they somehow mom ended on the floor or landed on the floor.
The victim.
Yes.
And were you able to see firsthand the wound that she suffered?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and what that meant to you.
She had an apparent stab wound.
Okay, old bag. I had bangs when I was in my 20s, so maybe I jumped the gun. I should have waited for my 30s and 40s and 50s to actually get bangs. I may have been, I should have
On
waited.
her neck. It was a very deep wound.
Have you been to multiple scenes where people have been stabbed?
Yes.
And the injury that you saw and the scene that you saw, was it consistent with somebody being attacked and stabbed?
Yes.
Now, as the scene was documented and photographs are taken, of course, does somebody video record the scene as well?
Yes.
And it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but explain to the jury what you did to accomplish that.
So we just have a regular video camera, just like you would imagine. We go and do the outside of the house,
Okay.
and then we go inside the house and do the interior of the house.
And I take it you did that in this case?
I did.
Have you had an opportunity to previously see State's Exhibit 166, the crime scene video?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 166 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Now, do you recall, when did you first see the defendant at the scene that night?
It was after 11 o'clock. I can give you the exact time if you need it.
Well, that's all right. But it was after 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Now, as to what the defendant was doing before that, do you know or do you not know?
I don't know.
Where did you first see the defendant?
We have a crime scene trailer there on scene that we usually bring on scene. So it was out in the roadway, parked out in the roadway. And he was brought on the trailer, and then I came onto the trailer.
Describe that crime scene trailer.
It's almost kind of like an RV.
That's right, old bag.
Made to be more specific to what we do.
And what can you accomplish inside of it?
We take photographs. We have we have processing, fuming processing for fingerprints. We have all different kinds of stuff, supplies. We have that kind of thing on the trailer.
So is it fairly common to bring a suspect into that in order to photograph them and accomplish those other tasks you mentioned?
Yes.
Have you been to crime scenes where family members or spouses are present and their loved ones have been injured.
Okay, so Brooklyn says that so you never gave your comment on the Menendez brothers if they deserve a resentencing because it's similar to this case in the way I see it heading that way. I mean, we never really talked about the Menendez brothers, but you guys know how I feel about lengthy sentences. And here's the thing: if I remember correctly, the child abuse from the alleged child abuse from the father, or sexual abuse or whatever it was from the father, that was barred from I do not I don't think that the jury actually heard that evidence. So I'm on board with resentencing. Okay, so Old Bag says apparently the Menendez brothers make her sick to her gut. All right, look at Fever. Fever said hit the like button and subscribe. All right, let's get into what are your thoughts, Brooklyn? I mean, Fever, how do you feel about it? The Old Bag has, she told us what
Injured or
their
killed,
views
Yes.
are.
and how do they usually act?
And Obag, why do they make you sick, or why do the facts of a case make you sick?
Family members or spouses are present, and their loved ones have been injured or killed,
Yes.
and how do they usually act?
Judge, I'm gonna object to relevance.
When you came into contact with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was emotionless.
Emotionless?
Yes.
Did that change at all while you interacted with him?
No.
Emotionless.
Did that surprise you?
Objection, relevance.
Now, describe to the jury what was your interaction with the defendant like? What did you do?
So I photographed him, and I obtained some blood swabs that we had seen on him from apparent blood that he had on him.
Judge, I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
If you could speak up just a little
Oh,
bit.
sorry.
Thank you.
So
If you could answer that question again, please.
yes, so I obtained some blood swabs that were on him. He had some blood on him. I obtained fingernail swabbings from him, and I obtained buccal swabs from him.
Starting with, where were the visible parts of his body and or clothing that you saw blood?
So he had blood on his ear, on the
Okay.
right ear, on the right arm of his glasses, like right here. He had blood on his fingernails. He had blood on his shoes, and some apparent blood on his shorts.
Were you present when somebody from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off?
All right, so I see what Fever is saying. Old Bag. Okay. All right. Yeah, I definitely think they should be resentenced.
Blood off of his arms and hands?
No.
Blood off of his arm from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off blood off of his.
I just did not understand that. I do not understand why Fire and Rescue wash the blood off. Like what? Who does
When
that?
somebody from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off blood off of his arms
That's
and
crazy.
hands.
No.
So your photographs would have been after that, is that correct?
I believe so, because I didn't see fire EMS, I don't think.
Okay. Do they usually leave the scene after they tend to a victim?
Usually, yes.
And there was a description of that there was blood on from his like elbow to his forearm and on his hands, and that was washed off. Did you see blood on his forearms and his hands to a great extent?
Crazy.
No, I did not.
All right. You mentioned, what did you mention about the fingernails, the swabbings?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Tell
a
the jury
while.
about what you
Oh.
do to accomplish the swabbings.
So he had some apparent blood on his fingernails, and we take a cotton swab, and sometimes we moisten it with some distilled water to loosen it up, and then swab all around the areas of the fingernails.
Now his hands weren't bleeding, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, I kind of asked that question confusing. Were his hands bleeding?
No.
So did it appear that any blood on his hands would have been from his mother, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Now,
Sustained.
in terms of the
I
buckle
move to
swabs,
strike that answer.
Sustained. You'll disregard the last answer, members of the jury.
in terms of the buckle swabs, if you could explain to the jury what buckle swabs are and how you accomplish those.
So we do that the same way. We use a cotton swab, and we just swab the inside of a person's cheek. We do the left cheek and the right cheek.
Okay.
What's the purpose of that?
Usually it's for DNA purposes.
Is their agency then able to send those buccal swabs from the defendant or from somebody else or a DNA sample off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement lab for them to do any DNA comparison or analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
So when the defendant was in the crime scene truck, were you able to take photographs?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to see those photographs in the state attorney's office? Those are numbers 100 through 124.
Yes.
And do those appear to accurately depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 100 through
Okay,
124
we
into
can't see
evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Did you also take some photographs of the defendant's clothing and shoes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document anything that I found on the clothing.
Yeah, that's a
and
little
just
off.
to show how it was that day.
That's definitely off.
And did you have an opportunity to see state exhibits 156 through 169, indicating the pictures of some of the clothing and
Yes,
shoes?
I have seen the pictures, yes.
I'm sorry, I still can't hear very well.
I'm sorry. Yes, I have seen them.
Your Honor, the state would move 156 to 169, the pictures of the clothing and shoes and evidence.
Any objection?
No, but I have a question about the numbering. I have 156 to 164 are photos, and 165 is the 911 call.
No, you're correct.
Is
So
the-
what are the exhibits?
I'm sorry. I couldn't read.
What's up, Jason? Yeah, old bag gave me the news. So I definitely have to edit my my title.
My own writing, Your Honor. It's 156 to 164.
Any objection to those?
No, sir.
All right, the others are not received beyond 164, but states 156 through 164 are received.
Thank you. Investigator Baines, in terms of
Even I don't know. These people are normal.
the defendant's shoes, was he wearing shoes?
Yes, he had on a pair of black tennis shoes.
And did you see blood on his shoes?
Yes, he did have apparent blood on his shoes.
What about his shorts? Was he wearing black, like basketball shorts?
Yes.
And did he have any blood visible on his shorts?
Yes, there was some apparent blood on the shorts.
Where was it? Do you recall, front or back?
It was on the front.
Okay.
And then did he have a shirt on?
No, he was not wearing a shirt.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the state would publish the photographs of the defendant.
Amen.
Thank you. I want to see.
Number 100, that's the defendant.
Yes.
Dang, Jason is popular. Jason is always popular.
101.
That's a side profile of him.
And if you look is it on your monitor too?
Yes.
And if you see where I'm pointing, is that what
We cannot
would
see
appear
the
to
kid
be
no
some
more.
blood on his glasses?
Yes.
I do know that mouse allows you to point as well if you need
Okay.
Well, that would be good. If you could point out to the jury that the blood.
Right here and here.
Moving on to 102,
This is the back of his head.
103.
This is the front of his entire body.
Now, it's a fair statement. He's pretty tall, maybe 6'2" or so.
I'm not sure how tall he is, but he's taller than I am, yes.
104,
Public defender's not having
This is
it.
just a closer up of his top half of his body.
105,
A side profile of his whole body.
106,
This is the lower half of his body side profile.
think that's 107. I'm sorry. 108,
This is the back of his whole body.
109,
This is another side profile of his whole body.
110,
This is a mid-range of his arm, his left arm.
He's the high.
111.
I mean, he's over
This
there.
is a picture of his
Isn't he
shoe,
over there?
his left shoe.
and going back to 110, were there some apparent marks on his arms?
Oh no, this is
Yes.
yeah. He's over there. His little head is moving. Or am I seeing things?
Left shoe.
And going back to 110, were there some apparent marks on his arms?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that's his little head poking out over there. His seat is just far back. So the public defender, the attorney is basically blocking him from camera view. You
And
can see part of his jacket.
any idea how those marks got there
I don't know.
or when they got there?
I don't know.
111,
You can see his little head.
as he mentioned, the blood on the shoes.
Yes, this is the shoe with the apparent blood.
And could you, for the
He's
jury's
trying to
benefit,
go around.
point with that red arrow where
Cameraman's trying to go around.
Sure. So
can see
there's
part of his
apparent
jacket.
blood in this area here. And then there's more apparent blood here. And then there's some here. And you can see a little bit here. It's light, but you can see it. And then it's on the bottom here.
112.
This is his left leg.
And tell us about that mark on his below his knee.
It's an apparent laceration.
Okay.
113. It's at the back of his leg. What were you highlighting there?
Yes, it was like an apparent abrasion.
114.
That's a close up.
Is this the first time we're hearing that he did not have a shirt on? I do not believe so because from day one, it was testified to that close to Kathy's body was a shirt. I think it was a gray shirt or something along those lines that was propped either under her head or next to her. But it sounds like he took his shirt off during the 911 call when the dispatcher told her, something about the nipples.
Up of the apparent abrasion.
115.
This is his right forearm.
Were there marks on his right forearm too?
Yes.
Were there multiple marks on both of his arms?
Yes.
Did they look like super fresh, like they had just happened?
They looked fresh
And when you say fresh, like how fresh?
in the last day.
Were you able to tell?
Ms. Jones, I don't know. We would have to go back. The only thing that I remember from Ms. Jones is her talking about, he appeared as if he was in a scuffle and something about his arms being red.
How those marks were caused?
No.
116.
This is his right forearm.
And there's a defense.
And there's some apparent lacerations on the top of his forearm.
117.
That's his left forearm, and you can see the abrasion or the apparent lacerations.
Have you been at scenes where you've seen people that have cut themselves or marked themselves?
Objection.
Yeah.
118.
This is the palm of his hand. This is his other palm.
And is it a fair statement he has no defensive wounds on his hands?
Yeah, I saw, at least in the comments, a lot of, I may not say a lot, I'm not going to quantify, but there were a lot of comments, I think it was Law and Crime, where it seems like the viewers were turning on, Jackson and Karen Reed.
Objection is the characterization.
Sustained.
Is it a fair statement that he has no wounds on his hands at all?
Right.
Oh,
I
Meg,
did
I'm not even
see
going
any
to put
wounds
this
on
up
his
here.
hands.
Going back to 118. So that's 118 and 119.
Yes.
besides just his hands having no marks on them, did you also get pictures? Well, I guess you did. Pictures of the back of his hands, 120,
Yes, the tops of his hands, yes.
and 121.
Yes, this is a close up of his fingernails.
Going back to 120, did he have any knife cuts or wounds on the top of his hands?
No,
What about neither in 121? Is that correct?
no, I do not see any.
And then 123.
This is apparent blood that was on his ear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that.
Yeah.
I can't really see that.
It's
but
very
can you point
small, but it's right here. This is the area that I swabbed.
it? And then finally,
After being the
124.
pants.
This is a close up of the apparent blood on the glasses,
Shout
the
out to
right arm of the
Benji. What time
glasses.
is it in
You
California?
can see a little bit better now on this picture. There's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here, and I think right here.
All right, now we're going to go to 156, please. All right, 156. Appears to be a close-up of something. Tell us what that is.
This is the short. Sorry, there's a little bit of a glare. I'm gonna move in.
Is
This-
that
You can adjust that if
Okay.
you need to.
There we go. That's better. This is the shorts that he was wearing. This is a close-up photo of the front of his shorts. You can see some apparent blood in the picture. It's kind of hard to see. I can point to it if you need me to.
please?
Okay. Sorry. So this area right here, and then there's a little more here.
All right, we'll move on to 158. The shoes, 159, 160, 161. Could you point to the blood in 161?
Yes, there's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here,
When do you get up the stand?
and then all down here on the bottoms of the shoes here, and this whole area right here.
162. Is there any blood there?
Yes, right here, 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 and then this area here.
163.
There's apparent blood right here by the laces, this area.
And 164.
There's apparent blood right there.
Investigator Baines, we're going to move on now. Approximately how many minutes do you think that you were with the defendant?
Probably about 20 to 30 minutes.
During those 20 to 30 minutes, did his demeanor change from being emotionless at all?
No, he remained the same.
Your Honor, at this time,
It does not appear so, Fever. What the defense is arguing, I mean, they are saying self-defense. We'll hear when the granny testifies. But the defendant said that his mom fell on the knife.
the state would move to publish State Exhibit 166, the crime scene video.
It's been received.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Has it been received?
It has, Your Honor.
Any objection to publication at this time?
No, sir.
You may.
Yeah, Obed, but I think Ms. Jones was referencing blood. still don't see why they watch like the same thing. Why not? All right, come on. What? Got a video with no audio? All right, come on now. Yeah, I think this is grainy.
Blood on this
Hold on.
investigator Bange, the blood on the step that you pointed out to the jury, that was never tested, correct?
I don't know.
So you're not aware of it being
I'm
tested?
not aware of it, no.
And you don't know when that blood was deposited there, do you?
No, I don't.
In fact, you said you didn't arrive until many hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because the 911 call came in at about 6.
Yeah, the blood on his arms was washed off, but I think investigator Bang was referring to blood splatter, for example, on his shoes, on his glasses, and other parts of his body.
6:10 p.m.
Right. We arrived on scene, but I didn't go into the residence until much later, yes.
When you arrived on scene, do you remember what time it was? You may have already said. I'm sorry if I don't.
I can look at my report. I believe it was around. I got there at
Back, I believe the jury was viewing a recording of the scene, but the recording does not have audio.
7:22.
I could be
So
wrong, but I
over an
think-
hour after the 911 call came in.
That's yes.
Collin was already outside of the house when you arrived.
He was not inside the house. I don't know where he was.
He's not
And
inside the house.
EMS had already, or Polk County Fire Rescue had already been to the house, been inside the house, stomped around, did life-saving actions, and then left, correct?
Measures.
Yes, I believe they went into the house, from my knowledge, yes.
You also said that Collin, at some point you're aware, had blood on his forearms and hands.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I
Just
saw
from
him.
the court.
Oh, okay, so you weren't aware before.
That he had blood on his arms prior? No. I did know about the fingernails. He had blood on his fingernails.
Right. I was talking about the arms and hands. And he could have dripped blood on his way out of the house when he was escorted by law enforcement, correct?
I don't know.
But it's possible.
It's possible, yes.
The blood that you
Even say this audio is better than the ASAP Rocky trial. I don't know what they had going on in that court.
pointed out on Collin's fingernails and his glasses and his right ear. You're aware that Collin did several things at the instruction of the 911 operator, correct?
I don't know. I do know that they sometimes give instructions, but I have not heard this call.
So let me ask you this. If the 911 operator had told Collin to get towels or something to absorb blood and place it on Kathy's neck, and he did that, he could have gotten blood on his fingernails that way, correct?
Yes, that's possible. Yes.
And there was, in fact, a bloody towel by her neck when you entered the scene.
Yes.
And
Brooklyn, I left your comment up there because obviously the defense, through cross-examination of investigator Bain, you get the answer to your question.
aware that he also did, well, maybe not. If the 911 operator had instructed him to kneel and do CPR on Kathy, and he did that, that could explain how he got blood on various parts of his body, right?
It's possible. Yes.
And if the 911 operator had instructed Collin to get the knife far away from him, he could have gotten blood on his hands that way as well.
Yes.
And the knife was, in fact, far away from where Kathy Griffith was laying, correct?
It was in the same room, but yes, it was not right near her.
You said that, oh, well, let me go back to the blood. You don't know if Collin, in his obeying the instructions of this 911 operator, came in contact with the blood that was.
Okay, so Brooklyn, to answer your question, the defense is not arguing that there was blood on Collin. What they're arguing is how he got the blood on him. Okay, they're basically saying that he got blood on him because he was performing life-saving measures on his mother, and not necessarily because he was out there stabbing her.
Everywhere as he's tending to his mother. Maybe at one point he had blood on his hands and adjusted his glasses,
I don't know.
but it's possible, right?
It's possible.
The blood on the bottom of the flip-flop, you didn't really talk about that. You talked mostly about the blood on the shoes that were collected from Collin. But there was, in fact, blood on the bottom of one of the flip-flops that was laying in the kitchen.
Yes, I believe there was.
And finally, you said that Collin was emotionless when you dealt with him. You're aware that people can go into shock sometimes from a traumatic event.
Sure.
So that's one possibility here too.
Of course, I'm not a doctor.
Thank you.
Yes,
Nothing, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms.
all
Thorne?
right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot I do have one other question.
You may.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
The photo of Collin from inside the trailer, there's a mark on his torso about midway between chest and hip.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That corresponds with a slit in his shirt, doesn't it?
There was a slit in the shirt.
In the torso area.
I believe so. Yes.
Thank you.
Any reader right now, Mr. Levine?
No, thank you.
She's still free to go.
Yes.
Thank you.
So is the defense arguing that the mom slit the shirt and that's how the mark got there? Or are they arguing that he had to take his shirt off in order to, perform CPR? I'm not clear on that one.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call forensic investigator Michelle Peters.
Yeah, flying through these witnesses. Dang, Fever. Fever, nobody's calling me to be on the jury. Right.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Peters, may you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Michelle Peters. I work with the Polk County Sheriff's Office in the forensics unit.
All
How
right.
long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 20 years.
Jeez.
Now, let's talk about specifically in this case. Did you have an opportunity to
Yes.
go to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And what takes place at the medical examiner's office as it pertains to the homicide cases?
A post-mortem examination of the body, which is actually called an autopsy.
What's up,
in
Kelly
layman's
girl?
terms. And they examine the body and we take photographs and collect evidence.
Now, when you take photographs, does that give us a frozen in time picture of what the victim looked like? Any injuries or markings, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And what evidence do you collect from an autopsy?
Standard autopsies, we take head hair samples.
All right, Fever. Then you got very lucky because I know a lot of folks that have never been called to jury duty.
We take inked impressions, which are fingerprint impressions, and we take a red top and a purple top blood tube.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And then we take, depending on the case, we will take fingernail swabbings or clippings. We can take clothing, any weapons that may be present.
All right. Now, in this particular case, were you able to take blood samples from Kathy Griffith?
We did.
Okay.
And is the purpose of that so that it could be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, for further testing.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs, State Exhibit 125 through 155?
I did.
And are those autopsy photographs taken of Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what date it was that you actually went to the medical examiner's office?
I'd refer to my report.
Yes, ma'am.
It was September 9th of 2024.
So September 8th, 2024 was a Sunday. You went Monday morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll go by your word.
What was the time that you were there?
I arrived at the medical examiner's office at 7 in the morning.
And is that common for an autopsy to be performed the day after a homicide?
Yes, sir.
She works for the medical examiner's office. I think that's what.
Did Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Garavan perform the autopsy?
He did.
And were you present for that?
I was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibits 125 to 155 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
With permission from the court, may I publish the photos? Thank you.
All right. I see what Brooklyn is getting at. Yeah, Callie, did you watch last night's live about the YSL attorney that got knocked up by her convict husband? In any event, we moved on the relevant part, at least what's relevant to Brooklyn's question. There's another attorney that we talked about, and she apparently was in love with an international drug lord, and supposedly they lived somewhere out in London, and they were trafficking drugs out of projects in London. I don't know. I think she was describing South London, but that is what Brooklyn is referring to.
All right, that talks about the time and the date and where you are. Moving on with the autopsy photographs. Is that Kathy Griffith as she's transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And typical victims typically transported in a body bag of some type?
Yes, sir.
127?
I don't know. I don't know if it's Crichton. I have no idea. She did not. Simone was not very specific about the location of this drug pad. But when you do find out, let us know in the comments.
128. Some identified information about Kathy Griffith. Does that say she was 39 years old?
It does, yes, sir.
She weighed 126 pounds.
Yes, sir.
What are you referring to, Fever?
Did you have an opportunity to personally see the stab wound?
I did.
So Old Bag apparently also had a run in. Old Bag had a run in with, somebody with real shmoney. That sounds like you had a good time, Old Bag.
Is it a fair statement that it was a wide open, gaping wound?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on with 133. Were you able to see where the knife actually?
Okay, so yeah, Callie Simone said that their apparently the projects, they look like, I guess, brownstones in New York City. So I know you would have to do the comparison. You'd have to do the comparison. I see, Fever.
They exited the other side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
134. Is that a close-up of where the tip of the knife went through her neck and out the other side?
That's
Yes, sir.
crazy. It takes, that would take a lot more force for somebody to fall on a knife and for it to, basically protrude on the other side. I don't know, Collin. I don't know.
And that pointer or the metal rod that's going in through the entry.
So this is an attorney. I mean, she said this was happening around Donald Trump's first term. So it's not that long ago. But she's an attorney that works for herself. And I think when you work for yourself, not that I think, but typically when people work for themselves, they can do as they please.
Wound of the knife wound and transects through her neck and goes out the back left side of her neck. Who put that there?
What's
Dr.
up,
Irvin.
Angie?
And is that able to show the pathway
How's your wasp doing this
of
morning?
the wound?
Yes, sir.
And they can do that for like a knife wound or a gunshot wound? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One being the entry wound and one being the exit wound.
Yes, sir.
What's the deal?
Now,
man?
137, as part of the autopsy, does the doctor sometimes remove parts of the internal organs that he or she feels is important?
Yes, sir.
Right.
And does this photo the metal pipe?
Yes, Phoebe. So that is one of the reasons why parents told, little waterheads not to run with scissors in their hands. Yeah, I mean, Collin says the mother fell.
That
all
goes
right?
through the esophagus and her
It would take so much force. So one of those being her maybe falling at a rather rapid speed or pace. But then again, the distance from where she's falling, that would make I don't know. How does that even happen? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's never happened, but I don't know. There are a lot of factors that I don't quite see in this case.
Was that done by the associate medical examiner, Dr. Garavan?
It was.
And does that also
Yeah,
show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
Next, we have 138. Did you notice
That is your
a
term.
wound on Kathy's right hand in the webbing of her fingers
Oh, that
between
doesn't
her thumb and pointer finger?
I did.
138.
Old bag, you need some bangs, okay?
139. And is it a fair statement? That's not like a little paper cut or a little straight line, but it was an open wound.
Yes, sir.
That's crazy. Let's go back.
140. Straight line, but it was that's not like a little paper cut or a little straight line, but it was an open wound.
That is
Yes, sir.
crazy.
140. Next, we move to
Why were you playing security, old bag?
141. Did Kathy have a number of scrapes and bruises on her limbs, her arms and legs?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
Okay.
On what?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
141, does that show some of those on her left arm and elbow?
Yes, sir.
So what does that tell us?
142, is that a close-up of some of the bruising and scrapes and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
143, does that show some prominent bruising on her left wrist?
Yes, sir.
So some marks or bruising on the inside of her forearm as
Fever, it's not a court proceeding unless somebody's coughing up a lung.
well?
Yes,
That's
sir.
just a requirement. This is how I know this is a normal trial, okay? There are people coughing up in there.
Now moving to her right arm, did there appear to be some bruising on her right arm?
Yes, sir.
Luckily, the only thing the ASAP trial transferred was the coughing. Everything else is normal thus far.
And going to her hands, was there some bruising on her hands
Yes, sir.
and to her fingers?
Yes, sir.
That's 148. Were there some marks or cuts or bruises on her legs?
Yes, sir.
149. Is that a close-up of one of those?
Yes, sir.
150.
I don't know, but that does not necessarily mean that, she sustained these bruises or injuries due to Collin, right? Because I don't know. Let me leave it alone.
Some bruising apparent on her shins and the front of her legs as well.
Yes, sir.
She has a very easy job. All she thinks yes. Oh, she works for the Polk County Sheriff's Office. On her jacket.
152,
Sally.
153, 154, 155. All right, Investigator Peters, I don't have any other questions for you.
Yeah, she had an easy job. There's a second person coughing.
Investigator Peters, some of the bruises that the jury saw in those pictures were different colors,
Yes,
right? And you have no way of knowing when those bruises got on
Right.
Miss Griffith's body, do you?
No, ma'am.
They could have been days old.
Could have been.
Okay.
Do you know how much blood Kathy Griffith lost?
I do not.
And the weighing that resulted in 126 pounds. That was done after she had passed away and lost blood, correct?
Correct. That was at the examiner's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, so Fever, what we know from day one, and most of this came out through opening statements, which are not testimony, but they'll eventually bring some folks up here, I guess officers that will speak to the relationship between Collin and his mom. But from day one, it was pretty clear that there was some type of estrangement or conflict between the mother and Collin. Collin used to live with his father until he turned his father's TV off, and then he moved to Florida with his mother. From my understanding, he was Baker acted. That means basically he was, I was going to say institutionalized. So I don't know if I should use that word. Anyways, on a few occasions I guess from his mom's reports, he was taken off the streets or from his mom's house and taken to a mental hospital. Okay. But the same has also happened to the mother. The mother, on one occasion, based on the opening statement, was taken for evaluation. And the reason for that is because Collin, he told folks that he would either harm himself or harm his mother. But he's also pretty much said that if his mom came at him, then he would have no choice but to defend himself. And then the mom, she was institutionalized, because I said I was not going to use that word, because when police responded to, another incident that had to do with Collin, he or she threatened to take her own life. Collin supposedly, his mom apparently did what? She apparently handed him a gun, and she asked Collin to shoot him. And he went to school, told a teacher, who went to a resource officer. Anyways, they did not believe Collin. All right. So that's, I don't know. That's what I remember from day one. Old bag, maybe you can fill in the rest. Yeah, you would make a good lawyer.
Sergeant Michael Schneider.
Sergeant Michael Schneider.
Running through witness.
Stand right here, raise your right hand for the public story.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. This one.
Yeah, they had, I don't know, something's going on.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, all.
Name and required.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sergeant Michael Schneider,
Okay.
Schneider. I'm currently employed with the Florida Southwestern State College in Fort Myers.
And tell the jury a little bit about what that entails.
I am basically responsible for the security of the college,
Okay.
managing my crew, and a lot of it is community policing as well.
Security of the college.
And how many fellow officers do you supervise?
So what is your role?
Currently, I have a crew of 14.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience in law enforcement.
So I went to the academy. Backing up, I have an associate's degree in AS. I went to the academy in 2010. Worked for the Fort Myers Police Department from 2011 to 2000, January 22. I left there. I basically retired due to age. Took a small hiatus,
Okay.
and then I started out with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, and I left there in November the prior year. And I've been at the FSW Police Department since December of 23.
Approximately how many years in law enforcement do you have?
It was about 14 now.
And you mentioned your
Yeah, and I mean, I think I forgot one part from yesterday's testimony. So yesterday there were two witnesses that testified. Ms. Bell, or Mrs. Bell, sorry, she's married, Mrs. Bell and Ms. Jones. They live across the road from Collin's grandmother, and that's, the crime scene. So Mrs. Bell, she testified that she was getting ready for church. She looked out the window. She saw the decedent Kathy, who's Collin's mom. She appeared animated. She was talking, putting clothes in a vehicle, and her hands were animated. And she basically saw Collin grab the mom by the hair and, drag her or pull her into this mobile home. Okay. That was her testimony. And then Ms. Jones, another neighbor, she also lives across the road from the grandmother. She's good friends with the grandmother. Her testimony was that she saw Kathy throwing clothes into the vehicle. Okay. And according to Ms. Jones, she basically says that she saw a hand reach out and pull. She did not say drag, but I think she said pull the decedent by the hair. So there's no dispute that it's Collin because there was nobody else in the residence.
Your degree and you said some initials. What does that stand for?
An associated science degree. It's in the automotive field. I used to
Oh,
be
bag
an
is
auto
out of
mechanic a long
control.
time ago.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Snyder. So the time frame I want to ask you about is very specific, going back to the year 2023 in September of 2023. At that time, were you employed by the Charlotte County Sheriff's
Right.
Office?
Yes, sir.
Right,
I was.
old bag.
And what was your position at that time?
I was working as deputy in road patrol.
Now, when you're a deputy on road patrol, does that mean you can see anything and everything and respond to countless different types of
What does that mean?
situations?
See anything
Yes,
and everything.
you listen to the radio and see what's going on. If there's another one of your fellow deputies has a call that you might need help, and we also have a screen on the laptop that shows what calls are basically in service currently and which ones are holding.
Okay.
And is Port Charlotte, is that in Charlotte County as well?
Yes, it's on the north side of the Peace River.
All right. I want to direct your attention to approximately 6:30 p.m. Were you dispatched to a certain location in Punta Gorda, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
It is called CSU. It's a Crisis Stabilization Unit of Charlotte Behavioral Center.
Okay.
And what happens there?
This is usually where we bring critical Baker Acts.
Okay, got it.
Now, in this particular case, how was it that you responded to that location?
I was dispatched there.
Okay, so it's pretty clear. This officer
All notes had said that I need to be there for a release of a potentially violent patient.
And did that end up being the defendant, Collin Griffith?
Oh, yes, it did.
Okay.
Did you see the defendant back on the evening of September 19th of 2023?
I did.
Describe to the jury, when you pull up at the facility, where do you go? You
That's
stay in
right.
the car, do you go inside? To tell them the process.
No, you don't go inside. You basically come in. It's kind of like a U-turn. You park under the portico. There's room for about 2 vehicles. I was on the left-hand side, and the entry
Listen, Miss Jones talked about a lanai, and he said what?
co.
Oh,
Right,
sorry.
you basically come in. It's kind of like a U-turn. You park under the portico. There's room for about 2 vehicles. I was on the left-hand side, and the entry doors are on the right, double doors. And
Old bag, you should have some speckled colors in there.
and when I got there was nobody there yet.
What is the purpose of you being there?
Yeah, I messed up the mic. I was just saying that it's pretty clear that this officer, he was called for the purposes of, one of the instances when Collin was Baker acted. I thought he was one of the officers that responded to the crime scene, but no.
Providing a security escort. Somebody had a concern. I forgot who the initial complainant was on the call, but they had a concern that the patient that is to be released might has violent tendencies or might act out.
And if the release goes like smoothly and according to plan, what should have happened that evening? Like when the defendant comes out, what's he supposed to do or where's he supposed to go?
Basically, when he's released or any patient gets released from the facility, to go with whoever picks them up and leaves.
Okay.
Now, did that happen in this case?
No, they did not.
Describe to the jury when you first saw the defendant. What happened?
So I was standing by my car on the left-hand side, and you can see into the facility, and people were starting to walk out. And when the doors opened, the young man came straight up to me and approached me and said I needed to be Baker acted.
Okay.
Were you surprised to hear that?
Oh, yeah, because that is usually people want to lead.
Okay.
Now, how would you describe his demeanor when he said that?
He was focused. He had a goal, for sure. He was somebody on a mission. He looked at me and said, I need to be Baker acted.
All right, so Ms. Jones is a neighbor that testified on day one. She lives across from the crime scene, and she is the defendant's grandmother's friend.
Were you in a marked vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And take it you had your marked uniform on?
Yes, sir.
Yeesh.
Did you ask
$12
him why
a
he
dozen.
said that?
Yes, I did, because it's unusual. He said, I need to be Baker acted because I'm either going to go kill
I mean, eggs at Dollar Tree, aren't they still $1.25 or something?
Did you ask him why he said that?
Yes, I did, because it's unusual. He said, I need to be Baker acted because I'm either going to go kill myself or, and he said his mother.
What did he say about his mother?
He said he was going to either kill himself or his mother. You know, he didn't name her by name, but he said it's either his mom or his mother.
That's crazy. Brooklyn is funny. $1.25.
When the defendant said he
egg.
was either going to kill himself or his mom, were you surprised?
Yes, definitely.
Well, did you ask him any questions or respond in any way?
Usually when people do that, they have some sort of motive. And so I asked him, so how are you going to do that?
What?
And he stated, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. He named numerous methods, but unfortunately I didn't write them down. And so I don't recollect that, but there was several ways he was going to do that. And it was significant what he said.
What?
Now, when he named the different manners in which he could kill his mom, was it like direct things that he could do to kill a person?
Yes, I don't remember quite exactly specifically what it was, but each one of those methods that he mentioned would definitely lead to death for sure.
After he said these things, what did you do?
$6 a dozen? I don't know.
We stood by the door with him, just kind of keeping an eye on him while other people were conferring what to do.
Go back to the chickens.
I believe Deputy Welch was with me. They're from the Irish team. I believe that she took over the secondary Baker Act because this is definitely a liability at this point. So
At that point, when the defendant says the direct things that he's going to do, is he a danger to himself and to his mom and perhaps anyone else he wants to kill?
yes,
You mentioned Deputy Welch. Is that Deputy Kerry Welch, also with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the term, the Irish team.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
They are called for critical care or anybody who's a mental crisis. They're specially trained. I don't know exactly what the Irish stands for anymore.
And was the defendant insistent that he needed to be Baker acted because he would hurt himself or his mom or kill himself or his mom?
Yeah, he did not want to go. He basically stated that so he wouldn't have to leave.
So after you were concerned about his own safety and his mom's safety.
All right, so Fever, from yesterday's hearing, or at least the opening statement, defense is very clear that Collin wanted to be anywhere and everywhere but with his mother. So he wanted to, he wanted to be in a hospital or Baker acted, foster care, anything and everywhere but his mom or her home.
What was the end result with what happened to the defendant?
He was readmitted to the facility as a Baker Act.
So you go where?
Did that conclude your involvement with the defendant that evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant Snyder, I don't have any further.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy some eggs from Dollar Tree for $1.25 and start selling them. I'll tell them I got them from Old Bags Farms. I'll charge $4.
Sergeant Snyder, you weren't involved in the initial reason that Collin Baker was placed in Charlotte Behavioral Health, were you?
No, ma'am.
So you have no knowledge of what led to him being in the initial reason that Collin Baker was placed in Charlotte Behavioral Health, were you?
No, ma'am.
So you have no knowledge of what led to him being there?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And are you aware that Collin had been trying not to get released from that facility under his Baker Act before you were alerted and told to go there?
No, not until he told me.
Okay. And are you aware that
No, Fever, this won't be a long trial. We'll be done before next week. You see how they're flying through the witnesses.
his mother had done everything she could to get him released from that Baker Act?
No, I did not have any background information at that point. All I knew was potentially violent.
Are you aware now that his mother did everything she could to get him out of the Baker Act facility leading up to your interactions with Collin on September 19th,
I
2023?
did not follow any of that, ma'am.
And are you aware that the staff at Charlotte Behavioral Health was insisting on releasing him to his mother on September 19th, 2023?
That I do not recall. I know his grandmother was, I think his grandmother was there to get him.
And
Granny.
you don't know what Collin had said to any of the people who were trying to make him go home before you got there, correct?
No, ma'am.
And basically, Collin told you, I would rather go back into this facility than be sent home.
He didn't specifically say that. He said he wanted to be Baker acted. He
He did not want
Okay.
to go home.
apparently, yes.
Did he ever tell you he didn't feel safe at home?
I don't recall that.
He might have said that, but you didn't write it down, or you don't remember?
I don't know. What I remember is
I don't know. That's on Dollar Tree. I think most things in Dollar Tree are $1.25. And then they do have a $5 section now, so I don't know. Maybe eggs might be the exception. So yeah, I don't know.
on the short notes.
Did you make those short notes?
I'm gonna have to take Zeta to Dollar Tree though. She may not have gone to Cuba, but she gets a trip to Dollar Tree and she can pick out two things.
Yes, ma'am.
Two
So
things.
it's
That's
entirely
it.
possible Collin told you that I'm afraid my mom will do something to me and I will kill her,
I probably would have remembered that.
but you're not sure.
No, ma'am.
And you have no idea if he had said that 1, 10, 1,000 times in the hours leading up to your interactions with him.
No, I wasn't there with
Okay,
him.
so Fever says it sounds like the kid was begging for help. Maybe, or maybe it was premeditation. I don't know. And then it's pretty common for Florida for somebody to be Baker. It's not common for people to be Baker acted, but that's what the term is called.
I only had a short interaction during the time.
But you said he was focused on getting readmitted to the Baker Act facility.
That's what the end goal appeared to be.
Thank you.
Redirect. Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're flying.
Thornton?
Yes.
The witnesses are prepped. And Dollar Tree went up.
Next witness?
Same
That's
call,
crazy.
Deputy Alexander Sharp.
That is crazy.
This one.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Deputy Sharp. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My
Oh,
name
I
is
did not expect him to sound like that. Hold on.
Sharp, may you please introduce yourself to...
What's his name?
Good morning, Deputy Sharp. May you please introduce
Sharp.
yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deputy Sharp. I work in the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
All right.
Alexander, sir.
Tell the
What's
jury
his
about-
name? His
Work in the
first
Charlotte
name?
County Sheriff's Office.
Your first name, sir?
Alexander, sir.
Tell the jury about your education, military experience, and law enforcement experience.
Military
Okay.
experience.
So, education. I went to technical college for automotive.
Brooklyn, you might have some real money. If you do not know that Dollar Tree, even sells cheese and steaks, then you must have some real money. I mean, they don't necessarily sell produce. I don't know that you can go to Dollar Tree and find an apple, but I mean, I don't know. It probably depends. Yeah, they have everything out there. They have pillows, socks. You might be able to buy like a trench coat for $1. Hey, they have.
I graduated high school from the academy in Charlotte County. I have spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. I've also spent 3 years in the Fort Army National Guard as an infantryman as well. And I've worked for the sheriff's office in Charlotte County for about 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Now, at the sheriff's office in Charlotte County, what's your position and what are your responsibilities?
So I am currently a road patrol deputy assigned to District 1.
I don't know how I feel about a mustache. I don't like my men with mustaches.
Responsibilities are handling calls for service, traffic enforcement, and assisting other specialty units as needed.
Deputy, I want to direct your attention to November 13th of 2023. Did you respond to a house in Port Charlotte in your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And what type of call was that you received?
I responded to a call for domestic violence between a mother and her son.
All right.
Do you recall the general neighborhood? Was it single family houses?
Yes, sir. It was a neighborhood of single family houses in a residential zone of Port Charlotte.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
Well, when I first arrived, they made contact with the supervisor deputy, Corporal Moore, who had gotten on scene prior to myself. And the deputy who was my trainer at the time. During the time that this happened, I was still in PTO training as a deputy.
And who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was Deputy First Class Jankowski.
And you mentioned Corporal Moore. Is that Corporal Joella Moore?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was she aware of the defendant and his mom?
I know doesn't Dollar Tree sell like ice cream as well? I've actually never really looked in the refrigerators, but I think they have a frozen food section.
In what regards, sir?
Like, did she give, without telling us anything she might have said, did she give you any background of the family dynamics or the parties?
No, sir. I was just aware that this was a domestic incident between a mother and her son. There was no other context given.
So you had no prior opinions about any of the parties involved, is that correct?
Correct, sir. I had never met either one of them before, nor did I know anything about them or their any other history.
Okay.
What did you do next, Deputy?
The next thing that I did is I went to go and make contact, I believe, with the individual and his mother to try and start gathering information, and his grandmother, who was there as well.
Then Granny was there.
What was the defendant's demeanor like?
I would say calm and collected.
And when you made contact with him, were you inside the house or outside the house?
I believe I was outside the house when I made contact with him, as he had left the residence initially when we had gotten there, and then ended up coming back.
Now, did you have an opportunity to talk to him?
The defendant?
Correct.
Yes, I did speak with him.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
And what was her demeanor like?
She seemed nervous, quiet, scared. From what I could tell, just her whole demeanor, she was still kind of just processing what was going on. Definitely seemed teary-eyed, if you will.
When you say scared, did she appear to be scared of you or scared of what her son had just done to her?
She appeared to be scared of her son, as she had some injuries that were documented and photographed.
What kind of injuries?
And what were those injuries that she suffered from her son?
She's had some redness and what appears to be the beginning of bruising and swelling on her stomach and abdomen area.
Crazy.
As she had stated that he had kneed her in the stomach. And then she also had a small scrape with some dirt on it on her hand, as she said that he had taken his foot and kicked or stomped her hand.
Did she tell you why he did that to his own mom?
So, speaking with both the mother and the son, what we were able to gather was that she had told him that she was unhappy with his behavior at the time as a juvenile and was going to do some new parenting and wanted to take away his Xbox gaming system and his cell phone. And at the time, he did not like those consequences, so he grabbed his mom and threw her on the ground.
That's great.
After kneeing her and then stepping on her hand when she went to get her cell phone.
That's just crazy.
Now, was there another lady there, the grandmother of the defendant and the mother of the victim?
Yes, sir. So the defendant's grandmother and the victim's mother was also present at the house as they were eating dinner together that night.
So they were having a family evening. The grandma.
Yeah, I do not know that I'd want fresh produce from Dollar Tree though. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Maybe a single apple for $1.25. But I don't know, 5 pounds? I don't know.
Her daughter and the victim's son, correct?
Correct. Those three individuals were the three people in the home that night.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to the grandma as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did her statement corroborate what her daughter was saying?
Yes, the grandmother's statement that she provided to myself and Deputy Jankowski was consistent with the statement given by the mother and the victim.
Okay.
Basically, they stated the exact same thing, that they were having dinner, and she told him that she was going to take some things away for disciplinary reasons, and pretty much gave the exact course of events the same.
Now, did you see any marks or bruises or injuries on the defendant?
On the defendant, we did not see any marks, injuries, or bruising on him at all.
Now, did EMS respond or something like EMS, whether it was the fire department or EMS, respond to treat the mother?
Honestly, sir, I do not recall.
What happened? How was that case resolved that night? Who got arrested?
That night, Collin was placed under arrest for domestic violence against his mother for battery by strike.
And was he transported to the proper location then thereafter?
Yes, sir. He was transported to the Charlotte County Jail afterwards.
Eva said, hold up. It sounds like Collin was a spoiled kid, and if he didn't get his way, he acted out in violence. Oh, okay. I'm starting to see. But Fever still doesn't know. Here's the thing about Fever. Fever's going to be hung no matter the trial, okay? He's on the hung jury side.
Was the mom or the grandmother arrested for anything?
No, the mother and the grandmother were not arrested.
Don't arrest Granny now.
Now, in addition to you and Deputy Jankowski, you mentioned Corporal Moore. Were there any additional law enforcement there you can recall?
I cannot recall.
Is it a fair statement that the three of you were doing multiple, multiple things, and were each doing your own part of the investigation, and not necessarily all three of you together at the same time?
Correct. We were all doing different things together. I was going and getting paperwork at different times to provide the victim, such as Marcy's Law paperwork, as well as victims' rights forms and things like that, while other deputies were doing other tasks on the scene at the same time.
Now, when you went to get that paperwork, you mentioned victims' rights and Marcy's Law. Did you or one of your fellow deputies provide that to the victim, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And what does that mean? What type of paperwork?
A lot of warning signs for who, old bag?
When you say Marcy's Law and victim rights pamphlet.
So Marcy's Law is paperwork that advises victims of what their rights are in the state of Florida as a victim, so that way that they know that they have the right to go to different types of trials and hearings, and then different paperwork to let them know if they want to know when the person that was arrested for battering them or whatever crime may be is released from the jail and things of that nature.
Without okay. And then whether it's you or Deputy Jankowski or someone else, is that explained to the victim, Kathy Griffith, and certain questions asked and answers given?
Yes, sir.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor.
All right. This prosecutor prep for all these witnesses by himself.
When the victim, Miss Kathy, was sitting on the couch, how would you describe her demeanor?
I remember that I had asked her if I could get her an ice pack or anything like that, as she said that, the injuries that she had was sore.
Okay.
Offered to help if I could. I was trying to be as compassionate as I could be in that type of a situation. She just was very kind of closed off, if you will, and scared. She had advised me at one point that she no longer wanted Collin living with her,
Okay.
as for her mother, as she was honestly afraid of him.
All right. So
Deputy
that
Sheriff, I have no
is
further questions.
important. Okay. Let's go back to that timestamp. Let's go back to that timestamp. What timestamp?
Collin living with. She had advised me at one point that she no longer wanted Collin living with her, as for her mother, as she was honestly afraid of him.
Deputy Sheriff, I have no further questions.
Cross.
Deputy Sharp,
In your direct testimony, you made it sound like Collin fled the scene of what happened at his mother's house. But that's not really true, is it? He was the one who called 911.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
Okay.
I don't recall exactly who the caller was. I know that I responded to the scene though, ma'am.
Are you aware now that Collin was actually on the phone with Corporal Rentis, one of your supervisors, when you arrived on scene?
Yes, he was on the phone with Corporal Rentis, and then also I recall that once he was placed into a patrol vehicle, he was also on the phone with Corporal Rentis as well, as they had previous interactions.
Right. So Collin is reaching out to describe to a law enforcement officer what just happened.
I don't know what his conversation with.
Yeah, I suppose it's difficult under these circumstances because the victim is also the parent, and I don't know that you abandon your kid just because your kid's difficult. And then as far as group home, I have not, I don't know. A group home, I do not know. I'm going to reserve on that one because if he's set on doing stuff to people, you definitely don't want him doing things to other people's families. So, yeah.
What Corporal Rentis was, ma'am.
Did you interview Collin?
When you say interview, do you mean did I get a sworn statement from him?
Did you just ask him about what happened?
I had briefly talked to him, yes, initially.
And he told you that his mom punched him before he threw her off of him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the other deputies who responded, it wasn't like you just went there, said, talk to you, everything matches, so we're arresting him. You were there for hours, right?
I don't recall exactly how long we were there, but it was not an in and out situation.
Right. And do you remember your supervisor on scene, Joella Moore, saying she never knows how to read Catherine Griffith?
I do not recall that statement.
But it's on body camera, right? Okay. Speaking of body camera footage, you had one on your person that night, correct?
Correct.
And it was running the whole time you were there?
Correct.
Have you reviewed it since you found out you were going to have to testify?
I reviewed it when I initially spoke with someone from the state's attorney's office.
Okay. So you interviewed Susan Detman, the grandmother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you know that her statement did not exactly match what Kathy Griffith told you, right?
Their statements seem to coincide with each other and align.
That's what your opinion was, right?
That is basically what I wrote in my report, ma'am, yes.
Right. But what about what's on body camera footage?
Okay, Brooklyn, can you elaborate this a little bit? Are you saying that the officers chose to look the other way, or are you saying that the officers thought that there's no way that the mother would have punched Collin first?
That she had told me that they were having a conversation at the dinner table, and that Catherine told her son that she wanted to take away his Xbox and his cell phone so that she could only send and receive text messages. And
Yeah, but Fever, was he happy though? I mean, he took his father out. There's no dispute. There's no dispute about that. So he took his father out. What if he ends up in a group home? And I mean, group homes are just problematic overall. I don't know. I've just dealt with I've dealt with some clients that were in group home situations, and those just don't seem to be good places for everybody. Okay. All right, Brooklyn.
Make phone calls, and that they had pretty much both decided that he wasn't going to go on their family vacation.
And then Susan also told you that as Kathy was reading him the riot act, that Collin stood up and said,
Oh no, we'll get into the father. Let's get into the father. I'll make a note. Let's get into the father once we get to the very end of this case.
let's do this.
Correct.
Right?
They both told me that.
Okay. But then Susan says she didn't see what happened next because she was going for her phone to call Corporal Rentis herself, right?
So Susan had pretty much told me that once he stood up and said, let's do this, that she stepped away to go and get her phone. And by the time she came back, they were on the floor. And the only thing that I have between that time period is both what Collin had told me he advised happened and then also what his mother had said.
Right. And Collin told you that his mother punched him in the face.
Correct. Collin had told me his mother had punched him in the face, but when we were on scene, I did not see any bruisings, marking, or swelling, or any indication that he had been struck in the face by any object.
This is a trained officer. Let's go back. This is a trained officer, a trained witness, baby.
Collin had told me he advised happened, and then also what his mother had said.
Right. And Collin told you that his mother punched him in the face.
Correct. Collin had told me his mother had punched him in the face, but when we were on scene, I did not see any bruisings, marking, or swelling, or any indication that he had been struck in the face by any object.
It is possible to get punched and not have redness, swelling, bruising, correct?
I guess anything's possible, ma'am.
Right. You're not a doctor.
I am not, no.
Highly
So
unlikely.
Susan did not tell you the same thing that Kathy did because Kathy said, I never touched him. He's just being a brat because I took away his stuff. Right?
Correct. The grandmother and mother had both pretty much told me.
Yeah, I suppose there are some success stories out of group homes, right? That I've just not seen. I have not seen them. The folks that I had that I represented that were in group homes kind of seemed as if the environment amplified, some of their conduct.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you please rephrase the
Yeah.
question?
My main point is that you made it sound like Kathy and Susan completely agreed on what happened, which would indicate to the jury that Susan supported what Kathy said about her not punching Collin. But Susan didn't tell you that, right?
Correct. Susan had told me that they initially got into an argument and their statements were the same up until Collin got up and said, let's do this. At that point in time, the grandmother advised she was not present and did not see what happened from the time frame that he got up and said, let's do this, until she came back and they were already both on the floor.
Both on the floor. Now, Collin was quite forthcoming with you, right? When you talked to him, your interaction?
So I had talked to him initially, briefly, and then when I went to go and get a sworn statement from him, he advised that he wanted to speak.
I'm going to stop you right there. He was talking on the phone to Corporal Rentis the whole time he was sitting in the car, correct?
Correct. He was sitting in the back of the car.
And anytime an officer walked up to him, they could capture his face and his voice and whatever he was saying on camera, right?
We had our body cameras on.
Right. So that's a yes?
Yes.
So Collin says his mom punched him and he defended himself by kneeing her and throwing her to the ground, right?
That is what he stated, yes.
And that's on body cam.
Yes.
Okay. And then Kathy says, I never punched him.
So Fiva said he was a little bad, okay? Just a little bad. Not a lot. Just a little bit. Okay. All right. Yeah, typically it's rare for a mother to do that. No matter how challenging it is to raise that kid, it's rare.
Right? And Susan says, I don't know what happened. She may have punched him because I wasn't there when that happened.
Correct.
Okay. You all chose to believe Kathy over Collin, correct?
Based on the evidence that we had seen to coincide with the two different stories and with what the grandmother had told us from the different points in time that she was there, it appeared that the mother and the grandmother had similar stories, or from what time periods they were both there together, that matched. And like I said, based on the physical evidence of injuries that the mother had and the son's lack thereof, that was where the evidence led us to go.
So, your body cam would also show the alleged injuries to Kathy, right?
Yes.
And when you're, I know you were still in training, but I am sure you have learned, if not before then,
Crazy.
that when there's a domestic
She's saying he was not
incident and allegations from both sides about what may have happened, knowing the family history is important, correct?
The like family dynamic between mother and
Right.
son. Yes.
And maybe prior acts of violence on either side. Is that important to know too?
Towards each other.
Yeah, or towards anybody.
So once we had placed Collin under arrest, we did check to see if he had any previous arrests for domestic violence or battery, and we did not find anything.
Right, but you found some for Kathy, right?
For domestic violence?
Mm-hmm.
As the victim, I did not go into her background and check to see her criminal history, as she was a victim in this case.
So you weren't aware that she has been arrested for domestic violence battery on another family member before?
No, I am not.
Would that have made a difference to you in how you approach this case?
No, ma'am, it would not.
And are you aware that
Your Honor, I will object to anything further about.
Okay, so Brooklyn is saying that, oh no, I hope they don't show the body camera from the incident. Why is that? Which incident? Like the killing or the battery that this officer's testifying?
Subject matter like that, that's irrelevant to what he was doing.
So are you aware that Kathy Griffith had been arrested before for stabbing her then husband?
That is
No, I'm not.
crazy.
Are you aware that she was also alleged to have burned him with a terrarium heat lamp?
What
And that
the
she was for
hell?
stabbing her then husband?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that she was also alleged to have burned him with a terrarium heat lamp in that same incident?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith was on videotape shown to law enforcement and a DCF investigator driving her car and pinning her then husband to the house?
What the hell?
Between the car and the house in front of her children?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you're not aware that the incident where she stabbed her then husband and burned him with a lamp was also in front of her children?
No, I'm not. As I had said earlier, I have no previous interaction with either one of those individuals or knowledge about their previous history.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith had threatened to kill multiple members of her then ex-husband's girlfriend?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you aware that she was actually contacted by law enforcement on her way to their home in Homestead?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware that she was on an audio recording saying she was going to kill all three of them?
What?
I'm not aware of that, no.
With her gun?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware that she has pulled a gun and threatened Collin in the past?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
And that happened in Charlotte County just 2 months before this?
I'm not aware of that incident, nor did I have any involvement in that case.
And are you aware that Kathy Griffith had pulled a gun and threatened to kill her mother's husband?
No, I'm not.
What?
Would any of those prior instances, if you had known of them at the time, would they have made a difference in how you treated this case?
So I would personally say no, they would not have made a difference to me because I would have gone into this case as it is a separate incident from things that happened previously. And in this case, you have to treat in different cases or any case, you have to treat different. You can't take other instances into account into how you look into cases.
Collin was taken to jail that night, you said, right?
Yes.
And you claimed that
Brooklyn, it sounds like kids grew up around violence, or at least they've witnessed some instances of violence.
Or you said that Kathy claimed she was afraid of him.
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that the very next morning she insisted on taking him home with her, despite Collin saying, "I'd rather stay in jail than go home with my mom because I'm afraid of what she'll do to me"?
I was not on that call, nor was I aware that that call even came out.
Oh, I got questions for Susan as well. I cannot wait for her to take the
I don't
stand.
have any other questions.
Redirect.
This was good start.
Deputy, are you aware that victims of domestic violence often want their abuser back in their lives?
Yes, that happens often. Usually with domestic violence, obviously it's going to be a family member, whether it's a spouse, child, or something like that. And people do have personal relationships. So after the fact, typically people want to try and reconcile issues and fix things.
Does that sometimes end up very badly for the victim being abused further?
It can, especially when it is situations where it's parents and children.
I like that answer. It can, as opposed to yes, it does. So it shows that he really has no dog in this fight.
Husbands and wives, you'll see situations where you'll have multiple issues of domestic violence, but
Right.
because it's a family member and someone that they love, it continues to happen and they stay with that person.
Does it also unfortunately end in family members murdering each other?
It can end in violence in that nature.
Now, the defense attorney was asking you a lot of the questions. Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Do you know if all or any of the information she was asking about is true or accurate, or what source it's from?
I have no idea of anything that she was asking me because I've had no other involvement with Collin or his mother. And as I had said, I treat that case as its own individual case, as it has no reference to other cases or instances that we've dealt with.
Okay.
Now, the defense attorney was inquiring about you a lot about when she talked about Susan Detman, the grandmother, about the content of her statement. Is it accurate that Susan told you that her daughter was telling Collin that she would be implementing new parenting rules?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And the grandma told you that Collin would be having his Xbox gaming system and cell phone and other items taken away as a disciplinary action due to his behavior.
Yes, that is an accurate statement.
And these are things that Susan said the mother was saying to her son, correct?
Correct. These are things that the grandmother and both the mother had told me in their statements that she was going to take items away due to his behavior for parenting.
And they were so fed up with the defendant that they told him that the Thanksgiving cruise vacation he would no longer be going on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, according to the grandmother and Miss Kathy, the defendant's response was, Collin stood up and said, "Let's just do it."
Correct.
So did you take that to mean he was challenging his mom to a physical fight?
From both the statements that the grandmother and the mother had told me, yes, it sounded like he stood up and basically tried to show body language and intimidate his mother.
The words of
say,
Brock.
okay, if you're going to try and take away my Xbox and my cell phone, then he wanted to have a physical interaction.
So because the mom was trying to discipline and parent her child, the defendant physically did what to his own mom?
So at that point, from basically what the mother had told me, is that he had kneed her in the stomach and thrown her to the ground. And when she went to go and get her cell phone, he stomped on her hand.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Is the witness released?
He is, yeah.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
They had a lot going on. All right, so Fever says that's telling if a child don't want to go home, then there's something going on there. And then Olbag says that, when her sister's ex tried to take her out, her little boy tried to hide whenever the dad came home to pick him up. He cries that he has to go with his dad. I don't understand why you can make a child go. I don't know. Human relations are difficult to always understand. Yep. From the kids, if they're acting up, well, apparently Collin didn't like that, so he took matters into his own hands.
Members of the jury, it's about 10:20. We'll take our mid-morning recess of 15 minutes.
All right, please.
People are so disciplined. We should have taken a recess. We should have taken a mid-afternoon recess, okay? Or early afternoon recess. All right, so Fever dated a woman whose son was so bad no schools in Kingston, New York wanted that boy in their school because he was really something to deal with. I swear on everything. It's challenging. Raising kids that aren't your own can be challenging a lot of times. So I don't know what's going on with the court. Are they waiting?
Talk about it, I'm afraid. Words.
And for foster.
Come on.
And I would say would not be able to say that when he was talking about.
Okay, I went too far. I went too far. There ain't nobody wanted the boy. What happened? Did you break up with another because of the son?
With the Charlotte County
Where's the boy now, if you know?
Sheriff's Office. And I wanted to inquire from the court and ask permission for her to be able to say one of the things that she had mentioned before at the prior hearing we had. And that was the defendant telling her, as it pertains.
Show me the receipts, Fever. I want a real lawyer at gmail.com. Send me screenshots.
To the prior killing. He made a statement to her that when he was talking about killing his mom in the future, he mentioned that he's killed before and he could kill again. It would be my intention to ask Your Honor for her to be allowed to say that, as it would
I
not.
don't know. How old is the boy now? And let me see. I'm trying to think. Kingston, New York, Kingston, New York. I'm trying to think of a county. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank.
Be contrary to the court's ruling, she would not be saying, and she did not say that the defendant said that in the context of his dad, and she would not be able to say that anything about him killing his dad here at trial. But I would ask for permission to be able to ask that question.
There we go.
And
I had to look up
Your Honor's ruling.
I had to look up Kingston, New York. I remember I had to look it up. It's Ulster. It's in Ulster County. And there was a very bad case there was a terrible case out of Kingston. I think this is 2025. So this was around, it's not 24, it's definitely not 23. Must have been around 2021 or 2022. There was a terrible case out of there where an attorney that worked out of the district attorney's office, her family, her kin, I don't remember if it was the attorney's, it was not a grandkid. I don't know if it was a cousin or a sibling or something along those lines. But she ended up taking out some family members. I just remember it was a woman. Yeah, very, very disturbing, very disturbing. Brooklyn says, how can a public school deny the kid without following up on him? I don't know, Brooklyn. Okay. Viva said, I got you. I want a real lawyer at gmail.com. Next to Poughkeepsie and Middletown. No, I had to look up a county. Albany.
And when it's already come in regarding that.
And I would object to that, Judge. It implies something that it's a true statement if he acted in self-defense, right? but the statement alone, without getting into details such as it was self-defense, make it extremely prejudicial. And I think that the prejudicial effect of it would substantially outweigh any probative value. So it's a 403 argument.
Remind me what the context of this conversation was in which the statement was made. What was going on?
She was talking to him about, it was one of the times when he needed to be at home instead of somewhere else, and I don't remember which place it was, if it was the jail or the psychiatric facility or foster care. But it was him again saying, I don't want to go home with my mom, I'm afraid of what she might do, and I could hurt her. In response, basically, I killed before and I know I could do it again.
All right, at 1 p.m., we're going to take a 10-minute break, okay? We're going to take a 10-minute break. I need to go see what my daughter's doing.
Once again, there's a whole host of interpretations that if it's allowed in, I would feel obligated to go into, that could mean self-defense too, correct? Which opens a can of worms.
Is it?
Dang!
Conversation
What's happening?
Mr. Griffith was talking about defending himself.
I believe so, yes.
The words themselves. I know there's been some
This
talk
was,
about I'm afraid of what she'll do and then what I'll do. Is it that sort of give and take that's going on there?
I believe so, yes. But I could be wrong. There was one deputy who testified, and it might have been Welch, who said that it was not a conditional statement.
Yeah,
That was Welch.
It was Welch?
Yes.
Okay, so I remembered it correctly.
There are
That
set.
was our hearing. I have notes. I just
14th and 15th, I think, of January, or maybe the 13th and the 14th.
Yeah, I think it was the 14th and 15th.
So what are we talking about?
The incident. All right, so my notes reflect this was the incident at Charlotte Behavioral Health when he was being released.
Okay.
And I don't have verbatim notes, but she testified that the CAD notes said that he didn't feel safe to go home. When the witness got to the facility, Mr. Griffith approached, said he didn't feel safe to go home or how he'd handle it. She said initially he didn't seem to meet criteria. She asked him why he didn't feel safe or how he didn't feel safe. And he said he would do something to his mother or
No, Fever. Kingston is in Ulster County.
grandmother. She asked him what he meant. And he said he would throw them out of the car or shoot or stab them. He said he's done it before and would do it again. Asked what he meant. He said he shot his dad and he didn't want to go with either one of them. And then he was Baker acted again. So
The deputy knows that if Your Honor rules it admissible, she knows and understands that she will not mention that he killed his dad. I would ask Your Honor to allow me to ask that question for her to answer that question, as it would be consistent with your ruling. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Thornhill, anything additional?
Nothing additional.
Homeschool. I know. How old is the boy right now, Fever?
I have a transcript also. if you-
Yeah, see that? I'm sure it's better than my notes.
Well, your notes sound pretty darn good. Here's the very beginning. It's not very long.
A normal attorney. I'm gonna skip. No, but I want to hear the ruling.
Bryson Thornhill. I recognize the statement can be interpreted multiple ways, but isn't that the point? I mean, it is a statement of future potential intent, action that I think can be interpreted as self-defense, but it can be interpreted as not self-defense. I because nothing in there says anything directly about being afraid of his mother or his grandmother, because he speaks about his grandmother. It just says and specifically his statement is, I'm afraid of how I'll handle the situation. Not, I'm afraid of my mother. I'm afraid I'll be attacked and what I'll do in response. It's, I'm afraid of how I'll handle the situation if you send me home, which is probative on the issue of premeditation, intent, so forth. So I am going to allow it. And it is out there that he's killed in the past. So
That's
I
crazy.
understand. And let me ask you this then. Would I be running afoul or opening the door if I asked Deputy Welch about one possible interpretation of that is I've acted in self-defense before and I know I could do it again?
opening the door to what?
To any of the Oklahoma stuff.
Mr. Levine, what's your position on that?
I think it would be opening door, Your Honor.
I don't know why you would, I mean,
I don't think
that's a
it is.
question I think you would ask the jury during your closing argument. What does that mean? The witness's opinion of what that could mean is neither here nor there, is it?
I mean, we've had lots of opinions from officers about how they handle.
All right, so we hear that, Fiva, as far as the incident out of Oklahoma where this kid killed his father, he basically said that he was acting in self-defense. In this case, he's also claiming that he was acting in self-defense.
Investigations and what's usual and things like that.
And the ones I've heard objected to.
So, Olbag, the prosecution wants to ask an officer about a statement that Collin made to the officer, okay? The defense does not want the officer to bring in the statement. The judge just read the statement. The statement was something about, Collin being afraid of how he would react in the, is my mic connected? Hold on. Hello? Okay. So the statement was Collin being afraid about how he would react in the, not necessarily. The statement is that Collin was basically telling the officer that he has killed once before and he was afraid that he would kill again. Okay. That was the statement. The defense does not want that statement in, which makes sense because, again, the jury could draw an inference that if this kid has killed once before, he could likely do it again. So the defense wants clarity on how far they can go in cross-examination, okay? The reason why they want clarity is because if the defense opens up the door to the killing in Oklahoma, then the prosecution can make it very clear to the jury that this kid killed his father in the past. So that's what they're arguing about. All right. Okay, that has done it before. Right, Brooklyn. Ooh, Callie, you missed a lot, girl. I don't even know if I can recap. But so far, just a regular testimony, nothing out of the ordinary. Everybody's well behaved. So Fiva says, because it sounds like that, and the officer and the state didn't do anything to help him, or they probably did not believe him. Are you talking about him being Baker acted, or are you referring to the charge? I wanted to say charges out of Oklahoma, the killing of his father. Yeah, if he told y'all I killed and I might kill again, that's something you take seriously. But you know, um, in this case, though, the defense they properly argued for the jury not to know the identity of who he killed. And by them cross-examining on the subject, they could potentially open up the door for the prosecution to make it apparent that he killed his father.
If you notice, it's been sustained.
Yes,
So,
that's fine. I won't go any further.
right. I'm not saying it opens the door or what it might open the door to, but I just don't think it's relevant what they think that could mean.
Okay.
So
And noted for future objections as well.
now, sometimes those opinions might be admissible.
I understand.
If it's within their area of expertise and it's relevant to an issue in the case, but much of what I've heard, well, all of what you've objected to, I've sustained.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may have just a
So-
brief moment to.
Let me ask a question though.
Yes.
Well, you're going to tell her not to say anything about that it was the father or a relative. I mean,
Yes.
that was part of my order.
Yes, I've told her I'm going to tell her again based upon the court's ruling.
All right.
All right, thank you. That'll just take a minute because she's outside.
All right. You say they do everything by the books out there in Polk County. Are they back? See, how long does it testify for?
Good morning, Deputy Welch. May you please enter?
Okay, so after Welch testifies, we're going to take a quick intermission, okay?
Introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name.
Yep, I'm Deputy Carrie Welch, Keriwelch.
And where do you work?
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
Obag says that what is interesting is that a kid keeps trying to get away from the mom and she keeps following him. I mean, he's still a minor, right? Yeah, still a minor. Viva says this case might come out with a documentary movie or on Criminal Minds. I don't doubt it. I think for sure this is one of those cases that I'm pretty sure somebody already wrote a book.
Experience.
So I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 6 years. In that time, I do annual training with the Sheriff's Office, but I was also part of the mental health unit. So I did some crisis intervention training and extra training for de-escalation and things of that nature.
Okay.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the defendant in this case. Did you have an opportunity to come in contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith,
Brooklyn, I don't
around
think
September
you just did
19th
that.
of 2023?
Yes.
Describe to the jury how that came about.
Once you open the door, it's wide open. You cannot shut it. So
I was called to our Charlotte Behavioral Center, which is our center for crisis and addiction services. I was called there for the defendant.
So Fiva says the problem is sending the kid back to the mother as opposed to putting him in a group home or something along those lines.
Being released from the facility, and they didn't feel that he was ready to be released. He was saying that he didn't want to go home.
What happened next when you arrived there?
When I arrived, I spoke with the defendant, and he...
So Obag is saying that he did not stab the mom while she was asleep. She's the one that went over to the granny's home. It doesn't matter. She had no weapons on her.
Made several statements about wanting to harm his mother and grandmother if he were to go back into their custody.
No.
And those several statements that he made about harming his mom and grandmother, what specifically did he say?
He specifically said that he had, or something along the lines of that he had done it before and that he would do it again, and said that he would either push them out of a car, stab them, or shoot them.
That's crazy.
Were you concerned when he said this?
Absolutely.
As a result of that, what did you do?
I placed him under a Baker Act for protective custody and sent him back to the facility.
And tell the jury a little bit about what does that mean that you placed him under a Baker Act?
So Baker Act is for anyone that has
Yeah, old bag. It does sound like you have a point, but I don't know that you kill mom though.
mental illness or mental instability, someone that can cause harm to themselves or others.
What's up,
Now,
Benji?
when the defendant mentioned those 3 different ways in which he could kill his
You did not miss much. It's just regular testimony, nothing out of the ordinary, really.
grandma and or mom, and he said he's done it before, what was he referring to that he had done what before?
No, you do raise a good point. You raise a good point.
Yeah.
Do you need clarification?
Yes.
All right.
I mean, if anything, there is no doubt that the whole family was estranged. So I wonder if Kathy thought that Susan was coming between her son and her. That's just a consideration.
Both approach, please.
Come on.
Mr. Levine, rephrase your question.
Thank you. Deputy Welch, when you said that the defendant said he had done it again, he had done it before and could do it again, was he specifically referring to he had killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's different now. I just it's again, it's not about me. I do not know that I've raised a hand. Not even just my parents at an adult. Okay, that is not something you would do. But I don't know. It's different. It's
Strange. Back on September 19th, when you came into contact with Collin Griffith, that was at Charlotte Behavioral Health Center?
Yes.
And
I see why Fiva calls me ma'am.
were you aware he had been in that facility under a Baker Act hold for several days leading up to your encounter with him?
I don't know how long, but he was in the facility prior, yes.
And are you aware of what caused him to be placed in that facility initially?
No.
Collin told you multiple times that he didn't feel safe going home, correct?
Correct.
And when he said, I don't feel safe at home, you all kept saying, well, if you don't give me something specific, you're going to go home. I mean, he wanted to stay in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes, he didn't feel safe. Correct.
And Sergeant Schneider was there with you?
No.
At some point? No? This is separate from Sergeant Schneider? What time, if you know, was Collin supposed to be released from the Baker Act facility to go home with his mom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you responded to the facility hours after his release was supposed to happen?
I don't recall.
Do you remember going there at one point, finding that he didn't meet criteria to be re-Baker Acted, and then having to go back at another point?
No.
No? Okay. It just, there's some times on your reports that indicates you responded at both 6 and at midnight. Did I misread that?
Yeah, I don't recall going twice, just once.
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do not.
Is it possible you went more than once?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So Collin is saying, I want to stay here. I don't want to go home. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home. Because he said it multiple times, right?
Correct.
And Y'all kept saying, you gotta go home, you gotta go home, because you didn't think he met the criteria to be re-Baker acted, right?
Correct.
And then finally he said the magic words that got him re-Baker acted, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, once he said,
Funny.
I'm afraid I'll hurt or kill my mom or my grandma, you guys immediately put him back in the facility, right?
Oh, back
Absolutely, it's a homicidal statement.
Right. And that appeared to be his goal the whole time, was to get put back in the facility rather than going home with mom or
I don't.
grandma.
Callie, I do not quite remember the mom having, or at least if that's the case, the evidence does not yet show that the mother suffered from mental illness. That's probably going to be a defense case, right? Because that would be the prosecution. There's no way they would put that in their evidence. The only thing that I remember from opening statement is that Kathy was Baker acted at one point. At one point, she was Baker acted. And she does have a history of drug use, though, so that could play into it.
I don't know what his intention was.
1 second.
Right. She had kids when she was pretty young. Well, she had one kid when she was young. No, I mean, even for Collin, because my math is off. I disconnected Alexa, but I have a calculator here. I believe she was 39 when she passed, and Collin was 17. So she had Collin at 22. Yeah, Eva does raise a good point. Oh, I suppose that's actually the biggest aspect that you missed, Callie and Benji. So during cross-examination, there's an officer, I don't remember his name, but he had half a bang, according to OBAG. And during cross-examination, it came out, it didn't really come out. It was more so the defense attorney asking questions that the officer was not aware of these facts or the circumstances. But apparently, there was an instance where Kathy stabbed her ex-husband in front of the kids, and then she pretty much pinned him between the car and some other structure in front of the kids. So she appeared to have had violent tendencies.
And Deputy Welch, is it a fair statement that the defendant...
A jury consultant, why? Why, old bag? Yeah, she was a child as well. And that's the thing, I don't know, was it from an older person, another kid? Where was the mother?
In reference to killing his mom or his grandma said, I will kill my mom?
Yes.
So it wasn't dependent on anything, it was, I will kill my mom?
That's correct.
And when you asked him how that would happen, his response was throw them out of the car, shoot or stab?
Yes.
That was one of them.
And is that when he said that he killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further.
Is this witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Fiva says he had a child at 17. So no, Fiva, nobody said that. Fiva, what are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, let's take a break. It's 1:22 p.m. Eastern time. Let's return it's 1:12. What am I saying? It's 1:12 p.m. Let us reconvene at 1:22. I just need to I need to take a break, all right? So I will say back at 1:22 p.m. All right. Okay, Benji. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Really 9. All right. I am back. Let's see. Am I still? Yeah, I'm still connected. I am still connected. I'm here. And my co-counsels are not. Okay. So Fiva said, no, what's Fiva saying? Benji told me to take my time. Olbag said no fever, but it's interesting because it's unusual to get pregnant at 13. Okay, Olbag. All right, let's proceed. Excuse me.
Next witness.
Shouldn't we just do her?
The state will call Detective Lacey Zenoniani with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
A lot.
Go ahead, raise your right hand this morning by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Swear. You want your stuff? Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective, if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Lacey Ziniani, juvenile detective with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
All right.
Could you spell your name for the record?
Zenioniani.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been employed in law enforcement for 5 years.
All right.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
My training and experience started on road patrol for my first 3 years, and I have currently been in this position for 2.
And the position you're in as a juvenile detective, what does that mean?
So my position focuses on juvenile intervention and working with the youth within our county.
Okay.
My unit focuses on working with juveniles who are at risk. I also monitor our juveniles who are on probation and try to lead them into a successful pathway, as well as working with our runaways and just any juvenile who is experiencing issues or trouble at home.
All right.
How did you come into contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith?
I came into contact with the defendant after the initial incident that occurred. It was forwarded to me for intervention purposes.
What were your goals then when you got involved in the defendant's life?
Our goals were to implement intervention and work with the family to assist them with resources and guide them to a successful pathway.
Would you have interaction with not only the defendant, but also his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant's grandmother, Susan Detman?
Yes.
Grandma.
And was that both in person and on the phone?
Yes.
Describe to the jury the accessibility part of your relationship to the mom and the defendant.
So I spoke with the mom and the defendant very often. My role was to be available to them, again, for resources. So we would sometimes speak daily, sometimes speak multiple times a day. Whenever they needed to call, I was there to answer and assist with whatever they needed.
On the day that Kathy Griffith died, did she contact you or try to contact you?
I had yes, prior to she contacted me via phone.
And was that a text message or a phone call, do you recall?
It would have been both.
And you responded to her at some point on that same day?
Yes.
Was she alive to answer that phone call?
Yes.
Or, I mean, did she answer that phone call?
I don't know, bro.
Yes.
Towards the end of the day, did you ever call or text her and she didn't respond to you?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you give us kind of like a time frame, the general month and year to the general month and year of when you would have been in the defendant and his mom's life?
Excuse me.
Roughly, we began intervention back in September of 23. And that would have ended September of 24, I believe.
You did what?
Did the defendant ever make statements to you or in your presence that concern you about the violence he wanted to inflict upon his mom?
Yes.
And what do you remember him saying?
I don't recall specifics, but there were comments that if he returned home or back into the residence with his mom, that he wouldn't be able to control what had happened or that he would harm her.
When you say he wouldn't be able to control what would happen, do you mean how he would act?
Yes.
Did he say anything more than harm her? In terms of, did he say he would hurt her or kill her or anything specific?
There were comments that he would kill her.
And did he say to you or in your presence on more than one occasion that he would kill her?
Yes.
And did he make those statements that he would kill his mom on different dates?
Yes.
What type of time period do you think he made those statements in terms of how many days, weeks, or months of a time period did he repeatedly say he would kill his mom?
I don't know any specifics, but it was often that the comments were made.
Often.
It was the defendant made those statements often?
Yes.
And when he would make those statements, what would be your response?
We would just try to work through with him and mentor him about the opportunities that he had for his future and how to work through the situations at hand. And the
I don't know. I have questions about that response because, I'm no licensed psychologist or therapist, but I think this kid sounded like he needed actual help beyond just talking to him and telling him everything will be okay.
Consequences that would result from those comments.
Brooklyn.
Did it appear that he would get angry when
Brooklyn said, "Oh gosh, I hope she loses her job." Yeah, I don't know. This response, just talking through No, this is not a school counselor. I forgot her role. Not a school counselor though. She's part of law enforcement, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know. We'll go back. We'll skip back after a testimony to get her real role.
mom would try to take away his video games and cell phone and things of that nature?
Yes.
Was that a reoccurring source of discontent on the defendant's part?
Yes.
Now, besides providing help to Collin and attention to Collin Griffith, did you also provide that to his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, we did.
Was she receptive to doing what you told her to do?
In the beginning.
Angie, why are you trying to get rid of your new, I don't know, your roommate?
She would act like she was receptive, but would go against.
Name her yet?
What was being discussed.
Okay, in what way? Not good. Hold on. Let's take down this timestamp. And what were you guys discussing?
Was she receptive to doing what you told her to do?
In the beginning, she would act like she was receptive, but would go against what was being discussed.
In what way?
And would she basically give in to cater to the defendant's desires?
Yes.
Do you think?
I guess, I don't know. This talking counselor, apart from talking to Collin, they basically told mother not to cave in. And I suppose mother caved in.
She was being, would give in too much and be too soft on him at times?
At times, yes.
Now, from those many months that you interacted with the family, was it clear to you that she loved Collin and wanted him to be around her?
Yes.
Sheesh.
Did she understand the
Oh,
danger to her
wow.
life having the defendant around?
But they're more in the nest. Is that what you're saying? I'm pretty sure you could just move the nest, or maybe you can't. I don't know.
Yes.
Did she know that he had explicitly said he would kill her?
Yes, she made a comment to me that she was willing to accept her faith if that gave her more time with her son.
Meaning she was willing to die at the hands of the defendant as long as she had more time to spend with him?
Yes.
I don't know. This is, hold on. She said, wait, what?
Yes,
Oh.
she made a comment to me that she was willing to accept her faith if that gave her more time with her son.
Meaning she was willing to die at the hands of the defendant as long as she had more time to spend with him?
Yes.
What? I don't know.
Now, getting to know
Maybe she saw it coming. I don't know.
the family a little bit, did you become aware that there were also good times between the defendant and his mom?
Yes, the family frequently went on vacations such as Disney cruises. They went on multiple cruises together and other family trips.
Would they both tell you about going to the movies or having movie passes to be able to go to the movies together?
They thoroughly enjoyed going to the movies together.
Whatever flaws Kathy might have had, was she trying to be a good mom?
I believe at the time she was doing her best, yes.
From your observations over that many month period, did the defendant have respect for his mom and her rules?
No.
All right, Detective, I don't have any further questions for you.
Oh, wow.
Cross.
Good morning.
Morning.
Detective Zanoniani.
Zanoniani.
You talked a little bit about your role in the juvenile division. It's sort of a special role in the sheriff's office, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, there's her
Because
role.
you're doing your best to intervene to help families make it through a difficult adolescent period often.
Yes.
And the resources that you provide, which is your job, right, is for both parents and the kids.
Yes.
So it's not limited to just the kids or just the parents.
Well, it mainly focuses on the juvenile itself, but taking it an extra step further to make sure the parents have what they need to follow through thoroughly, yes.
And sometimes problems that children appear to have are related to their parents or how they were parented.
Yes.
Is that fair? Obviously, you got to know Kathy and Collin Griffith pretty well here over the year that you were involved, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you need to answer out loud so the court reporter
Yes.
can take it down. Did you also get to know Susan Detman?
Yes.
And as part of your job in getting to know the
I don't know,
family and the
Benji.
dynamics, because that's
You might
important
have
too,
to
right?
rehome them.
Yes.
You came to learn quite a bit about everyone's background, right?
Yes.
Okay, especially Kathy.
Yes.
And did you actually seek out information about Kathy's past in your efforts to provide resources to both her and to Collin?
In the beginning, yes.
So you became aware of some prior involvement that Kathy had with DCF, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in most, if not all of those prior DCF involvements, it involved Kathy being violent or aggressive towards other family members.
Yes.
And many of her actions that caused DCF to become involved were committed in front of her children.
Most of them that I recall, yes.
And in fact, her kids were taken away from her, were sheltered from her at times, correct?
I don't recall those specifics, but
Would it surprise you?
no.
And you're also aware that Kathy had been arrested before,
Yes.
specifically for an incident that involved her stabbing her then husband in front of 10-year-old Collin.
Yes.
What?
And also, there were other incidences where Kathy committed violence upon her then husband in front of the children.
Yes.
So you're aware of the car pinning incident, which I call it,
Yes.
where she drives her car and pins her then husband to the house with her car still running. He can't escape,
crazy.
right?
Yes.
And her older son, Christopher, had to go and yell and beat on the car and tried to get a baseball bat to break through the windows to finally get his mom to release her then husband from.
I don't recall those very specifics, but I do recall minor details of the report, yes.
And you're also aware that Kathy Griffith had, well, let me say it this way. The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office responded a lot to Kathy's home. Is that fair?
Yes.
And one of those times involved, didn't actually happen at her home, but she had threatened to kill her then ex-husband's girlfriend's family. Are you aware of that?
I don't recall specifics on those details.
Okay, so you don't recall
Yeah.
Charlotte County Sheriff's deputy contacting her and getting her, trying to convince her to turn around from going to Homestead to kill the 3 members of the family?
I don't recall that, no.
What about an incident when Kathy claimed that someone had committed a crime upon her and called law enforcement? Are you aware of any of those instances?
Yes.
So, for example, you're aware that Kathy claimed that her then husband's paramour had strangled Kathy,
Wait,
and that she
what?
had video proof of this woman strangled paramour had strangled Kathy, and that she had video proof of this woman strangling her.
I believe I recall something similar, but again, I don't recall specific details on those.
But the takeaway from all that is that Kathy called police claiming that she had been strangled by someone else, but the video proof she had was clear that it was Kathy strangling herself. Do you remember that?
What on earth? Wait, what? I don't know. So what?
Kathy, and that she had video proof of this woman strangling her.
I believe I recall something similar, but again, I don't recall specific details on those.
But the takeaway from all that is that Kathy called police claiming that she had been strangled by someone else, but the video proof she had was clear that it was Kathy strangling herself. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Yeah.
Would you say that
right, Viva.
Kathy, in your interactions with her, definitely wanted her things to go her way, or she was not going to have it?
Yes.
So sort of her way or the highway.
Yes.
It's also fair to say that she really, really, really wanted Collin to stay with her.
Yes. Really wants.
She knew that Collin did not want to live with her, correct?
Yes.
She knew that he had said he didn't feel safe with her, right?
Yes.
And she still wanted him there at all costs.
Yes.
Even despite the things that you all told her he said.
Yes.
In your opinion, as somebody who provides intervention for families either in turmoil or distress, or if there's been an arrest, do you think it was a good idea for Collin and Kathy to live together?
We did everything we could as far as intervention purposes, working alongside of our mental health unit and with DCF, and that was the decision that was made.
Who made it?
DCF returned him back to his home. We had resources we could implement in the time being to help guide them. I can't speak on who made it specifically.
But
I don't know, Fever, why do you think the mother was getting an SSI check? Where'd you get that information from?
Personal opinion.
I'm confident that we did everything we could.
Girl,
on who made it. We could. DCF returned him to the side of our mental. We did everything.
Been an arrest. Do you think it was a good idea for Collin and Kathy to live together?
We did everything we could as far as intervention purposes, working alongside of our mental health unit and with DCF, and that was the decision that was made.
Who made it?
DCF returned him back to his home. We had resources we could implement in the time being to help guide them. I can't speak on who made it specifically.
But your personal opinion.
I'm confident that we did everything we could. I don't know that I feel comfortable giving my
If it
personal
had been
opinion.
your decision, you would not have
Yes.
allowed them to live together, correct?
Correct.
For both of their safety.
Yes.
Including Collin's safety from what Kathy might do to him.
Both.
Yes. And sort of along that same vein, Kathy, in just the year that you knew her, was suicidal several times.
There were several suicide incidences, yes.
So when you say instances, it's not just her saying she's suicidal. She actually attempted suicide several times that you are personally aware of.
Yes.
So overdosing on oxycodone, for instance.
Yes.
Mixing it with alcohol.
Yes.
Are you aware of a time when she had a gun in her hand but had become so incoherent from the pills that she luckily didn't?
Yes.
She even posted things sometimes about wanting to kill herself.
I never had access and or viewed her social media accounts to answer that.
But safe to say that at times she really wanted to die.
Yes.
And went beyond just saying it, but actually tried to.
Yes.
On September 11th or 12th of 2023, so right when you first became involved with Collin and Kathy, did you speak with Collin about why you'd gotten involved? About why the sheriff's office was, talking to them?
Yes.
And he told you that time that his mom had pulled a gun on him, right?
Yes.
And that she had pointed at him and threatened to shoot him?
Yes.
Or herself, or both?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he gave you a lot of details about what all she said to him.
He gave a lot of details to the initial responding deputies who took the report, who would have had everything. I followed up the next day for intervention purposes, not mainly focusing on that, but figuring out how we can help them moving forward.
And
yeah, I agree, Callie. I do not know that Florida handled the issue properly. I don't know that they're equipped either, because according to this juvenile interventionist, they just talked to him and they were supposed to solve everything. Okay, Fiva says nowhere. SOI, it just sounds like it because people do that, and I've been around a few women that just wanted the kid for a check. I'm being honest, I seen it. And then Fiva says she had to pay for them pills. If she don't have no mental health issues, it's no way she's getting them from a therapist. Yeah, as far as why she wanted Collin, and here's the thing. Collin used to live with a father in Oklahoma, and there were child custody proceedings going on, and obviously those ended when Collin killed his father because as the surviving parent, Collin was awarded to her. So I don't know. She clearly wanted the son.
I mean, what he said happened is not unfathomable given Kathy's past, right?
No.
And I don't know, to qualify for SSI, because when I worked for legal aid, I used to represent people on SSI. There's a criteria that you actually have to meet. Him being a minor is not enough. There'd have to be a mental health component to it. And it's not just that. Pretty much Kathy would have to be dirt poor in order for, in order for the son to even qualify for SSI benefits.
And you're aware that Kathy actually had a gun in her home at that time.
Yeah.
Based on the information of the initial call, it was assumed there was a gun in the home, but she denied it being in there. There was no way for us to
The
prove it.
baby's so funny. So apparently, Thornhill sounds like me. That's funny. I'll take that as a compliment.
If it was in the home or not.
But you found out later that there had been a gun in the home, right?
Several months later, yes.
Yeah. And so she lied to you about that.
Yes.
And she convinced everybody that she had never done such a thing, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that she actually admitted to her own mother that she had pulled a gun on Collin?
No.
When you first became involved with Collin and Kathy, Collin was in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes.
And Kathy was not being cooperative with the efforts that everybody was making to make sure that she was safe, that Collin was safe, that things were being done to make sure nothing bad happened to either one of them, right?
Yes.
So, for instance, she wouldn't sign medical release forms for people to be able to communicate about Collin's treatment if any was needed.
That's correct.
And when when Charlotte Behavioral Health Center wanted her permission to try some different medications with Collin, she refused, right?
Yes.
And at that point, he was only 16, right?
Yes.
So she had to make those decisions for him.
Yes.
And in fact, she was so desperate to have Collin back with her, despite everything that happened, that she hired a lawyer to get him released from Charlotte Behavioral Health, right?
Yes.
And that actually happened.
Yes.
But Collin kept saying, I don't feel safe going home. I'm afraid of what she might do to me and then what I'll do in response.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. And then another time, I think it was part of that same episode, Collin actually got placed into a place called Sandy Pines.
Yes.
And what do you know about Sandy Pines?
Sandy Pines is a residential facility on the other coast. Usually your local mental health facility will complete a packet. Our mental health team would be able to answer this a little bit better than I can. But they go through a formal process and send them away to this residential facility to obtain help.
Okay. And your understanding of it is that it's a 60 to 90 day program?
Yes.
And that's designed to get the maximum benefit from
Yes.
it, correct? As opposed to, say, Charlotte Behavioral Health and Baker Act, which is usually just a few days to get someone past
Yes.
whatever acute problem they're having.
Correct.
Kathy checked Collin out of Sandy Pines after 3 days, right?
It was very quickly, yes.
And against medical advice, right?
Yes.
And against your advice.
Against all of our advice, yes.
Everyone's advice.
That's it.
Advice, right? Kathy checked Collin out of Sandy Pines after 3 days, right?
It was very quickly, yes.
And against medical advice, right?
Yes.
And against your advice.
Against all of our advice, yes.
Everyone's advice.
Yes.
All right. So you're checking in regularly with the family on November 12th of 2023. So the night that Collin was arrested for battering his mom. Well, actually, this is the day before. I apologize. There might have been some contact between either you or Corporal Rentis, who is somebody you work with in the
No, Benji, I don't know. I have no idea, but shout out to all public
juvenile
defenders.
division, right? Okay. Corporal Rentis was also very involved with Collin and Kathy,
Yes.
right? In fact, I think you may have told me on another occasion that you had a really close relationship with Kathy.
I don't know. Mom she wanted her son, and that's all she wanted. She wanted that little boy to be in her house.
In terms of you communicated more often with her, but Collin and Corporal Rentis would communicate.
Case, it has serious issues. But then again, that's because the defense is focused on the victim and the victim only.
Communicate most often.
Yes.
So Collin would reach out to Corporal Rentis more often than he reached out to you.
Yes.
But he did reach out to you sometimes.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought I heard something. So on November 12th, so the day before he got arrested, did you have any communication with either Kathy or Collin when he called Rentis and said, I don't feel safe at my home anymore. My mom kicked me out, but now she's calling me a runaway. I don't feel safe with her because she had a gun and she threatened me before.
I don't recall specifics of our phone call because, again, we spoke almost daily, if not every other day, but they would reach out when things would escalate so that we could try to guide them through the process.
Okay, but that particular, you do remember an incident shortly before Collin was arrested for domestic violence battery where his mom kicked him out.
Yes.
And he said, then when she started calling him a runaway, he didn't feel safe going back home because of the gun incident. And law enforcement got involved that day as well.
Yes.
And nobody checked for a gun that day either, right?
I can't speak for who was there.
Okay. But you are aware that Collin actually went with Susan that night.
Yes.
To her house in, I think to her Auburndale house.
Yes.
Okay. And was the recommendation at that point for Collin to stay with Susan for some length of time, or was it kind of up in the air?
He had a good relationship with his grandma, so she was a good divider between the two to keep them separated. So we were just trying to keep them separate for a couple of days until things de-escalated.
Are you aware that Kathy demanded that Susan bring Collin home immediately the next day?
Yes.
On the 13th. Yeah. And were you involved in any of the discussions about that?
I recall speaking with Catherine and advising her to let them stay separate for a couple of days.
But she insisted that Collin be brought back to her home.
Yes.
Are you also aware that she punished Collin for not coming home quickly enough?
I don't recall specific punishment other than taking his gaming equipment away, if that's what you're referring to.
What about corporal punishment? Are you aware of any corporal punishment she inflicted on him?
No.
Really? So not a belt whipping incident?
What do you mean, really? I mean, you asked the question, she answered.
Gaming equipment away, if that's what you're referring to.
What about corporal punishment? Are you aware of any corporal punishment she inflicted on him?
No.
Really? So not a...
I don't know, Fiva. What is that reason? Why do you think she wanted Collin home with her? Callie says, do we know if she had any relationships with her oldest son? From my understanding, based on opening, that kid moved out of the house as soon as, he could leave. I believe he must have been 18 or something along those lines. there's really no mention of this older son, just Collin.
Belt whipping incident.
I don't recall a belt whipping incident.
And speaking of that, if Kathy claimed to Susan, who witnessed the belt whipping, that when Susan said, "Hey, don't do that," and Kathy said, "No, it's okay. Rentis told me I could do it," would that be something you would expect?
That's not
Rentis
something
to-
Corporal Rentes would say.
It's not something he would say?
No.
Okay, so if Kathy said that to Susan, she would have been making it up.
Yes.
Then on the 13th, we know Collin is arrested for the domestic violence battery. And he said that his mom had punched him, and in response to that he kneed her and threw her off of him.
Yes.
Yep. And given Kathy's history, that's not, once again, unfathomable, is it?
No.
On the 14th of November, so the day that Collin got released from the jail, you're aware that he told jail personnel, "I don't want to go home with my mom. Please don't make me go home with my mom. I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid of what she'll do to me and then what I'll do in response."
I wasn't there for that specific situation, so I can't really speak on their behalf.
Are you at least aware that it occurred?
Yeah.
And jail personnel made him go home with his mom.
At the time, again, I wasn't there, so I can't speak on that behalf of what happened there.
Well, Collin's at home with mom when Charlotte County Sheriff's deputies have to respond to the home because the jail, I think, realized maybe that wasn't such a good idea to make him go home with mom and asked them to go check. Were you a part of that?
No.
Going to check? Were you aware of it in any way?
Not at the time, not at the exact time, no.
But you found out about it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that as soon as the sheriff's deputies get there, that Collin is doing standing marches right in front of Kathy, holding weights above his head.
I remember a comment being made about it, but again, I wasn't there during that specific time.
Did you ever speak with any of the deputies who responded to the house that day?
No.
No? Okay. At any rate, you're aware that Collin ended up being Baker acted again on the 14th because he said, "I'm afraid of what my mom will do to me if she comes at me, if she abuses me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. I may hurt her."
Yeah, Fever, it sounds like she may have dabbled in some stuff on a few occasions. I don't know if she did all the time, but we'll hear more about her history from her own mother, who will be testifying for the defense.
That same day, I know you're aware of this because you actually, I think, made the call. Kathy overdosed on medicine, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she ended up in a Baker Act facility on November 14th, 2023.
Yes.
Over the next few months, you're aware of the ups and downs between Kathy and Collin, right?
Yes.
And they went back and forth with who would be taking care of him, to the point where eventually Collin's lawyer, you know who Jeff Rapkin is, right?
Yes.
That was Collin's lawyer for the domestic violence battery.
Yes.
Actually, let me back up then. So on the domestic violence battery charge, it seems that Kathy was a little inconsistent in what she wanted to see happen with that charge. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So sometimes she wanted the book thrown at him, take him away, lock him up, whatever. But then other times she wanted the charges dropped completely.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't always predictable what she would want.
Correct.
More suicide attempts throughout the next few months on Kathy's behalf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, she got Baker acted several times, overdosed more than once.
More than once, yes.
Okay. So during this time, Mr. Ratkin is representing Collin in the domestic violence battery case, and eventually Collin gets put on probation, but that's not until several months later, right?
Yes.
But in the meantime, as Kathy's not sure what she wants to happen, you're aware that both Kathy and Susan signed an agreement to have concurrent custody of Collin, right?
Yes.
And that's called the 751 plan.
Yes.
So both people who are taking on the responsibility or the duty of caring for a child have to sign in front of a notary for that to happen, right?
Yes.
And they have to file the paperwork with the court system.
Yes.
And then eventually a judge either agrees with it and signs an order or says, no, I don't agree with the concurrent custody.
Yes.
In this particular case, you're aware that a judge did sign off on the concurrent custody agreement.
Yes.
So that meant that both Susan and Kathy at any time could be caring for Collin, and it would be legal.
Yes.
They could each make medical decisions for him at any time.
Yes.
And enroll him in school, things like
Yes.
that. And neither one needed the permission of the other to do any of those things.
Correct.
So DCF got involved again in February of 2024. You know what incident I'm talking about?
Can you specify?
Well, it's the time when they actually found a gun in the home, the gun that Kathy claimed wasn't there, and DCF got called out, and Kathy actually claimed that Collin had attacked her and battered her again. Does that incident sound familiar?
I don't recall very specifics. She may have told DCF that, or admitted to DCF at the time that she had a gun in the home, but I wasn't there, so I don't remember specifics.
Actually, I thought maybe you were there. Didn't you find a gun at her home one time?
After the fact, yes.
After what fact?
After working with him for a while, she admitted and willingly gave us the gun to hold into our evidence for everybody's safety.
And when was that?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Specifics.
But after she told you that she didn't have a gun in the home, you went
Yes.
and actually retrieved one.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea if she bought another gun or had another gun or...
No, I mean, I can't speak on what she did.
Okay.
Behind closed doors.
So I'm talking about the incident where Kathy claimed that Collin had battered her. She called law enforcement and tried to get him arrested.
Okay.
And the deputies looked at ring video from the home and determined that that did not happen. Are you aware of that?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And that DCF thought that Collin should stay with Susan or someone else for a while.
Yes.
But Kathy wouldn't allow it.
Correct.
Once again.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other times when Kathy made false allegations?
I mean, she made false allegations on multiple occasions, but unless you ask specifically, I don't recall.
Okay.
Like, what are you referring
No,
to?
I'm just, it's okay. I think you've given the jury a good idea of how trustworthy she was, which is not very, correct?
At times, no.
All right.
Would you say that she was erratic in your experience with her?
I would say she was very undecisive.
So erratic is not a word you'd use. Well, what about the kicking Collin out and then turning around and calling him a runaway because she'd kicked him out? That's pretty erratic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yes.
she did that more than once, right?
Yes.
Including when she knew she had kicked him out and he was with Susan.
Yes.
She'd call him a runaway and...
Yes.
Would you say she was unpredictable?
Yes.
How about manipulative?
Yes.
She manipulated you or tried to manipulate you and other law enforcement officers, right?
I believe they both were, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough. What about sort of self-sabotaging in terms of what she wanted and how
I agree
to
with
accomplish that?
Kelly.
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely a lot of instability. And I'm just trying to figure out if that instability extends to Susan, who is the grandmother, or not.
I want to talk a little bit about Collin's probation terms. So far as you know, he was complying with his probation terms, right?
He was compliant with probation, yes.
And those probation terms also allowed him to go out of county to stay with Susan, right?
Yes.
Okay, there wasn't any requirement beyond that other than letting his probation officer know that he was going there, right?
Correct.
And his probation officer was Monique?
Yes.
In all the time that you dealt with Collin and Kathy, Collin basically told you he would rather be in jail than with his mom, right?
He made a comment.
What about that he'd rather stay in a psychiatric facility than go home with his mom?
There was a comment made previously, yes.
And he also has said he'd rather be in foster care than with his mom.
Yes.
Okay. And that's because he felt unsafe with her?
That is because he felt unsafe and they just did not get along.
Right.
They didn't agree or respect each other.
Okay. But let's talk specifically about these statements Mr. Levine asked you about, him, threatening to cause harm to his mom. Every single time you heard one of those, it was always prefaced with, if she attacks me, or if she harms me, or if she comes at me,
yes,
I will harm her.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So indicating that he would utilize self-defense if she attacked him.
Yes.
All right, so defense.
On September 8th
I don't know.
of 2024, so the day that
I think Susan's going to testify, but I do not know that she's going to tell the jurors that she was afraid of her grandson. I don't see her saying that.
that Kathy died.
But as far as for Collin and Kathy, they had something going on.
You were communicating, let's say on September 7th into the early morning of the 8th. You were communicating with both Collin and with Kathy, right?
I was spending time with my family during the day, so I did not have my phone until several hours after this had initially started.
But weren't you talking with Collin via text?
He had texted me the day before, but I didn't answer, nor did I have my phone.
Okay.
So everything was after the fact when I had called and checked in the
Okay.
next
I
day.
thought you said that you'd talked to Kathy on the phone sometime on the 8th.
I talked to her the day that it happened prior to, but I
Right.
wasn't available the date it started leading up to it.
I'm sorry. So on the 8th, you actually did communicate with Kathy.
Yes.
And you told her that she should let Collin stay with Susan.
Yes.
Which was perfectly acceptable, both legally under the 751 plan and under his probation conditions.
Yes.
And she just wasn't having it, was she?
No.
She was going to make him come home.
She was gonna do whatever she wanted to do at the time.
Okay.
You told her there was no need to go up there herself.
I told her to just give it a couple of days and let everything de-escalate.
But she didn't listen. Right?
Right.
Kathy made some claims via text and maybe even to you, I don't know, on September 8th, like that Collin was a runaway. Did she ever claim that to you?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, was it?
No.
Okay.
She also claimed that Collin had stolen his car.
Yes.
And that she was going to get him arrested for stealing the car.
Yes.
But that wasn't true either, was it?
No.
Okay.
She made claims that she had sold the car. You aware of those claims?
Not specifics,
Okay.
but
I'll move on. What about that? She specifically made a claim that law enforcement, meaning your sheriff's office, had told her that if Collin was not back at her house by 10 a.m. on the 8th, that she could be arrested and that you all were going to get involved because Collin was a runaway, and it would have been 24 hours then.
I don't recall those specific details that she would get arrested.
Okay. So safe to say you never told her that if Collin wasn't at her house by 10 a.m. on Sunday, September 8th, she would be arrested?
No.
Okay.
No.
And that law enforcement gave her until 10 a.m. to get him back?
No, that's incorrect.
Had Kathy expressed suicidal thoughts to you in the days leading up to September 8th?
I don't recall suicidal thoughts leading up to the day. No.
Okay.
No.
One second.
The fever, they definitely, I don't know, law enforcement failed. They did not take any critical steps to ensure the safety of Collin or the mothers.
Detective Zanoniani, actually, I don't have any other questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Good job. No, Zanoniani.
All right, detective, would you agree that supposed suicide attempts are often cries for help?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to commit suicide. Would you agree? If someone's actually wants to do it,
Yes.
if you have a gun, you can put it to your head, pull the trigger, and suicide accomplished.
Yes.
All right, so Kathy had a gun. She could have killed herself anytime she wanted to, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't want to die, correct?
Correct.
She wanted to spend time with her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some mention about some prior allegations between Kathy and the defendant's father, her ex-husband.
Yes.
And you were asked if you were aware of a bunch of different things. Were you aware that the defendant's father / Kathy's ex-husband was very abusive to Kathy?
Yes.
Were you aware that he impregnated her when she was a mere child?
Yes.
Hold on. Wait, what?
Were you aware that he was physically...
Hold on. Let's pause. Let's pause just a little bit. All right, pause a little bit. There's too much going on. All right. Let us go back. All right, let's get into it.
She wanted to spend time.
Yes.
But she didn't want to die, correct?
Correct.
She wanted to spend time with her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some mention about some prior allegations between Kathy and the defendant's father, her ex-husband.
Yes.
And you were asked if you were aware of a bunch of different things. Were you aware that the defendant's father / Kathy's ex-husband was very abusive to Kathy?
Yes.
Were you aware that he impregnated her when she was a mere child?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was physically and mentally and emotionally abusive to her?
Yes.
This is why you have to listen to testimony in its entirety, because again, either side brings out information that, furthers their argument. So if you're just listening to defense talking about Kathy stabbing the husband in front of the kids, Kathy pinning the husband with a car, and the son having to grab a baseball bat in order to get the mother to call it off, you're like, what on earth is going on with Kathy? But when you hear about the information about the man impregnating her while she was a child. That makes you wonder how old the man was. And apparently the man was abusive towards her. So that's a lot of instability.
Are you aware that he was physically and mentally and emotionally abusive to her?
Yes.
Was it in front of the kids? That would have been a question, or at least something I'd like answered.
And were you aware that there was some incident or some allegation where she did something with a corkscrew to him?
Yes.
What?
Now, violence, of course, is not acceptable, but would you agree that Kathy was the relationship with her ex-husband and what she put up with at his hands was atrocious?
Yes.
So that probably certainly didn't help her being a child, being impregnated, and then, living however long she lived until she died, correct?
Correct.
I don't know. It sounds like the ex-husband must have been older, because that's the only reason why. Let me not say the only reason why. It makes sense for the prosecution to bring that up under those circumstances.
So the defense described her as
I don't know. Collin said it was self-defense.
her as unpredictable. Is that correct?
Yes.
But what was predictable was her love for her son and her wanting her son to be with her, correct?
Yes.
And she was cognizant of the fact that probably as soon as
Yeah, the family was unstable. I don't know, we'll hear from Susan, but Susan might be unstable as well.
turned 18, he was going to say, see you later, and basically
Yes.
ignore her.
Yes.
It was mentioned that she was manipulative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant manipulative?
Yes.
Who did the defendant show respect to?
His grandma.
Okay. And what set of people?
Of higher authority, people who had a lot of money.
Would he respect people that would do things for him or who could do things for him?
Yes.
Like buy him things and do things like that?
Yes.
And you said he loved his grandma.
Yes.
Do you know why he threatened to kill his grandma and threatened to do her harm in addition to loving her?
No.
Did you see many instances of when things were going according to the way he wanted them to go, he'd be happy and fine with it?
Yes.
Did you see many instances of when somebody tried to discipline him or take something away or tell him no, he would get furious?
Yes.
And be immature and lash out?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that he sure loved going on cruises with his mom?
Yes.
He sure loved going to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia and the Caribbean and all these different places with his mom?
Yes.
He enjoyed vacations. He enjoyed the food, going out to eat. Is that correct?
Yes, they took a lot of vacations together.
He enjoyed basically unlimited Starbucks drinks, coffees, cold drinks, sandwiches that his mom would buy him.
Yes.
He loved the fact that his mom bought him computers, correct?
Yes.
So you see, it's different. What the prosecution is doing is basically they're pointing out, or they're focused on the good that Kathy did. As troubled as she sounds like she was really troubled. But they're bringing out her good characters, the things that she did with her son that, I guess he appreciated. Fever said, was he too spoiled? I don't know. I don't even know that, kids go on to kill their parents just because they're spoiled. But this is a complex one.
He loved that she got him an Xbox.
Yes.
He loved that she got him a cell phone.
Yes.
He loved the video games and all that stuff, correct?
Yes.
But he didn't like chores, right?
Correct.
And he didn't like weed eating the backyard or taking out the trash or keeping his room clean, correct?
Correct.
So God forbid he had to do any of those things. That would anger him, correct?
Yes.
So he would prefer to not have anyone telling him what to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sometimes,
yeah, you do make a point, Fever.
Our grandparents a little less disciplinarians than the actual parent of a child.
Yes.
Oftentimes.
And despite knowing that she might be signing her own death certificate, she still wanted to spend every moment with her son until he killed her.
Crazy. He said she signed her own death certificate.
Yes.
All right, nothing further.
So that was both a good cross and good redirect.
It's released.
Yes, sir.
That sounds like both parties.
As long as you on standby, just in case.
You're not released from your subpoena, but you're free to go for now. You'll get a call if you're needed back.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, hold back. Why are you upset with the prosecutor? That was good redirect. Yeah, Fever. I don't know. This is a complicated case. Definitely a complicated case. Here's the thing, though, for an individual that has never had things that Collin had, it's nothing to them because they've never had it. It's one thing to have something and have that taken away from you.
Members of the jury, it's almost noon. We'll take our lunch recess now of 1 hour. Please, please report back at 1 o'clock. Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, the state will call Corporal Joelle Moore with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Step right here, raise your right hand and close for you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
That is what you. So just step and have a signature ready.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
I'm Corporal Joella Moore, Joella, last name Moore.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement 24 years. I've been with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office a little shy of 23 years.
And what are some of the different units that you've worked in law enforcement?
I worked in corrections as a correction deputy. I worked road patrol. I was a school resource officer. I worked our street crimes unit. Then I was promoted, and I went back to road patrol. Currently, I'm a corporal over our juvenile unit.
All right.
And I also worked intel as a juvenile intervention detective.
So tell the jury a little bit about your kind of specialty or specialized knowledge about interacting with juveniles as it pertains to criminal justice system and in life in general.
So the majority of my adult life has been working with at-risk kids. Prior to law enforcement, I worked in Oregon under the Special Education Department, working with at-risk kids, severely emotionally disturbed, ages 13 to 18. I moved here to Florida to take care of my grandparents and came into law enforcement, quickly ended up as a school resource officer. Like I had said, did that for the majority of my career at Charlotte County, and then went to the juvenile intervention detective, which works with the most at-risk kids. And currently now I'm back overseeing the juvenile unit where I started.
Now, how was it that you first became acquainted with Collin Griffith and his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Eva said that's what's up. She works with the youth. Yep, sounds like she's done it a long time. Yeah, but the Collin case, I don't know. It's a little complex.
We were in a transition as I got promoted to the juvenile, from the juvenile intervention detective position to corporal for road patrol. I worked with our new juvenile intervention detective Zanioni, and Corporal Rentis. So we were still in the transition of, they would ask me questions about kids and some resources that we have that they may not have had knowledge to.
Right.
And Collin came up in that.
Did the defendant appear to be comfortable talking to you and to Lacey and Prentice?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to respond to the Griffith household in Port Charlotte, November 13th of 2023?
Yes,
in
sir.
relationship to the domestic violence battery investigation?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you and your fellow deputies have body cam footage? Body cam on so that it produced footage?
Yes, sir.
And is one of the deputies that also responded with you at different times Deputy Jankowski?
Yes, sir. I was his supervisor.
And I understand he has a SUV, is that correct? Or he did back when this happened, law enforcement vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And in the back, is there something called an in-car camera?
Yes, sir.
And does that basically record video and audio of whoever's in the back seat of a car?
Yes, sir.
And on the specific date, November 13th, including 10:26 p.m. of November 13th, 2023, as well as after midnight, November 14th, 2023 at 2 a.m. And thereafter, would Deputy Jankowski's in-car camera just be continuously running?
They're activated when we turn them on, or they can be activated. All of our body cameras will be activated if our firearms are pulled, if our tasers are utilized, or in that general facility, if another officer's equipment has been pulled.
What's up, Allie? So Allie says that, what's up? Sustained overruled. Just saw you live. I wanted to pop in and say hi. Life has been laughing over here in the most chaotic way. Just when you think it can't get any more chaotic, it does. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm off for work, so we've just been following. We started a new trial, but yeah, hopefully things, get better for you.
That way we can capture everything. So we have these automatic safeguards that'll signal the activation of our cameras on the lights on our patrol car.
Shout out to Junior Co-Counsel.
Right, if we turn our lights on, they automatically kick in, or we can manually turn them on.
At some point during the night, was the defendant arrested for TV battery on his mom?
Yes, sir.
And at some point during the night, was he put in the back of Jankowski's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did Jankowski's in-car video capture the defendant talking in the back seat of the car?
Yes, sir.
Now,
I don't know. I think we still sometime this week we're gonna have to get to what's her name? We're gonna have to get to Karen Reed. I don't know if we should have done it this morning, but then I thought, yeah, Gotti would have a hearing. I don't know, tomorrow maybe. Let me think about it. But we do have to get to Karen Reed. And the reason why we have to get to Karen Reed is because there are no actual articles, or I've not seen any articles, or not seen any articles or videos that sum up the actual proceeding. Okay, so Fiva says Collin put hands on his mom on a number of occasions.
there's been a name mentioned, Corporal Rentis, who's now Sergeant Rentis.
Yeah, he has a conviction for battery against the mom. I believe he was placed on probation for that.
What was his relationship to the defendant?
He had a close relationship with the defendant and the family, and would frequently speak to him or have communications if they were having trouble to try to resolve or give resources to the family.
And on the in-car camera, is the defendant have access to a cell phone on his lap?
Yes, sir.
I know.
Describe to the jury how that came about.
I had received a phone call from Corporal Rentis, who was actively on the phone.
This case has so many moving parts, and that's why I thought it made sense for us to, tackle the case, basically go fact by fact, witness by witness, in order to figure out what the actual dynamics were between Kathy and Collin. But there's just a lot of instability.
Phone with the defendant Rentis had told me that there was some type of disturbance over at the house. So I responded over there, notified Central that I had just received a phone call.
Yeah, Allie, I'm aware of the verdict. I just did not get to watch the actual trial, and that's why I keep pushing back my video, because I'm considering just, coming out with like a 10-minute video. I watched part of the trial, and I think it was during the prosecution's case. They called a district attorney from the adjacent county. And I believe that the prosecution's argument initially was that Jackie Johnson reached out to that district attorney in order to influence him. But the district attorney got on the stand and testified that the police, it does not matter what the police it does not matter what he would have said or done to the police. The police had already made up their minds, and their minds were that the McMichelsons, whatever those people's names are, that they were not going to get arrested. That's the part that I watched, and I thought that was significant, and it was a blow to the prosecution's case.
From Corporal Rentis at the time. He's since been promoted. I'll refer to him as Corporal Rentis so it doesn't get confusing. And so we responded over there, and Corporal Rentis maintained phone contact.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds I don't even really know how to classify this case, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on all at once.
With Colton.
I know, Ellie, if you are familiar with this case, please do not say anything about this case, okay? Don't say anything. Don't say anything about the case. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on with these.
At certain times, would you appear at the side of Jankowski's SUV and interact with the defendant?
Yes, sir. So whenever we have a person in the back of our patrol car, we monitor them, keep them within ear and eye, so we can hear what's going on and see them in case there's some type of an emergency or if they need assistance. So we don't have to stand necessarily right there all the time, but we have to be able to hear them if they need assistance.
And in terms of the state exhibits 190, 191, 192, and 193, all being in-car videos from Jankowski on November 14th. Actually, it looks like they're all from the early morning hours of November 14th. Have you had an opportunity at some time to watch the in-car camera footage?
What did I do?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state would move state exhibit 191, 192, and 193 into evidence.
Any objection? There.
This is day 2. But I watched this trial during the ASAP Rocky. I watched part of it during the ASAP Rocky trial.
We'll start with 191. And before, as we get that queued up, was there some subject matter in which the defendant was talking about kind of two different personas, Collin 1 and Collin 2?
Yes, sir.
What, Collin 1 and Collin 2?
I'll say it to you like this, if you want to know. Collin 1 is, I guess, he's who just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin 2 is the one that protects Collin 1 in situations where he can't escape from. And Collin 2 is the one that can.
I'm sorry, that audio is a little, I don't like that whistling sound. I'll keep up with it, but I don't like it.
He's who just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin.
Okay, hold up.
I'll say it to you like this, if you want to know. Collin one is, I guess, he's who just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin two is the one that protects Collin one in situations where he can't escape from. And Collin two is the one that killed him.
I mean, I'm not even qualified to diagnose anybody, but I don't know. What is he hinting at here? Two different I mean, people do have multiple personalities. Not on that scale, though. Not on that scale, but I don't know.
Someone, but you're talking to Collin one. You're talking to Collin one. The one who just wants to help people and just wants to.
So is that the cell phone that's visible on the defendant's lap?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking to Corporal Rentis.
Yes, sir.
Next, we'll segue to 192. Oh, and for the record, that was, if you could turn that back on, John. Thank you. So we can see the time and the date. So that clip appears to be from November 14th, 2023 at 1:59 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. The state will next publish 192.
All right, so there's a Collin 1 and Collin 2. Eva said she looks like she's been on the job for 20 to 30 years. I believe she said in this role she is, didn't she say 20 years or did she say 29 years? Something along this line. Yeah, you can tell she has good benefits, though. Good pension waiting for her.
How do you figure out exactly what you're scared of without having you be scripted and you give me some.
Hold on.
How do you figure out exactly what you're scared of without having you be scripted and you give me some sense of stuff? Scared of going back in there, Rentis. Jesus, how many times do I gotta say it? That's all I'm scared of. That's it. I'm fucking scared of that call. Yes, I am, Rentis, because what's it going to come down to next time?
Okay.
I don't think you're a pussy. I think that you are capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you will.
What? Is that an officer saying that I think you're... Hold on. Wait, what? I don't know. I have questions. What kind of responses are these? What on earth?
I say that's all I'm scared of. That's it. I'm fucking scared of that call. Yes, I am, Rentis, because what's it going to come down to next time? I don't think you're a pussy. I think that you are capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you will.
Okay, so Rentis is saying that I think that you're capable of taking your mother out, but I don't think that you will. Where do they train these people?
No, why would I let you get to that? Do you think Collin won't let you get to that?
And you can tell she's a vet.
I can't hear you, sorry. But why Collin was strong that visual? Why would you submit in a roundabout way? Collin said, when we talk about it's the strongest version of me.
Did you hear Corporal Moore, the defendant, saying, yeah, he would, as it pertains to Collin 1, allowing him to kill his mom?
I did, sir.
And that allowed
The strongest version of me.
Did you hear Corporal Moore, the defendant, saying, yeah, he would, as it pertains to Collin 1, allowing him to kill his mom?
Collin 1? What?
I did, sir.
And that is on November 14th, 2023 at about 2:21 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And
No, is that one person talking to himself? What on earth is going on? What?
for the final clip will be State Exhibit 193.
But I don't know how I'm gonna react if she does, when she does that again, if I can control myself or how that's gonna happen.
What do you think you might do to her
If she tries to hit me again, I might hit her back really, really hardly and badly.
You're gonna hurt?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the record, that was not November 14, 2023 at 3:22 a.m.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of that investigation, is it a fair statement the defendant was arrested?
Yes, sir.
Corporal Moore, I don't have any further questions for you.
No, let's see what happens with cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, every time that Collin said, either in your presence or on the camera footage that you've reviewed, that he might hurt his mom or he was afraid he would hurt his mom, he prefaced that statement by saying, if she hits me, or if she comes at me, or if she attacks me, I'm afraid I'll hurt her. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So he never said, I just want to kill my mom for no reason whatsoever.
No, ma'am.
Oh, no.
Don't think I have any other questions. So Collin told you that night that his mom had punched him before he threw her on the ground, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Captain. Your captain, I don't remember. When.
Your Honor, the state calls Deputy Joseph Jankowski of the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
And this prosecution is prepared. They're flying through witnesses.
This one. Step right here, raise your right hand if you want anybody.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Deputy Jankowski, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Jankowski with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell us about your education and training and experience.
So I went to the police academy. I've done multiple specialty classes like speed and measurement, as well as narcotics and dangerous drugs. I'm a pit instructor for the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. Currently work on the road patrol. So you call 911 in my area. I'm the one showing up.
I want to direct your attention specifically to this case as it pertains to the defendant.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to address in Port Charlotte as part of a domestic violence battery investigation?
I did.
And at the time, were you a field training officer of another one of the deputies who was present?
I was.
And who were you supervising?
I was training Deputy Shark.
Okay. And were you basically overseeing him and allowing him to do his part of the investigation?
Correct.
What was your role in the investigation?
So I was overseeing, so he was in his final phases of training. So I let him do his investigation. I'm there to guide him if he has questions,
All right.
or to help him along if he gets stuck in a certain situation.
Now, while you were doing that, did you have your body cam going?
I did.
When the investigation was kind of coming to an end, were you inside with Kathy Griffith and her mom, Susan Detman, in the living room area?
I was.
And were you asking certain questions that pertains to domestic violence within the household?
I did.
Your Honor, the state at this time would move State Exhibit 189 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
I just need one moment, Your Honor. Thanks, John. I'd either in play it with this. Is it a fair statement that the defendant at this time is outside, either in the back of your patrol vehicle or somewhere else?
That is correct.
So the only two people present, civilian-wise, would be the victim, Kathy Griffith, and her mother?
That's correct. A couple quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm? And all right, any other questions before we? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
So when you ask, do you think he's capable of killing you, was her response yes?
Yes, it was.
And then in the back of your patrol vehicle, and for the record, that was from around November 13th, 2023 at 10:26 p.m. Excuse me, at 10:20 p.m. This next video, 190 from the back of your vehicle, will be at November 13th, the same day at 10:26 p.m.
That's not in evidence yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, Your Honor. Let me ask you a couple of questions about that.
Okay. Lay the foundation.
Now, as you return to your vehicle, did your body cam capture a little bit of a conversation between Susan Detman, who was standing outside of your patrol vehicle as she spoke with her grandson, the defendant?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 190 into evidence.
Mr. Thornhill,
No objection.
it will be received.
And with the court's permission, we'll play it for the jury. Thank you.
People said it looks like it just joined the force. Well, there was an officer yesterday. You could tell that kid just, literally just graduated out of high school, and they put him in the force. For this one, he also looks like a baby a little bit. Yeah, he's still pretty fresh.
Why did you stand up? And why did you say? No, you didn't. You stood up
I need
and
to hear
said.
this.
Why did you stand up?
Yeah, why did you stand up?
And why did you say? No, you didn't. You stood up and said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, so that's the granny talking to Collin.
Yes, you did. I was there.
I was saying, no, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer. I'm just
Psychopath, murderer. I don't know. We need to take this timestamp. 5/11/38.
trying to peacefully coexist and just figure something out. She kept telling you to shut up, but when I wouldn't shut up, she hit me.
No, that's not what happened, Collin.
So that is actually that undermines the defense, okay? Because the cross-examination of it was two witnesses, all right? I forgot the unit, but they were both women, if I remember correctly. But actually one was male. One is the one with a half bang. I don't remember his name anymore. I think it was Peters or Peterson or something along those lines. In any event, there were two prosecution witnesses that testified early in the day. And during cross-examination, the defense pretty much said that, or they tried to elicit that Kathy punched Collin, prompting him to, take a knee to her abdomen, right? And basically what the defense was trying to show is that the grandmother was not present the entire time, and she did not, or at least her story and Kathy's stories did not line up. But here it's kind of, I don't know.
That's not what happened. You never said you wanted to peacefully coexist. I've been saying that. You said that in the car, but not there with her.
Huh.
Deputy, towards the beginning of that clip, did you hear the defendant say, I'm not a psychopath? Mom, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer.
I did.
Deputy Jankowski, I have no further
Okay,
questions.
this officer is testifying to the body-worn camera, that the evidence that was just admitted now. The one is basically Collin saying that he's not a psychopath. He peacefully wanted to coexist. But the importance of that surveillance footage is really the grandmother. The focus is on the grandmother, because the grandmother is basically saying that Collin is the one that said to the mother, let's get to it, asked him why he stood up. So this officer purpose is for the prosecution to admit his body-worn camera for the jury.
Questions for you? Cross.
Good afternoon, Deputy Jankowski.
Good afternoon.
Collin was in the back of, was that your car or was that somebody else's car?
That was my car.
For over 5 hours that night, wasn't he?
I don't know the exact time frame. That doesn't sound right.
Well, one of the camera clips we've seen was from like 10 p.m. on the 13th. And then the last one from your car was 2:30 or so on the 14th, 2:30 a.m. So sorry, 4.5 hours. Does that sound about right?
I couldn't say for sure. It sounds like a long period of time for someone that was arrested for battery to sit in the back of a car for 4 hours to me.
Is it fair to say that this investigation took a long time?
Not 4 hours.
It did take a reasonable amount of time.
I'm not saying that anybody
Yeah.
delayed anything. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that it wasn't a quick, we can determine exactly what happened right
Yeah,
away kind of thing, was
Susan
it?
needs to take the stand.
No, because people had conflicting stories.
Right. That last little bit, that clip that showed part of a conversation between Susan Detman and Collin. Collin said that his mom had called him a psychopath and a murderer, right?
I know Collin
Right.
stated in
Right.
that clip.
This statement was basically him saying that I'm not a psycho or a psychopath. I'm not a murderer. I don't know that he said that. That's what his mom called him.
I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer, if I'm quoting it correctly.
But he said that I told my mom that I'm not that.
Yeah,
correct?
that does not mean the mother called him that.
Implying that she had called him those
No.
things.
I know he said the word mom before he made that statement.
Did you ever ask Kathy whether she called him those names?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
No, that was weak.
Yes.
That was weak cross, but I'll give it to Thornhill because she's done pretty good with everybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
You're on the state calls Detective Danny Peters with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
We might have to come back tonight, folks. I mean, I'm not ending right now, but I will eventually have to get up and do some stuff. That will be around 5, though. So what time is it? 3? I'll give it like 10.5 hours.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Danny Peters, D-A-N-N-Y, P-E-T-E-R-S, detective with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And what division do you work in?
I'm with the Homicide Division.
In this case,
Oh no, Thornhill did a fantastic. She's doing good so far. All right. Yeah, she does make it like she pretty much focuses on Kathy and the problematic characteristics of her personality. But yeah, Thornhill, she's doing good so far. But that last cross examination,
are you the case agent, the lead detective?
I am.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
In 2010, I went to the Basic Law Enforcement Academy. Upon graduation, I was hired by the Polk County Sheriff's Office, where I've spent 14 years, most of them in investigations, and led me to this point.
Now, when you investigated this case, had you been in the homicide division for a certain period of time?
Just several years.
And have you investigated countless homicides?
Yes.
How did you first get called out to this case?
We were notified by supervision to respond to a death investigation.
All right.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
7:25 approximately.
And was that actually to the crime scene, the residence?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Polk County?
Yes.
Describe to the jury kind of your mentality as a homicide detective when you get to a scene. What's it like?
Well, initially when you get to a scene, it's a little chaotic. You make contact with deputies on scene and you learn what they responded to and what they heard upon their arrival.
Now, about how many detectives might be working a case like this case in particular? How many detectives were working at the same time you were? Or was it multiple detectives?
Multiple detectives. We had more than 5.
And do each one of you kind of have multiple things that you're investigating?
Yes, we have different tasks when we're on scene.
And then how do you get updates from each other to see where the investigation is at or where it's headed?
So through the course of the investigation, we tend to come together and brief each other in reference to what we've learned, any evidence we've obtained. We call each other on our cell phones and explain where we're at and what we're doing.
What's the crime scene / forensic investigators' role at a scene?
They're to arrive and preserve evidence for us, document evidence.
And I take it they were present the night of?
Yes, sir.
And do they kind of work on their own, or are you as the lead detective telling them what to do or what to look for? How does that work?
No. So as a detective, I give them direction in reference to stuff that I'm looking for or things that I need, as well as the other detectives on scene also give them instructions.
So when you show up on scene, do you know where the defendant was?
From what I was told, the defendant was in the back of a patrol car.
So is it a fair statement you were not interacting with him at that time, but rather were then surveying the scene?
Correct.
Describe to the jury what you did.
So upon arriving, I made contact with the initial deputy who briefed me of what he encountered upon arriving. And then once I learned that information, we made contact with the medical examiner to explain exactly what it was that we had on scene. And the grandmother arrived on scene, and then we began to do our interviews.
Did you have an opportunity to actually speak and interview the grandmother, Susan Detman, that evening?
I did.
And was that a one-time thing, or did you interview her any additional times after the night of September 8th?
Yeah, I interviewed her again after the initial night we were on scene, yes.
Now, and she was / is the owner of that house, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to go inside the house to see what was going on inside?
I did.
And was Kathy's body still there when you were there?
It was.
Now, you mentioned that you spoke to the medical examiner. In this case, did you speak to Dr. Garavan?
Yes, it was Dr. Garavan that was the on-call medical examiner, yes.
And explain to the jury about why you called him and what you were hoping to learn from.
So I explained to him the manner in which we found the decedent and the severity of her injuries. And he was giving me an explanation of the probability of what may or may not have happened.
Would the medical examiner then the next day do an autopsy?
Yes, he did.
What did you notice that caught your attention about the crime scene, both outside and inside?
Well, I noticed it was well organized. It was clean. Outside, the victim and the defendant's vehicles were parked at the residence. And then inside was very organized.
Did it appear that there had been a long, drawn-out fight of any type?
No.
Now, as part of any homicide investigation, do you obtain evidence from cell phones?
We do, yes.
What did I miss?
Now, when there's a cell phone of interest or that may be relevant for a certain investigation,
What, the victims?
do you have professionals who are able to do forensic downloads?
We do. We have detectives that work for the Polk County Sheriff's Office that handle the downloads for us, yes.
Tell us a little bit about what they do to accomplish that.
So they use programs such as Cellbrite to hook the phones or devices up that we take into our possession. And then once they hook these devices up, it starts to download the data off of those devices. And then they are able to attach it to like a USB or a CD and provide it to us. And then we are able to see what's on that device.
Sometimes are there limitations to what can be obtained from a cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you guys able to get basically a full copy for copy, meaning whatever was on the cell phone, you can get all the information off the cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you able to only get partial information from a cell phone?
Yes.
And does that basically just have to do with technology or some type of impediment to getting further information from a cell phone?
Yes. It depends on whether or not the program has downloaded or has reached a certain spec for that phone or computer.
Now, can a similar logistics be taken care of on a computer as well, downloading information off of a computer?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, did you obtain cell phones from the defendant?
Yes.
You or somebody from your agency, of course?
Yes. I had another detective on scene with me that was able to get that cell phone.
And the defendant's cell phone came from his car, is that correct?
His car, yes.
And were you able to obtain the victim's cell phone, Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, we were.
And was that from the island in the kitchen?
It was in the kitchen, yes.
And then were you able to obtain the grandmother, Susan Detman's cell phone?
Yes.
And did she basically consent or allow that to happen?
Yes, she provided full consent to search her cell phone, written permission as well.
Now, were you able to get information / the downloads from Susan's phone?
Yes.
What about from the defendant's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what about from Kathy's phone?
Catherine's phone, not so much. It was a newer type phone that the program was not able to do a full download. So we sent that cell phone off to Homeland Security, where they have more advanced equipment, and they are in the process as we speak of attempting to download
But they've
that cell
not
phone
done
for
it.
us.
At some time during your investigation, what did somebody bring you Kathy's computer?
Yes.
Computer.
Yes.
And who brought you that?
That was her oldest son, Christopher.
Okay.
And is that also the defendant's older brother?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many years older Christopher is than his brother, the defendant?
A couple, maybe 4, I believe.
Couple means 2.
Now, as it pertains to this case, it was Christopher Griffith, not totally irrelevant, but was he kind of had nothing to do with this case?
Yeah, he didn't have anything to do up to that point.
Now, when you obtained the computer through him bringing his mom's computer in, did you have your people attempt to get a download from the computer?
Yes.
And what happened?
We were not able to access the computer.
Why not?
Do you know why?
Based upon the passwords or the protection it had on the computer, wouldn't allow us to do a full download.
Sometimes our computers and/or cell phones difficult or impossible to get into.
Yes.
Sometimes does it have to do with whether you have a password or what make of
Viva, we don't know much about Christopher apart from the fact that his mom had him when she was 13 years old and she did not live at the house, or in her stepping in while Kathy was pinning the ex-husband between the car, whatever. But we don't really know much about him.
Of the technology it is?
Yes.
So even though you weren't able to get into Kathy's phone, is it a fair statement that you were able to see a lot of her activity through the defendant's phone and Susan's phone?
Yeah, I was able to see all activity that she had through the defendant's phone and her mother's phone. Yes.
Okay.
So, for instance, if Kathy texted her son or texted her mom, you'd be able to read those text messages as if you had Kathy's phone, correct?
Correct.
And any photographs sent back and forth or call logs or things of that nature, you'd be able to see on other people's phones that communicated with her?
Yes.
So was that helpful?
Yes, it was.
Now, during your investigation of the different cell phones, did you come across photographs of the defendant and his mom and Susan?
I did.
In terms of the positives of the family dynamics, what did you learn about from the photographs? What did you learn about that relationship between the defendant and his mom and Susan?
Well, just by the photographs, they appeared to be a happy family. Looked like they traveled a lot, visited a lot of locations, Disney World, cruises, the White House. It looked like they were happy.
Detective Peters, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs in the form of, we'll start with 171, 171A, and 171B?
Yes.
And what about photographs 172 through 178 and 178A through 178I?
Yes.
Bieber, they should have talked to who? When you're saying that they should have talked to him so they can get an understanding, are you saying to Collin? Because if Collin is the criminal defendant, the police cannot just talk to him.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move those mentioned exhibits into evidence.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, we'll publish those photographs.
Oh, the
We could
older
go
brother.
first to 171.
I mean, how do I pause? I mean, the older brother could, they could potentially ask him about the relationship between the mom and Collin, but he was not at the scene. So I don't know how much information they could actually get from Christopher.
What did you learn from that picture?
Looks like they took a selfie, the victim and the defendant, maybe on a cruise. Looks happy.
171A.
Looks like a mother and son happy taking a photograph.
171B.
Too bad we cannot see this
Selfie,
picture, though.
mother and son happy, smiling.
And in that photograph, does it appear that Kathy has AirPods in her ears?
Yes, it does.
And they're white in color?
Yeah.
We'll continue on to 172.
Yeah.
It's a nice photo. Looks like a mother and son happy there.
And through the Cellbrite report, were you able to determine some of the dates of the originations of the photographs, that being in
she might have
2023 and 2024 throughout the different months?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on, 173. Who's pictured in the middle between Kathy and her son?
That is Susan Detman. That's the grandmother and the mother of the victim.
Would she periodically travel with them as well, do you know?
Yes.
174. 175. 176. 177. 178. 178A. And 178B. So far, these pictures, is it a fair statement that it's showing different locales and different places that mother and son had been together?
Yes.
178C. And it looks like they're in some type of courtroom or courtroom setup. Is that correct?
It looks that way, yes.
And this circular seal there, maybe you can see it on your computer. What is this?
This is all.
No? All right, no worries. It's not working.
Yeah, they trials definitely do take a significant amount of time.
Well, it does say.
But this court case, they were efficient though, because they were running through witnesses just like this. Everybody's prepped. Everybody's on the stand. Everybody knows what they're doing. And even the attorneys, they ask their questions, they sit down.
Stetson University College of Law. And once again, when there's a third person in these photos, is that Susan?
Oh,
Yes.
got it. I think that's, as far as the pictures of the courtroom, I think that's the mock trial aspect of this case. That must be what they're referring to.
178D. Does that look like it's at Disney or outside of Disney?
Yes, it does.
And for the purposes of the record, in a lot of these pictures, both the defendant and his mom appear smiling and happy. Is that correct?
Yes.
178E, 178F, 178G. Where does that look like it's taken?
Looks like it's taken at the Capitol in Washington.
178 next, H, and then 178I. All right, thank you, John. So some of those photos were from, according to the Cellbrite report, correct me if I'm wrong, were from as early as April of 2023, looking like it went until June of 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Detective Peters, did you find out that Kathy had Ring video capabilities inside her residence?
I did.
All right, let's hear.
Was it both inside and outside?
Yes.
And describe to the jury some of the camera locations and what vantage point that would provide.
So there were 4 total Ring cameras that I gained access to. One was the doorbell that was outside. One was in the living room that encompasses the whole entirety of the living room. One was in the kitchen. One was in the victim's room, her bedroom, and one was in the defendant's bedroom.
Did you find that a little bit odd that there were
everywhere,
so many cameras in so many locations within someone's private residence?
They had Big Brother.
Initially, I did, yes.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine why there were cameras inside?
Yes.
Okay.
And what was the reason?
His mother was a
Safety concerns.
Are you, without answering the question, but are you speculating or do you know from your investigation?
Judge, I'm gonna object. I think I know where this is going and I
Approach sidebar.
All right. Listening in. All right, how long were they gone for?
During your investigation.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. During your investigation, were you able to obtain Ring?
No, Fever. They do not have video of the incident. They have video because the incident takes place at Susan's house, who's the grandmother. She lives in Polk County. Whereas the video that they have, the Ring camera footage that they have, is from Kathy's home. Okay, from Kathy's home, and Kathy lived in a different county. I don't remember what the name of the county is called.
Camera footage.
But I believe the reason why the prosecution wants to bring this in, it is going to just based on the opening statement. I believe Collin had made statements. Collin had made statements, something along the lines of he's killed before and he can do it again. And I think the prosecution had also argued that I guess this is part of Kathy's controlling behavior. But Kathy had pretty much threatened or warned Collin that she was going to take the Ring camera footage and send that information off to the authorities in Oklahoma because he pretty much admitted that he killed his father.
On the interior of the house.
I was.
And is that like a consistent 24/7 recording, or is it something else?
It looked like it was based on movement, and a lot of the times and the stamps were based upon movement.
So is there plenty of times when people are doing nothing of significance, such as moving around the house or just having regular conversations, things of that nature?
Oh, yeah. A lot of the times it was like that.
If the jury, if during this trial I put on every single minute of Ring camera footage in existence, would we be here for hundreds of hours?
Yeah, days.
All right. Now, was one of the rooms that you were able to get camera footage from the camera set up somewhere in the kitchen?
Yes.
And would that point out to capture both the kitchen and then the living room that's behind the
What
kitchen?
Ross?
And then was there a similar camera in the living room that pointed out to the living room and then behind the living room, the kitchen?
Yes.
And is there a lot of, like, audio wise, is it a fair statement that there's a lot of
I'm
things?
trying to figure out, when did the mother get the Ring cameras installed, right? Because again, Collin lived with his father in Oklahoma. I mean, if you were that terrified where you pretty much were living under Big Brother, you should have let this kid go. I don't know. Let the kid live with Susan. Let the kid go somewhere else.
Things that you can hear clearly?
Yes.
And then are there some things that you just can't hear too clearly?
Some things are muffled, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to, of course, provide all that Ring kitchen video footage?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Let me repeat that. The Ring video footage that you provided, have there been 2 exhibits prepared by me?
Yes.
All right. And do those represent September 7th of 2024 and September 8th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so the day before
And for the record, Your Honor, that's State Exhibit 197 from the September 7th, 2024 date, and Exhibit number 198 from September 8th of 2024. What's the significance of September 8th, 2024?
There is a lot of dialogue back and forth between the victim and her mother and her attempts to make contact with the defendant.
And was that the date that she was ultimately killed?
Yes, it was.
That would be a Sunday?
Yes.
Why are you disturbed, old back?
And on the September 8th video clips, is it a fair statement that the defendant is not in them because he's not present at the house?
Correct.
Okay.
Were you able to determine the last day that he was at the house?
Yes.
Go ahead. What day was that?
It was September 7th.
Does September 7th capture some of his interaction with his mom?
It does.
Now, during your investigation, did you come into contact with the name Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did, yes.
And who was that?
He is the attorney.
I mean, not necessarily. What are you hoping to get from the phone downloads? Who she was talking to, the missed calls from Zazioni, Zonani, I don't know, whatever. The Z, what was she, a juvenile something, juvenile counselor, whatever. What were you hoping to get from there? And you have to understand that this killing occurred on September 8th of 2024, and this kid went to trial late January. So it's not one of those cases where a defendant is sitting in jail for an extended a period of time. They took this case to trial very quickly.
For Collin.
Wait, what's the question?
Again. contact with the name Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did. Yes.
And who was that?
He is the
Fever says that Kathy wanted Collin home for a reason, and Fever does not think that that the reason had anything to do with love or building their relationship.
attorney for Collin.
As it pertains to the DV battery case and maybe some family law logistics?
Correct. I learned that he was appointed his attorney. They hired him for the domestic violence case from November of the previous year.
And was there many conversations in text format between
I
the
don't think it was
defendant
an SSI
and
case.
Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
I know, because to be on SSI, you have to be dirt poor. And I don't know anything about Kathy's finances, but did not exactly sound dirt poor. I mean, they did not actually talk if she had a job or not, so I don't know. And something has to be up with the kid in terms of they have to have been diagnosed with something in order for them to qualify for SSI checks. Either physical or mental.
Was there also conversations between Susan Detman and Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes, there were.
Jeffrey again.
Now, at some point, did you come across what was basically kind of like a photo icon of a business card of Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did.
And do you recall how the surrounding circumstances of how that came to your attention?
Yeah, looking through the grandmother's phone download, I observed it in her photographs.
Oh, back, what are you referring to? And I mean, there is no indication that there was anything recorded within minutes of, between her and Collin. So I don't think I just don't see the need for the actual phone records. Well, I don't think that the fact that they're not able to download the record from Kathy's phone take away from the prosecution's case.
All right, so
yeah, but these are the same people, Fever. The one officer, what's his name? I don't know, I forgot his name. But the one officer, I wrote it down. Let me find it. The one officer says that I think that you're capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you're going to. So they recognized something there, but that's information you'd have to take to not just take it to the Social Security Administration, but you'd actually need a documented medical evidence before one can be awarded SSI.
when you click on it, it basically blows up in size to look like a business card?
Correct.
What's that?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 187 into evidence.
No objection.
I'm not sure if it's on there.
I don't know. Maybe he was an SSI, but I don't get that impression.
Now, based upon that, were you able to determine that the attorney was based out of Port Charlotte?
Yes.
And also Port Charlotte is the city where Kathy resided with her son?
Yes.
Also, were you able to figure out that the phone number 941-916-4096 was the cell phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
And was that number the number that the defendant would communicate with via text message?
Yes, it was.
Was there a certain time, Detective Peters, when that phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin was in the defendant's phone And at the top of the phone, where somebody's either phone number or contact would be, it was the actual 10-digit phone number.
Yeah, just the phone number. Yes.
Okay.
And then at a certain point, was that phone number saved into the defendant's phone? So it said Jeff Rapkin or Jeffrey Rapkin.
Yeah, it appears as if it was saved. The number was saved to a name.
But either way, it was always the same phone number, that being Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And were you able to determine that through the many, many conversations that there would be points when Jeffrey Rapkin would address the defendant as like, Collin, blah, 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 or he would make comments and then say Collin to make it explicitly clear who the two people communicating were?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between Kathy Griffith and her son,
Yeah, talk
Collin
about
Griffith.
it. Let's get into it. We need answers.
With a yes or no response, if possible. Was there an extended period of time, like approximately 3 years or so, where the defendant was living with his dad out of state?
Yes.
And at that point, did Kathy have limited or basically not much at all contact with her son?
Limited contact with her son, yes.
And did it appear from your investigation that she wanted to have a lot more?
Yes.
But that the defendant's father was difficult, to say the least?
I don't have proof that the defendant's father was difficult. I have conversations between Collin and his mother while he lived in Oklahoma, and it did not appear as if it was a difficult situation to communicate with him, no.
Okay.
All right. Now, at a certain point, did the defendant come to live with his mom?
Yes.
Now, at that point, had she basically missed out, and the defendant had missed out on about 3 years of relationship, mother-son relationship?
Yes.
All right.
Did they live in the Port Charlotte house basically up until this incident happened?
Yes.
I need to look up Port Charlotte.
Now, were you able to determine that did the defendant have his own bedroom at his house?
He did.
And did it appear that he knew the defendant, that there were Ring cameras in the household?
It did appear that way, yes.
And tell the jury about the things that indicated that.
When he would walk in a room where
Okay.
there was a camera, he would look directly into the camera.
All right.
And the cameras themselves, are they like hidden in something?
No, they're in plain view.
What cell phone service did Kathy and Collin have?
They had AT&T.
Okay.
And in order to have AT&T cell phone
That's
service,
Verizon.
how old do you have to be?
18 years or older to purchase your own line or plan through AT&T.
You have a job.
Judge, I'm going to object to the foundation. I'm not sure how he has this information.
Send it to lay the appropriate predicate.
Now, how were you able to determine that Kathy had AT&T?
We have analysts that work with us through the course of our investigation that are able to determine through their programs that they utilize, phone numbers that we give them that provide them with that information.
Okay.
And during the phone forensic investigation, are there various screenshots that Kathy sent to, at least to Susan, maybe to the defendant as well, that basically said AT&T.com phone records with call history?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in the Ring video footage, is it apparent sometimes that
Okay, so FIBA says, what's the importance of the phone records? I suppose the prosecution is trying to bring in conversations between Collin and another individual. And the reason I say that it's because there's a question the prosecutor asked earlier on, and I said the question was vague because the question was something along the lines on, along the lines of a conversation between Collin and somebody else. I forgot the person's name, but the prosecutor said something along the lines of Collin, blah, 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 to indicate that the communication was between another individual and Collin. So laying foundation in order to bring those text messages in. So we're about to find out what the text messages actually say.
The defendant is walking around with his cell phone that his mom provided.
Yes.
And then that cell.
The statement about that his mom provided, there's been no evidence.
Did his mom provide him a cell phone?
Object as to knowledge, foundation.
Well, he either knows or doesn't know.
You're gonna lay the predicate.
Okay. Are you aware from your investigation that the defendant's mom provided him a cell phone?
Yes.
Now,
Objection to the foundation.
It's the same.
how,
We had this discussion.
could you explain how you determine that?
Through the video, she has access to a cell phone and advised in numerous videos that she was cutting off his service.
But Judge, that still doesn't approach.
All right. They object and fight so nicely. They're peaceful out there in Polk County. What is he mouthing? Wait, is the audio just out? I don't know. Something's going on. What was he mouthing? What was he mouthing to? Oh. Tech issues. What's going on? Okay, what is going on and how long is it going on for?
Ask you to step into the.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room for a few minutes while we get some electronic equipment fixed and I address the matter with the lawyers.
All rise, please.
Yeah, I think it must be some type of conversation between it. I mean, the prosecutor did say he was going to segue into the relationship between, Kathy and Collin. So I presume the text messages have something to do with that. Otherwise, they'd not be relevant. Shout out to all public defenders. Thornhill and usually object, please.
All right, Mr. Levine, if you would conduct a proffer.
Okay.
You said to go ahead, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
And sorry, we're going to try to get him to fix that while we're doing this.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Detective Peters, were you able to establish that you were mentioning earlier about your analysts can pull up the phone number and then see the corresponding who the phone provider is. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had access to the defendant's phone number and to Kathy's phone number, correct?
Yes.
As it pertained to that.
Yes.
And were you able to determine who the provider was?
AT&T.
Okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but before the break, what was it that you were answering? Subject matter wise?
how I knew that Kathy had purchased the phone for him.
Oh my goodness, Obag. So Obag says, I don't like how the prosecutor's saying this kid is a spoiled brat and killed his mom. Lots of kids are spoiled but don't kill. That what does his mom giving him a phone and trips have to do with, and then he cuts off. Obag, when did the prosecutor say that? When did the prosecutor say Collin is spoiled? And I mean, the defense is not, by self-defense, the defense is not necessarily arguing that he's not the reason the mother's dying. They're just saying that it's justified. Yeah, Obag, I did not interpret that from the prosecution's case. I did not interpret that. Let's see. Fever says it's true sometimes.
All right, I'm going to ask you some specific questions about that subject matter.
Okay.
Now, the judge has heard at a prior hearing earlier this month, but so the record's clear during this trial. Do you recall that there were 3 photographs that were sent from Kathy to her mother Susan that were related to this Jeffrey Rapkin text message between the defendant and Jeffrey?
They might have forgotten the name, but it's Jeffrey Rapkin. The conversations are between Jeffrey Rapkin and Collin.
Rapkin subject matter.
There were.
And was the date February 19th of 2023 that it showed up on Susan's phone?
Yes, that's the stamped date in her.
Let me see. February. I'm trying to remember if was the father still alive then or not. I don't remember. I know it was. I don't think it was early. I don't think that it was early 2023. I think it was much closer to late. No, not late. Maybe mid. I don't know, like a few months after the fact.
Photographs.
And those photographs, were those photographs of what appeared to be the defendant's actual phone?
Yes.
And in order.
Right. So the conversations were between Jeffrey Rapkin and Collin. The prosecution basically has to lay the foundation, get them admitted into evidence before we even know what they are. This officer cannot, read from text or talk about text messages or the substance of text messages that are not admitted into evidence.
In order for that to happen, that would mean that Kathy would have had the defendant's actual phone and the phone was open, correct?
Correct.
So the defendant's cell phone screen was visible with the defendant's content open, correct?
Yes.
And in those 3 photographs, is it a fair statement that Kathy has taken a picture of the defendant's open cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a screenshot.
One of those photographs has to do with the subject matter that the judge heard middle of January as it pertains to the defendant talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine.
Correct.
Hold on.
Another one.
Let's pause. What? Oh my goodness.
It pertains to the
January of 23, but I don't know. I should have written down my timeline. Was Collin living with his mom at the time? Because I know that he moves from Oklahoma to Florida in 2023, but I thought it was later. Or maybe the father did die. Okay, maybe the father did die, or he killed the father in February of 2023, because there was at least a year and a few months, maybe a year and a half that lapsed between that occasion and, Kathy's demise in September of 2024.
The defendant talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine.
What?
Correct.
Another one of those photographs has to do with Jeffrey Rapkin talking about how well versed in the law the defendant is, correct?
Correct.
And Jeffrey Rapkin addresses the defendant by saying his actual name, Collin, correct?
Yes.
On one or more occasions in those two text messages, correct?
Correct.
They need to find Jeffrey.
The third photograph that was also sent on that, or that was also showed up on Susan's phone on that same February 19th of 2023 date, was that another photograph of the defendant in text messaging Jeffrey Rapkin.
Yes.
And those three photographs had Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number at the top, correct? So it was clear. I mean, the phone number that the defendant was communicating with was Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
Right. The first one had his phone number, and then the other two had just Jeffrey Rapkin's name.
And when somebody initially calls someone, if they're not saved under a name, it'll be the phone number that they call them at, correct?
Correct.
Text them at.
Correct.
And if someone takes the time to,
Like there are portions when the defense is so focused on Kathy, and I'm like, Kathy. And then you hear about these text messages as they relate to Collin, and I'm like, Collin. These folks they had real problems.
over the course of a relationship, take the time to type in the person's name, it's still the same phone number, but now it'll be associated with just a printed name.
Right. You're an established contact at that point.
But other than the established contact, the phone number remained the same. It was Jeffrey Rapkin's.
Yes.
And he and the defendant would communicate, and Jeffrey Rapkin would say Collin a lot, like either
What are you getting from the store? Give me a bag of chips.
Collin and then make a statement, or
Give me a
make
bag
a
of
statement and say Collin, correct?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that from the content, it was clear that it was the defendant and it was Jeffrey Rapkin
Yes.
communicating? Now, on one or more of those three photos I'm talking about here, what did you notice about where Kathy was when she took a picture of the defendant's open cell phone with the defendant's open visible screens with the text message at issue here?
Well, the last text messages I observed, it appeared her to be holding the phone, and then I could see past the cell phone in the background. It looked like her rug on the floor of her bedroom.
Okay.
And you were able to actually visually see that rug, and correct?
Yes.
And you knew that from being at the house?
No, I knew that from observing the Ring video that was in her bedroom.
Now, was there multiple text messages, and we'll get into some specific references, but were there multiple text messages where the mom would be talking about turning off Collin's cell phone?
No, take a photo of some hot Cheetos and send me a picture. I want a real lawyer at gmail.com.
Part of the plan.
Yes.
That's funny.
And that would be specifically related to his number on her plan, correct?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to the defendant sometimes?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to Susan sometimes?
Yes.
And did she make that statement then? And those were like in text message forms, correct?
Yes.
And she also made that statement to
Thanks, Viva.
her and Susan made that statement to a Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputy on the night of the domestic violence battery, when they were explaining that the mom was telling Collin that she was going to be instilling some new parenting and was going to take away his cell phone privilege and his Xbox, correct?
Right. So I've read, yes.
Were there also multiple occasions where she told the defendant through text message and perhaps other forms too, that she was going to be changing his phone service so he could only receive phone calls and text messages?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom and the defendant were talking, or the mom and her mom were talking about the defendant's phone service actually being off so that he would have to use Wi-Fi to try to use anything?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom asked/told the defendant to give her back the phone that she bought for him.
Yes.
That's the phone that he was using, correct?
Yes.
And that's the phone that was found in the defendant's car.
Mom should have let this kid be with grandma or somebody, do something. Because, I mean, I understand that, moms don't always want to give up on their kids, but this one, I think it just sounds like it was very stressful.
Correct?
Correct.
She does not seem to have been happy. Collin does not seem to have been happy, with the exception of when they went on cruises. And I mean, this is for both parties, though. I don't know. They might actually go to their room and they'd be out there wrestling. So there's no telling what human beings are doing.
In addition to that, did the mom buy the defendant a MacBook for college courses?
Yes.
And could that MacBook, or was that MacBook mirrored with his cell phone?
You can do that, yes. And
when that happens, what happens?
Your text messages will display in your MacBook like they are in your cell phone.
Okay.
The defendant at the whole time during this case is a juvenile, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that it's the mom's responsibility to supervise what he's doing?
Yes.
And it would be common and even encouraged for a mom to monitor and know what their child is looking at or doing on a cell phone?
Very common.
Okay.
And in fact, the defendant was aware of that, correct?
Yes.
How would he know?
In terms of the mom supervising the defendant in many or all aspects of his life, was the defendant aware of that? I'm not talking about the phone specifically, but other, like the Ring camera footage, her parenting him, her providing the phone for him. Was the defendant aware of those things?
Yes.
On September 7th and 8th, in the Ring videos in the house, the defendant, he has a cell phone in a black case, correct?
Yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the black case that was found in the defendant's car on September 8th, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the same black case in the photographs that Kathy took of the defendant's cell phone when it was open and in her possession, correct?
It appears to be, yeah.
And that has to do with the old knife to the neck from behind text message, correct?
Yes.
And there's approximately 35 pages of a Cellbrite report where the defendant is texting with Jeffrey Rapkin about different subject matter, correct?
Yes.
I need to know who's Jeffrey Rapkin.
On pages 3 to 4 of that, the defendant texts to Jeffrey Rapkin, "This is Collin, I am 17, correct?"
Yes.
And did it appear that the mom actually had the ability and did turn off the defendant's phone and control the service?
Yes.
And when mom had the defendant's phone and it was open, it's quite clear that the phone was open. So she didn't need to do anything, correct?
Correct.
And if it's her phone, she can do whatever she wants with it in terms of getting into it or using it, correct?
Yeah, sure.
From the defendant's phone, did you find a conversation with his mom on September 7th, 2:15 p.m. when she said, "Please return my cell phone and MacBook that were purchased for your education"?
Girl,
Yes.
you gave them to me.
On page 1 of the text messages between the defendant and his mom, did the Miss Griffith text him, "I'm turning the phone off"?
Yes.
And I understand you might not remember the pages and whatnot, but I
remember the text message.
Okay, I'm mentioning these page numbers based upon what I saw. On page 4 of 8, did the mom text her son, "Your phone service is disconnected"?
Yes.
On page 8, did the mom text her son, "You have 5 minutes before I deactivate your cell phone"?
Yes.
On page 1 of 29, did mom text the defendant, "I'm turning the phone off after this. Please return my cell phone and MacBook"?
Yes.
And regardless if she was going to follow through with her threats, the defendant obviously knew who controlled the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to that statement because there's a difference between the service and the actual phone.
On page 1 of
Hey,
29,
I
Kathy texted him, "I can see everything you're doing from your phone. Try calling Detective Lacey again or my mom." Is that correct?
Yes.
On page 14 of 29, the mom again says, your phone service is being turned off, correct?
Yes.
On page 5 of 29, the mom texts her son, close in your BOA account. I don't remember if it said BOA or Bank of America.
DOA.
Okay. Indicating that she had joint custody or joint control of his account since he was a minor, correct?
Or access to it.
Or what?
Or access to it, yes.
Access to it, okay. So that's another indication of something she had access to besides his phone?
Yes.
Page, I don't remember if I just said this, but page 14 of 29, your phone service is being turned off.
Yes.
Another
Yeah, Fever,
statement.
I'm
She
not
said that
about to
multiple
decide in this case.
Page 16 of 29, I'm still tracking you and your location, Collin. If I don't see your dot moving on a map towards home, and then whatever else she said,
Yes.
indicating that she's able to track him through the phone that she so graciously provided.
Yes.
Graciously provided.
17 of 29, you are reading each message I send. I keep seeing read next to each text I send. I'm shutting your service off.
Yes.
I don't know, Mom.
Page 18 of 29, I'm looking at your phone records, correct?
Yes.
Page 22 of 29, your call records with AT&T, you didn't even attempt to call Monique.
Yes.
And then is it a fair statement that Kathy attaches att.com screenshot of the records/phone calls for September 6th through September 8th of 2024 that the defendant was either making or not making?
I do remember seeing that, yes.
Page 24 of 29, continuing with the text message conversation between the mom and the defendant. And you are at her house on Wi-Fi because your service is disconnected. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 23 of the Cellbrite report from the conversation between now Kathy and Susan Detman, her mother. Do you recall Kathy saying, Collin's phone will not be turned back on given that he lost his phone privilege when he hung up on me?
Yes.
Okay.
Coming in the home stretch. Page 29 to 30, the same Cellbrite report. Do you recall mom sending Susan Detman screenshots of the defendant playing video games, kidnapping and killing people?
Oh,
Yes.
wow. Hold on.
The mom was monitoring what the defendant was doing in various.
Yes.
The mom was monitoring what the defendant was doing in various. Sending Susan Detman screenshots of the defendant playing video games, kidnapping and killing people.
Yes.
Mom,
Games, I mean, there are a lot of people that play violent games. I don't know that they go on to, commit murder, but.
And the mom was monitoring what the defendant was doing in various aspects of his life.
Right.
And is it a fair statement? Didn't she also text the defendant, I can see what you're doing playing the video games?
Yes, she said it on the Ring camera as well.
Okay.
Okay, so that's captured there as well?
Yes.
During your investigation and your interview of Robert Wolantis on page 7 of 16 on one of the two interviews, Robert Wolantis told you Kathy did get Collin a phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 3 of Amanda Friends' 6-page report, she annotated that the mom took the defendant's phone away, and the defendant also told his dad that his mom took his phone away.
Okay, the dad was still alive.
Page 3 of 6 of Amanda Friends' former DCF CPI investigators noted or commented that mom took Collin's phone away.
Yeah.
Is it true that the mom would take away the defendant's cell phone and AirPods as punishment for being disrespectful to her?
It appeared that way, yeah.
And from your review of Deputy Alexander Sharp from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, who he actually testified today, page 4 of 6 in his report, he indicated that the mom told Deputy Sharp she was telling defendant she will be making changes to his phone so that he will only be able to make phone calls and send/receive texts.
Yes.
Is there any other information or evidence that you have to show about the inquiry of that the mom provided the defendant his cell phone and the defendant was aware of the monitoring
Yeah.
that pertains to, obviously, the whole relevance of this is the defendant sending Jeffrey Rapkin the text about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine if she comes up with a gun or something like that.
Right. Just everything we've gone over.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further for the proffer.
What's your question, Detective Peters?
Let's start with the photo of the phone that appears to be the defendant's phone because it's an iPhone in a black case, right?
Yes.
But you didn't look at a serial number. That's not in the picture, right?
Yeah,
that
through the
Kathy-
photograph? No, ma'am.
Right. And there's no other distinguishing marks that indicate that it is the same phone that you collected later that belonged to Collin.
Other than it's very similar in
Were the
size
text
and
messages-
case.
You know how many of those kinds of phones have been sold?
Countless.
Were the text messages?
Okay, so you also mentioned
Oh,
that the phone was obviously open when somebody took a picture of it.
Yes.
But you don't know how it got open, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know if Collin was asleep and mom crept in and took the phone from his room to take that picture,
No,
right?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if it was password protected, but she somehow figured out his password against his wishes.
I don't know that. No.
Yeah, Obed, we cannot get to the actual substance of the text messages unless they are admitted into evidence. And I'd like to know who on earth Jeffrey Rapkin is and what the text message said in its entirety.
When Kathy texted all these things on September 7th and September 8th about cutting Collin's cell phone service off, she was referring to the AT&T service, correct? At least so far as you know.
Yes, yeah, I would assume, yes.
And Mr. Levine has pointed out throughout the trial that minors cannot open an AT&T account on their own. Are you aware that that's true or not?
From my understanding and experience, yes.
Okay. But does Kathy opening an account for Collin prove that she had allowed access to every personal thing on the phone?
I don't know the circumstances in that household. I can tell you I have the same service with my children, and I do have access to all of their stuff.
Right. And you can agree that some families are more privacy oriented and some are not, right?
I don't know. Based on age, I would say no.
No to what?
Do you know of any families whose parents don't go through their kids' text messages?
No.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to testify right now that I never went through my son's text messages.
That's a baby.
At any rate,
I go through my kids' text messages. I don't I don't know about other folks, but I definitely go through those text messages. I just do.
you said that the photo of the actually, never mind about that. The text message from Kathy saying, "Give me the phone and MacBook that I bought for your education back." You have no idea where the funds for those things came from, do you?
No.
You're aware that Collin had a trust as a result of the probate from Oklahoma, right?
I am aware, yes.
And that was the source of almost everything that Kathy provided for him of substance.
I don't know that.
Yeah, Fever, if you've made it to the store and made it back, this is not an SSI case. If anything, you must have been onto something, because it sounds like because Collin had this trust. But I mean, trusts work differently. I don't know that you are or that the minor is designated to live with a specific individual, but maybe should lose access to some of that trust. The trust fund without Collin in her.
You saw text between Kathy and...
Hold on, let's see. So this is 6/13/40. I'm just taking these timestamps down in the hopes that I'm able to create a 10-minute video and just sum everything up. Okay. All right. There we go. There we go.
And Susan, regarding getting Shelley, the lawyer in Oklahoma, to
Correct.
send money to an
Correct.
account to pay for things, right?
Yes.
Right. Including for the computer that she was supposedly going to buy. They were talking about how much it costed and that they needed to get the money from Shelley.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me quickly pause here. Okay, so Obag says, I didn't go through my kids. I definitely go through her messages, all right? I'm going through messages. That's just how I'm doing it, because I need to see what's happening in there. Obag says, sorry, that's like my mom reading my journal. That's whatever. My kid writes little notes all the time. She puts them under the bed or whatever. Not under the bed, it's usually under the pillow. And of course, I am reading the note, whatever the note says. That's just how I go about my business. And then Callie says, so Collin had money. Apparently, Collin had a trust fund. Obeg says, if you can't respect my privacy, I'm not sharing anything with you, and I'll get sneaky with how I share things. I don't know about that. Like, my daughter does not get sneaky. She knows that she has to tell me everything, which she does. But there have been instances where there's a game. I forgot what the game is called. It's not Roblox, because now she has Roblox and Roblox is on my phone. It's no longer on a tablet. I don't remember what game it was. But there's a game. It's almost similar to Roblox, but I just remember that it's not Roblox. And I randomly opened that game. It was sometime last year when I moved over to private practice. And I looked at the messages and I was horrified. I was mortified by what I read. But luckily, she had not opened the text or the message or whatever it is. I don't know that she knew how to do that. But I definitely do read messages. I'm not playing around.
So for all you know, that phone was bought with money from Collin's personal trust.
I can't testify to that because I don't know how
And
it was purchased.
And you're aware that Kathy made things up all the time.
Aware
Sure.
that she made up things.
Including from the text messages.
Okay, so we need to take that timestamp down. I lost my pencil. Kathy.
Around the same date and time that you were just discussing.
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, it depends on how old a kid is. I mean, if you have a teenager, sure, maybe they can have text messages and do whatever it is they want. But a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, I'm sorry, I'm reading messages. And I'm not even sorry. I am reading text messages. I need to know exactly what's going on.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else?
Yes, just so I can read.
I was writing down something.
Your Honor has seen at the prior hearing into the record, it's very short.
And for the record, it will be, if Your Honor rules that.
Why do I need to hear those again?
What's that?
You're turning out the.
I had a random thought earlier today, right? We were still alive, but I had a random thought. I just forgot to vocalize it. But I was wondering about the possibility of Raleigh intentionally performing poorly on the stand, because maybe he did not want, not that he didn't want ASAP Rocky to be incarcerated, but he feared or worried about the repercussions of that if ASAP Rocky got incarcerated. That's so random, but that's what I was thinking about. So Obeg says, okay, my daughter's friend is sneaky because her mom looks at her texts. Listen, with my kid, I am going through everything. 9, 10, my kid has a tablet. She has a tablet. So she's had a tablet though, ever since she was an iPad or whatever it's called, ever since she was, how old was she? Maybe 2 years old. Yeah, so she's had it for quite some time. And yeah, but I go through, and mostly she does not have an actual phone. Maybe she has a phone number. I don't know how it works, but most of this stuff is what is this? Apple. What's the Apple stuff? Not the FaceTime. iMessage. And when my kid was 6 years old, because she knew my number by heart, hopefully she still knows my number by heart. But little boys were sending me messages because they thought they were talking to her, but no, they were talking to me. But not I didn't respond, but they were like, I once received a little picture from a little boy or whatever. I forgot. I don't actually remember the little kid's name because we moved states. But the little kid sent a text. I'll have to get my phone and look at that message because I actually took a screenshot. But little boy sent Zeta a message. It was a little cute boy too, like a little white boy. I'm like, I don't know. I know, baby. You're only 6 years old, but I definitely go through messages. There's no. Nope, I go through messages. Okay. Old bag says, so just depends on what works for you and your kid. Yeah, apparently old bag was rebellious. You sound rebellious. You sound rebellious. But yeah, say 9, 10, I'm going through stuff. There's nope. Nope. 16, I'm not concerned with teenagers. She's raised well. I'm pretty sure she'll make good decisions. And, when she dips her toes in stuff, hopefully she makes mistakes that she's able to recover from.
Text from Collin and Mr. Rafkin.
Allegedly.
Yes, sir. I just
I
wanted
don't
to
need to hear those for purposes of the proffer.
Okay.
The proffer was.
Yeah, I checked
was
everything.
Preliminary issue.
Okay.
But Ms. Thornhill, it occurs to me in this hearing,
Okay.
we're focusing a lot on who pays for the phone or what are the source of the funds for the phone. The real question.
Oh, Fever, I don't know if you got that or not. Hopefully you got my bag of chips, but that's not why I'm pausing the video. So it came out, you were onto something, okay? So Collin, SSI, no, not SSI, but he does have a trust fund. I don't know how that escaped me or how that escaped Old Bag, because that did come out in yesterday's trial, at least day one. So Collin has a trust fund from the passing of his father. I guess he could benefit because they said, I don't know, they said he was justified or whatever. So Collin has a trust fund. And Susan, the grandmother, as well as Kathy, the mother, apparently have been making, let me not say demands, but they've been asking for the attorney in Oklahoma to, pretty much give them money or transfer money to the trust fund. So I suppose it makes sense from that standpoint that she would want to keep him around in order to have access to this money. All right. But I mean, it also does not sound like she used the money for anything other than Collin. I could be wrong. I mean, we don't really have that, but so far it sounds like she used the money for the son. Obag says, that's what I'm saying at 16. I don't read their messages. No, I think even probably from 13, like teenager. I mean, my mom never read my messages. And my messages, baby, you don't. I got a phone when I was kind of young, but my mom never read my messages. So if she did, she never told me that she read my messages. But I do read messages. Okay. So Fever said, see, this is definitely starting to make sense now. Yeah. Okay. Old Bag says, I agree. At age 10, check things. I'm not playing around. No, you check everything.
The basic question.
And I don't even know, because she's been asking for a phone. She's not getting a phone. Maybe at 13 she gets a phone. But I have to think about it. Maybe at 13. I mean, my daughter has a tracker, okay? Shout out to Verizon. They have something called a Gizmo watch, okay? I bought this initially, I don't know. She must have been in second grade or something. I got really worried when she had to take the bus for the first time. I know. When she took the school bus for the first time, I was so worried. I wondered if my kid would get lost on the bus. I don't know why I thought the kid would get lost on the bus. Yeah, but I was worried about that. So I got her a Gizmo watch, which is a Verizon service. What it really does, it tracks the kid. It can work as a phone or you can text, but only with me and only with approved contacts. So she can text with me, not extended text messages because the screen's really tiny. She can text with me, she can call me. I know when the battery is low, but it only works in the country, unfortunately. I know when the battery is low, and pretty much when she leaves a certain location, I get an alert. So she is also linked up. Her Gizmo watch is linked up with one of her friends, one of her classmates, somebody that's her age. That Gizmo watch, I didn't read anything. I'm not worried about anything over there. But yeah, it's a pretty nice service. And but now she has started adding people on what is this? What's the thing called? On iMessage or whatever. They've been creating group chats. Some of the names are really, they're called, what do they call themselves? What do they call themselves? I don't know. They have names for these group chats. Something about slay something. I don't know. Slay something. Slay something. So, but I do monitor. I need to monitor what's going on there because I know what people teach their kids at homes. I just monitor my kid. I just do that. And here's the thing. I am overly protective of my kid from two standpoints. The one is my experience as a prosecutor, the other is experience as a public defender, because we just read, not even read, we encounter some of the most, I guess, complex aspects of human behavior. Okay. So, from that perspective, I am very protective of my kid. But not just that, I had a friend, and she's much older than me. All right. She probably this year, she must be a little over 60. She's much older than me. And she had kids when she was I think she started having kids when she was like late 40s or something along those lines. But there was an incident where she and her family and another family would be vacationing together, okay? And two little girls, her daughter and her little friend or whatever, they would be sharing a bed or whatever because nobody thought about it. But as things went on down the line, because that little girl started doing stuff to her daughter. And as the years went by, it later came out that the little girl was being abused by the father. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. And out of New York, I forget the county. What was the county? This was big news. And this was it came out sometime last year, where there's a father that pretty much I don't want to say drug because that's not the right. He really did drug the little kids though. Some kids went over to a family house for a sleepover, and then the father ended up drugging the little kid. So I just listen. I check everything, and the kid can scream and all types of things. She's not going to no sleepover. That's just I don't roll like that. I don't roll like that. Anyways, let's move on. You guys know I have stories for days. I have a lot of stories for days.
Is whether your client knew or should have known under these circumstances that what was in his phone will stay in his phone and would not be accessible to anyone. And what I'm looking at here is what appears to be, the Griffith household looked like a surveillance state to me. And she was definitely surveilling.
Okay. So Fever still thinks I'm from the islands.
Everything he did.
Jerome last night, he kept calling me the Jamaican DJ.
Not just actually, but constantly on his back about what he's doing, what he's not doing. A parent has a right, even if the object is purchased by the child and owned by the child,
Okay.
stolen by the child,
Stolen by
whatever
the
it
child.
is by the child, to examine those items. A child doesn't have that kind of right to privacy. The child has a right to confidential communications with his lawyer.
Right.
But under these circumstances, could I actually say, even if she hacked into his phone,
Okay.
I mean, knowing what he knows about his mother,
Yeah, and that's where I had, with the defense. And again, with defense, you often have to make arguments whether you think they're going to succeed or not. But, when Ms. Thornhill pretty much questioned the witness and said something along the lines of, we do not know if Collin was sleeping when, Kathy got into his phone. For a private citizen, it really doesn't matter. It would have been different if it was, a private citizen acting at the direction of law enforcement. Like if, a law enforcement agent told her something along the lines of, okay, I need you to get into your son's phone because there's a conversation between him and Jeffrey regarding, I know, putting a knife in your, what is this, in your neck or something along those lines. But from a private citizen acting, they can do that with minimal suppression issues.
that he had no reason to think she might go snooping in his phone, especially given the
And here's the thing: usually when I go through my daughter's phone, she can see me. Not the phone though; it's called a tablet, an iPad. I go through the messages.
animosity is not the right word, but the tumultuous relationship that he had with her and the heavy hand.
His arms are crossed a little bit here, so I don't know what he was thinking at the time or what he was feeling.
And that she had on his shoulder.
Judge, I don't think there's been any proof one way or the other. And the burden is on the state to overcome the attorney-client privilege, which is presumed.
Okay, got it. So I suppose Jeffrey, it sounds like Jeffrey Repkin, is that the name? Is an attorney. That's what it sounds like here. Jeffrey Repkin is an attorney, because I thought it was just some, I don't know. For some reason, I thought maybe it's somebody off the internet, but.
And while I agree, ring cameras in every room, there's still nothing other than these text messages from months later that are not between lawyers and clients saying, I'm watching what you're doing. And then after she said that, and I don't remember if it was this time or another time, he blocked her to prevent her from looking.
So he blocked the mother?
So that to me says
I
that.
haven't heard that evidence.
I thought I presented it at the hearing.
Can you really block your parent? I mean, they can just take your phone. I mean,
Except if he's with.
what legal significance is a child blocking their parent? When
I
it
don't
comes to the parent's right to inspect the contents of their child's possessions.
But does the, and
and here's the thing. I need to find the Eric Adams video. Let me find the Eric Adams video. There's a video of him. It was right before the charges were brought, and people are posting videos of Eric Adams. I don't know. He sniffed a bag of marijuana. I don't know. He sniffed a bag of marijuana or something. And then, people started digging up a whole bunch of stuff. And there was a video. Hold on. I'll find the video. There's a video of Eric Adams telling parents to check their kids' properties. Let me find it. I'm going to have to find that video. If I don't find it now, I'll bring it up later tonight.
I don't even concede that there is a right to inspect private communications.
A parent?
Does that?
You don't think of, I know you've chosen that route.
Brooklyn said,
I might be
let's
somewhere in
go.
the middle. Because I do think it's important
Yeah, I thought Big Jeff was a friend, but nope, lawyer.
to let your child have some privacy. But it's also important to know what your child is doing. But the bottom line is what matters is what the law says. Are you telling me that the law affords a child some right against unreasonable search and seizure by their parent? You just leave attorney-client privilege aside, but I come home with some object that they didn't provide to me. They don't have a right to come in my room, look at it, see what it is, open it up, read it if there's something inside.
Well, Judge, I think that cell phones are innately different, and I don't have the case sites for
You
all.
can tell this is an attorney, all right? This is not no individual that, you know, is out representing celebrities. This is somebody that's in the trenches every day. So that was a good recovery. I'm going to use that line.
Look at it, see what it is, open it up, read it if there's something inside.
Well, Judge, I think that cell phones are innately different, and I don't have the case sites for all of the Supreme Court decisions talking about how uniquely private cell phones are.
Children's cell phones, you have
Children have a right to privacy.
from their parents.
Yes,
Show me
I
the
believe they
case.
do. I don't have one right now.
Right. It was in the mother's name. Yeah, but so far I've enjoyed this case. Again, from the attorneys, pretty cordial, cogent arguments, actual legal arguments.
Oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Hendry is dead on, and because he's practiced family law and I haven't, but even in family law cases and custody cases, sometimes parents are actually explicitly banned from looking at communications between their own child and the other parent.
But that, Mr.
Yeah.
Hendry, I think has to do
Yeah, that's
more. I mean, at that point, a court has intervened
right.
because there's an issue that needs to be resolved regarding the best interests of a child. And those orders are typically not put in place unless you have parents who are interfering with the other parent's time sharing and rights to the child. So
Yeah,
that's
is
not
different.
so much to protect the child per se, it's to protect the relationship between that child and that parent, to prevent the other parent from interfering. That I don't think that's the same.
But Judge, isn't the relationship between a client and their attorney sacrosanct?
She argues. Man, shout out to Thornhill, okay? Shout out to all public defenders. And again, this is the difference. That's what I was saying when we I'm sorry, folks. I had not realized that my mic was muted. Every time I move, because I'm laying in bed, trust, believe you or not, I actually move from the couch to laying on the bed and doing all types of I'm off. It's my off week. But what I was saying is that Thornhill, this is an attorney. She knows how to argue, all right? Day in and day out, she actually has to cite law. I mean, she does, I guess, have to make up some stuff every once in a while. But this is an attorney. When we were watching the ASAP Rocky trial, I told you guys I was not impressed by Takapina. Not a single thing he did was impressive to me. But Thornhill over here, this is how you argue. All right. She's good. She's really good.
That's the second question. The first question, I mean, it's analogous to talking at the restaurant to your lawyer at a volume where someone else can hear. You knew or should have known.
No, Fever. I do not know that this is her biggest case. Maybe televised, but I don't even know that. Actually,
someone else would hear that. It's today's version of that. If you're texting under circumstances where you knew or should have known someone.
You are wrong, Brooklyn. Takapina started out as a prosecutor. I do not know that he's ever worked as a public defender. I don't know. My mic cut out somehow. I don't know what you heard, what you did not hear. But I'm going to look up Thornhill. And I was just saying that if you do decide to look up this case on your own, please don't run it for anybody and everybody else. Let people be in suspense. But I'm going to look it up. Let's play the video.
Someone else is going to read that
And that's where I think we differ. I don't think that Collin knew or should have known his mom would be reading messages between him and his lawyer. Period. No.
I think that has absolutely been shown in this case that is exactly the type of person that she is. But you're telling me there's a case that says a child just blanket has this right to privacy as against their parent.
Not a blanket right, Judge. We're talking about very specific circumstances where she is the alleged victim in the case. And his lawyer was hired by his grandmother to represent him in a case against his mother. So even
Okay, so I guess that is the battery case. Got it. Jeffrey Rapkin represented Collin in the battery case.
if she is someone who looks in his phone now and then, Collin had every right to expect that the communications that were privileged between him and the lawyer that is representing him against his mother, that those would be protected. And I don't know how much more simply I can say it. I think we're making a mockery of the attorney-client privilege if you allow this in, but I understand if that's your ruling.
Okay, so Amy Thornhill, Fever, I guess we could, we can go down a rabbit hole sometime this year. But Amy Thornhill also represented, did I just lose the case? Where was it? Hold on. Again, don't look up these people. Okay, so Amy Thornhill represented a Haley Bustos, and this was on Court TV in 2020. I'll actually like to. No. She represented Denzel. I'm sorry. Somebody by the name of Denzel Rakowski. It's a 2020 case, so that would be good to actually look up after this case comes to a conclusion. But that's if it's the same attorney. Maybe it's just another Amy Thornhill out of Florida that has the same name and happens to be an attorney. But we can definitely look it up. Let's see how long she was licensed. I'm on the Florida bar. Member in good standing, 10th Circuit. She was admitted in 1995, all right? Admitted in 1995. So there is no way that this case is her biggest case because she's been around the block for quite some time. And it does show that she actually knows what she's doing. All right, enough rambling. Let's go on.
I don't think the state has established the ownership and control to the extent that she could invade, and he should expect that she could invade his.
Well, I'm sort of receding from that because it's occurring to me during this hearing that I think parents have those rights as against.
Okay, what's going on?
And then Collin had every right to expect that the communications that were privileged between him and the lawyer that is representing him against his mother, that those would be protected. And I don't know how much more simply I can say it. I think we're making a mockery of the attorney-client privilege if you allow this in, but I understand if that's your ruling. I don't think the state has established the.
I'm gonna have to find the video with what's his name again? Eric Adams. Because the video I was like, I don't know, maybe Eric Adams might be onto something here.
Ownership and control to the extent that she could invade, and he should expect that she could invade his.
Well, I'm sort of receding from that because it's occurring to me during this hearing that I think parents have those rights as against their child, even if it's not their property.
And even if she's the victim, so that's like saying.
But that's a double-edged sword. I mean, you have to take this in the context in which it's arisen, which is he lived in a surveillance state with his mother.
Therefore, he doesn't get to have.
No, therefore he gets to walk down the block, take a jog, call his lawyer, where she can't hear it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, we obviously disagree. I don't think this is the same as speaking in a loud voice in a public restaurant. I think that there was an expectation of privacy and privilege that the state has not overcome. But I don't think there's much more argument to be made about it. Sorry.
Under the circumstances.
I know. So Fever said that he's not voting for Eric Adams. Okay, he may have voted the first time around because he's a black brother, but Fever's not voting for Eric Adams this time around. All right. Anyways, I believe as of last week, the judge said the case is going to proceed for now, so he's not out of the clear. He's not out of the clear, and that's because the prosecution could not exactly defend the position why the charges against Eric Adams should be dropped. I don't know. Never mind. I was going to say something. Let me leave it at that.
He has no right to make a phone call within his home, but his mother also controls all of
Hold on. Let me just pause so it can stop all that buffering. I don't know why it's doing that.
his assets and all of his belongings. How is he? I mean, we can set a hypothetical where he goes on a jog and makes a call.
All right. People said he ain't both.
Mother has the access to turn off his account. How does
I'll
he
give you the
ever
password
get a confidential communication?
to my
with his
email.
child? If he's stuck inside of his home with his mother controlling every aspect of that life.
I don't text old bag. I don't do an iMessage. If you send me an iMessage, I'm not replying. I'm just not replying. Even the ladies in my office, they've been sending messages since Monday or whatever. I don't know, because my employer, the principal, she's on vacation, and I don't have time to read messages. I don't read messages.
And then
I have a lot of
well,
unread
anything
messages.
he does inside of that home cannot be confidential because he's in the home and he knows that it can't be confidential. Then we just become it's a circle where we're never.
I'm sorry,
allowing
old bag.
Mr. Griffith any privacy.
And he would have to rely on his mother to take him to the office.
They know how to argue.
He couldn't make a call in his room under these circumstances. She had a Ring camera in his room, which would be an invasion of privacy. But
And I didn't realize that there was a Ring camera in his room because I haven't gotten any footage from that. I thought we just
Ma'am,
had
were you not focused on testimony? The officer on the stand right now pretty much said that there's a Ring camera even in Collin's room. So apparently every area, it sounds like the bathroom was clear, but
kitchen and the living room. And the doorbell, sorry. It was clear from one of the body camera footage.
people said they
Like you
argue,
it
called me
says
over here.
Something you can tell she has a Ring doorbell.
So, Mr. Levine, what I'm hearing is I'm looking at this with too narrow of a view that what is a child to do in the circumstance where confidential communications with their lawyer either happen at the whim of the parent or not.
They don't judge. Your decision, and obviously you make the decision, but where you were headed and what you were saying makes complete sense. I haven't said a word over here. The more the defense just keeps talking doesn't mean they're making more of a point. You should.
He said, what? Man, these folks are, I love how they argue. I love how they argue. So, the defense won a little bit. So they sat down, and then Mr. Levine, I think is his name. He's by himself, but apparently he does not need any backup, okay?
Your decision, and obviously you make the decision, but where you were headed and what you were saying makes complete sense. I haven't said a word over here. The more the defense just keeps talking doesn't mean they're making more of a point.
Maybe.
You shouldn't change where it appears you were going to, because you're supported by the law, you're supported by the facts, the proffer, the law, and what you've been saying it justifies you allowing this to come in. But you're on this side of yourself. The first thing, he wasn't held as a prisoner. This guy went out all the time. He could go wherever he wanted to. He had his phone all the time.
Listen. Presto. Shout out to the defense and the prosecution. This is what I love to see. Shout out to these folks. Shout out to these folks. And this is exactly why I say those high profile cases, they mean nothing to me. You don't really learn. You don't learn as much of the law. You don't learn how to actually argue, right? And these folks, it would have been different. I do not doubt that Ms. Thornhill and Second Chair, they probably would have taken on different characters had they been representing a high profile individual and they were trying to show out. right? This is just a regular trial on court TV or Law and Crime or whatever this is, but man, this is great. This is brilliant. This is real. We need to go back a little bit. I'm going to take this timestamp down. These folks were brilliant. Both sides, brilliant. Very good, very good. And here's the thing about me. If you come on my channel expecting me to favor one side, this usually happens with folks that are, defendant oriented. I don't know if it's the cousins, baby daddy, or whoever it is. But if you come on this channel hoping for me to be, to be on one side, you're going to be very disappointed. All right. Because I like to be neutral. But these two, and maybe all three, are really, really brilliant. Really brilliant. They're very good.
Time. His mom, despite all these threats, very seldom did she ever cut his phone off or turn off his service. So he could do whatever he wanted to.
He was going to law school.
It's ironic.
Actually, things have changed now. You could go to law school online, but the problem is a lot of bar administration, some of them do not recognize online school. So things might change in a year or two, but you could come out here to Sustained Overruled College of Law. Okay, we're not accredited, but I'll take all your money.
Because on the day when he ended up leaving the house, he was too lazy and disrespectful to do some simple chores because he wanted to go take his walk, which is exactly what he did. So he could have done that at any time.
Kelly, that man, he put in a nice insult in there.
Another thing that I didn't mention, but I did mention at the hearing, is that so I think you're spot on. I think the evidence is spot on. My arguments and the evidence as presented would justify you allowing this in. To do anything to the contrary would seem to go completely against.
Okay, so FIBA does not want to shut out public defenders. Well, the public defenders that I know, big shout out to them, okay? I don't know that, most public defenders that I've worked with were absolutely phenomenal. There are cases where I'm like, I don't know what on earth you were doing. And I'm just thinking about the public defenders in what was his name? I think his name was Brendan Dassey, the kid out of, is it Wisconsin? I think he was Wisconsin. Avery, I don't remember. Oh, Stephen Avery's nephew. Okay, the public defenders in that case, I don't know what the hell they had going on, but from my experience, the public defenders that I have met, the public defenders that I've worked with, pretty brilliant people.
That's what your gut instinct and the evidence has shown. Furthermore, one of the things I mentioned at the hearing was, it sounds like, the attorney's making the argument for the defendant. And of course, she has the right and she should do that. But what I cited some of the case law and some of the propositions it's what was the defendant's intention and belief about it. This is one of many things. This is just another thing that would support you allowing this in. But one of the things is, what is the individual's belief or thought process when they're having a conversation with an attorney? And you have to look at that through the individual, not some educated attorney who's been practicing law for decades and legal arguments and things that they're making and how their mind works as a seasoned attorney. But you have to look at it from the defendant, a 16-year-old who's talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind, which is how he killed her. When he's having a conversation with Jeffrey Rapkin, he's not sitting there thinking, "Oh my God, this is definitely going to be protected as the attorney-client privilege. No one's ever going to see that." He could care less about that. What he was thinking was getting information from his attorney and what he might do in the future, which was he would be happy when he had the chance to kill his mom and set it up, just like he did the same thing with his dad. But when he sent that text, I guarantee you, when I would say the evidence supports this, and it's one of the considerations you should make, that Collin Griffith, the 16-year-old or 17-year-old, wasn't even considering the attorney-client privilege, and wasn't thinking this will be protected, nobody will see this. So that just goes to support what your honor should do, which is allow that to come in. There's nothing more humanly possible I can do.
Well, you're
under these
asking me to let it in under crime fraud exception.
No,
And
I-
we've talked about that.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You've already addressed that.
That is much less clear in this case.
That's not yet, and that's not what I'm asking to let it in under, because you've already made that ruling. That should have said a long time ago.
I mean, it is. I cannot say to a level of that you've shown to the required level preliminarily that the crime fraud exception applies based on the context in which this lawyer was representing him and what appears to be eerie, and we've all recognized that, appears to be a discussion about what can I do to protect myself.
No, and the way I'm thinking about it, you've already made that ruling last time, so I'm not arguing that today. But what I'm saying is, you can and should consider it in terms of when he's making this text to his attorney. He is not thinking. Collin Griffith, the 16 or 17-year-old, is not thinking this will be protected by the attorney-client privilege. I feel safe in doing this. Whereas if Ms. Thornhill or Mr. Henry wrote the same text or a text like that, then their adult, intelligent, educated minds would be thinking about this. This would be protected. But you have to look at it through the defendant's point of view. And the last thing on his mind was the attorney-client privilege.
Thornhill and Mr. Hendry.
I don't know. The judge is confused. The judge does not know what to do because both parties have raised really good arguments. But I love this. This was well done. Very good.
I mean, under that logic, then we're providing less protection to a child for attorney-client privilege because they're less sophisticated and less smart than adults. That goes contrary to the law. That goes contrary to how we treat children in this justice system. We give them more protection and we give them more leeway to say that they're not sophisticated enough.
Okay, so what's good about this combination here is the fact that I never got the second chair's name, okay? He worked in family law, all right? Because that's what Ms. Thornhill told the court. So obviously he's used to advocating for minors, and I would even argue that he probably views this from a different lens from somebody that, you know, is just a public defender and doesn't have a background in family law. But this is brilliant. Very good, very good, very good.
Now, for an attorney-client privilege, it's wrong.
I'm not persuaded by that, but I mean, I think there's probably a lot of adults that's not what goes through their mind when they're talking to their lawyer. And typically lawyers will tell their clients, what you tell me is confidential, but
I think we've had this issue, or at least the courts have had this issue with attorney-client privilege as it relates to text messages, though. It most recently, I'm going to need Zeta to give me my phone back, or maybe I'll just read this when we take the break and come back later on. But this issue was raised. This issue of attorneys communicating with clients during text messages was raised during the Hannah Gutierrez case. That is, I know some people might say she was Alex Baldwin's co-defendant. That's kind of attenuated, but you know, in that case, because there was an issue where communications between her and an attorney were brought into evidence. That's hopefully I'm not mistaken, but I remember reading there was a article. I don't remember which bar association it was, but it's something that was brought up as far as ethics are concerned. But I'll take a closer look into that. Okay, so Fiva said he had a lawyer on deck before this happened. His grandmother, Susan, had hired an attorney for him because he was facing battery charges against his mother. That's why he has a conviction. And then Fiva says, what kind of lawyer did he have? If I'm not mistaken, I don't think it was family court. I like to think that was a criminal defense attorney. everything is confidential in their words. Not necessarily. It depends. There are a lot of factors that play into that. If I decide to meet up with my client in what's a place in McDonald's, and we're having a conversation, even if we are whispering and we're talking specifically about the facts of his case, let's say, I don't know, something along the lines of maybe I'm representing a client in a criminal case and he's accused of committing a crime. Obviously, that's why it's a criminal case. But he's accused of committing a crime. And during this meeting, when we are, having our so-called confidential attorney-client meeting in McDonald's, even if we're whispering, if there's somebody that hears the conversation and they decide to go to the prosecution and they testify saying, oh, we heard her client in McDonald's and he basically admitted to, engaging in this conduct. I could make the argument that we had an expectation of privacy, but a judge is going to rule against me. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. What time is it? The sun is kind of setting.
Mr. Levine,
the judge is not sure.
We're going to take 5 minutes.
Yeah, the judge is not sure. He's like, before I rule, I probably need to engage one of my clerks. I need somebody to look up case law. No, that was brilliant. That's by far, I'm going to put a star on that. That is, hold on. Their oral skills, their ability to actually argue the case and try and sway the judge. Both parties did a fantastic job. I don't know that the judge can split the baby under these circumstances, but kudos. That was very good. That was nicely done.
Right.
Okay, Benji said interesting. Yeah, Fever, the sun is definitely going down. All right, let's see. That was well done, man. That was really good. Very good. All right, come on. I was looking at this seal the other day, and I'm like, what exactly am I looking at? What am I looking at? I don't know. I'm looking at something. There's a town or village in New York. What was it called? White something. White. The county I remember. The county is, I know I always have random stories, but the county, I think it was Oneida County. And once upon a time, they changed their seal. They changed the seal. But their seal, they had somebody that looked like they were strangling a Native American. I cannot make this shit up. But I cannot make that shit up. But they changed it a few years ago. I don't know. I was just trying to figure out what this is. Let's move on. I'll be back. Yeah, the seal. What was that place called? It's somewhere in Oneida County. Nano Fever, where that is. What's that place called?
You may be seated. Losing my voice, so.
Oh no, Judge.
Just a moment.
All right, come on.
All right, we're back. Back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both of his lawyers.
Okay.
Mr. Levine is here for the state.
Levine.
There's a bigger question here.
Okay.
That I don't know if there's any law on that occurs to me based on the arguments made by defense, aside from the more specific question of what the defendant knew or should have known.
Okay.
And the question in my mind is, does a parent, in the context of the attorney-client privilege, or just the attorney-client relationship?
And here's the reason why the defense is fighting so hard in getting those text messages excluded. Okay. It's because obviously at this point they do not know what the verdict will be, right? But from a defense perspective, you're pretty much fighting, even if you're losing the fight. You're making the argument on the record so that in the event that your client is convicted, you have grounds to appeal. All right, because for most appeals or most grounds, if you don't raise them at trial, you pretty much lose them. All right.
Their child and the child's lawyer have some obligation
Yeah,
to
somebody's coughing.
facilitate attorney-client privileged communications, meaning, yes, let's just assume that he had some expectation of privacy.
Shout out to Benji, though.
Well, strike that.
Okay.
You have said, how is he supposed to communicate with his lawyer if mom can take the phone away? I guess my question to you is, does she have to facilitate it?
Okay.
Is that part of my analysis, that children should have a right to use property that their parents would otherwise have every right in the world? I mean, they could bring a locked chest home and the parent could cut the lock off, if you ask me, to see what's inside.
If the lawyer's in there and they're trying to communicate.
That's different. Once that relationship has commenced or is in action, the lawyer can prevent that.
Judges, 35
But
pages of text messages where the defendant had no problem communicating. He didn't need any help from anyone over many, many months. Kind of
Is that
proving
Mr.
he had
Lev?
no problem
Is it
getting to
Levin
talk
or
to his
Levine?
attorney or
Not
see his
Lewin.
attorney, and Susan would have taken him there
but
every day of the week.
I think you're missing my question. The communication we're talking about here occurred on a telephone. And so, is that what you're saying, Ms. Thornhill, that I want to get this right? And you're telling me children should be allowed to talk to their lawyers on their phones without
Yeah, that is a good question.
having been found to, and imputed knowledge that their parents can get in there and see what they're saying. You're asking me to rule that way.
Yes.
And would that be contrary to the case law that we discussed at the last hearing and what the court is supposed to analyze in terms of what we've been discussing about?
No one showed me a case about a cell phone and a parent's right to look in there even when it, and to use confidential, otherwise confidential communications. What would be a confidential communication if you were an adult?
No, but as it pertains to the defendant having no right to.
I mean, he's not a itty bitty baby. He's 17.
No thought process that would even be confidential. And the analogy that Your Honor was talking a little bit about today, but we talked much more in depth about at the hearing, about if you send an email on a company computer, even if it has to do with lawyer-client privilege, and I cited a case, I don't remember the case, but I cited a
But
case.
what's different is that person is an adult and has other means of communicating. This person's means of communicating with his lawyer was a cell phone.
He wasn't locked in a cage, Judge. He was at Susan Detman's house all the time. He was using that cell phone as much as he wanted. His mom made a million threats, but never followed through basically on any of them. He's running around enjoying doing his walks, and he was not held captive. He had almost like an adult. He could do whatever he wanted to. He had a driver's license. Susan Detman would take him.
He said that.
Hold on.
All right, fair enough. I don't remember that. Susan Detman could take him anywhere. And all, like what I was saying about the 35 pages of text messages, time-wise, like he had his phone and was using it anytime he wanted to. So it wasn't like he didn't have the opportunity. And I don't think that inquiry that Your Honor is talking about.
That depends on the specific, what is this? The specific laws of Florida, because I'm not going to go into them. But as far as trying a minor as an adult, there's certain age requirements that have to be met as far as the serious crimes that are charged are concerned. I mean, typically it happens that because usually it ranges. They have, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's like 13 below, 7 below, whatever. There's certain ages where kids cannot be tried at all, or charges cannot be brought. So we would have to look up the Florida specific rule.
About most recently changes it one way or another, unless there's some case, which none of us have seen a case that would support what the defense is arguing, case law wise. So I think, I understand that question might be interesting to Your Honor, but that shouldn't change your mind.
Prosecution
Well,
is
I'm
getting
kind
a
of
little
thinking
bit.
just the hypothetical circumstance. Suppose you have a child who has no other way to talk to their lawyer
But you don't have to worry about that because that's not the
other than
situation.
on a cell phone. Well, I think that's the starting point. What do you do in that situation? Does the parent have an obligation?
I brought you the answers. I don't know. Where's the chat? Okay, Brooklyn's still here. So what they're saying about Florida, again, I've never practiced in Florida. This is just what AI is saying, okay? So in Florida, they're saying that when can minors be tried as adults in Florida? For felonies, minors 16 and 17 can be tried as adults for any felony, okay? Any felony. And then for violent crimes, minors 14 and older can be tried as adults if they've been charged with a second or subsequent violent crime. And then serious offenses, prosecutors can direct file cases to adult court if they believe the offense is serious. And then he goes on. All right. What's Fever saying? Fever says that's like coming home with a new bike that someone blessed you with. And your mom and dad tell you that you cannot ride the bike no more. So yeah, I just as a kid, I do not remember that I could even wear somebody else's clothes and my mom not, make a fuss of things. Fever says the Florida laws is different from up north, and a kid can be charged as an adult and is 16 years old. I think it was in Alabama or Georgia. I don't know. I'm not licensed in any of those.
To provide a means of confidential communications with their lawyer.
And it's clear that that question could be interesting, and it's definitely interesting to you, and I know you want to make the right decision, but that's not the situation that the defendant was in. And when you analyze that thought...
That man said the question is interesting to the court, but that's not his job.
You have, but under the defendant's situation, he's not in a situation like a hypothetical teenager might be.
I appreciate that you think I think certain things are interesting but irrelevant. It's more than interesting to me. It is, I think, the fundamental starting point, and then we break it down from there.
All right, so what do you want to do, Judge?
You can't answer the question, though. Is that correct? Does a parent have an obligation? Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate?
Prosecution, you have to say no.
Not this defendant, just as a matter of
You have to say no. You want to go opposite of
general
defense.
principle. Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate confidential communications between their child and their lawyer?
I haven't seen a case that says that, but by the same token, a parent could do or not do anything they want to. So if they want to be a bad parent and just not help their child,
You have to say no.
There's no law that I'm aware of that would require a parent to
listen, Mr. Levine. The defense answered yes to this question. All right. So your response should be no, in order for the judge to keep, deliberating and thinking about the question even longer. If you say yes, then you're siding with the defense.
The child an attorney, or to get the child to an attorney's office, or to help the child in any way, shape, or form. As we've seen with a bunch of deadbeat parents who don't do anything, not in this case, but just in general. A parent could sit back and be completely uninterested in their child's life, and that might not be against the law in the context that you're asking about if they have an obligation or a legal requirement to help their child have confidential
How much longer did
talks
they
with their
go?
attorney. So I would say no. I don't believe that there's a legal requirement.
Man, that's a long way of getting to know. That is a long way of getting to know.
I certainly haven't seen a case law, and if there's some legal precedent to the contrary, I would learn something new if that was the case.
You've worked in juvenile. I've never sat in juvenile, but do you know? I mean, I know the parents are, I don't want to say parties down there in criminal cases, but they're always called up to the podium. They're always asked questions, and I think the judge has some jurisdiction over them.
Well, it's the duty of the parents to
Yeah.
make sure their child gets to court to
Judge
deal with
must.
any criminal charges, or delinquency charges. I don't know that any of our judges have ever punished a parent for.
And I mean, let me take that back. The judge is not lost. I think both sides have made convincing arguments, and it is difficult for him to rule one way or the other because, again, the arguments are sound. And apparently one is grounded in law or supported by case law, whereas the other is not. But he's not lost. It's just that both parties have made really good arguments, and he does not know who to side with. It's not an easy decision for him.
Bringing their child to court. So I think there is an obligation of a parent to at least not impede.
Okay.
And concurrent with that, not impeding should also be respecting the attorney-client privilege. Like I mentioned this at the hearing. If I'm meeting a client in the lobby of the public
And
defender.
I think that is a good judge because he's not, one way or the other, and he actually wants to listen to real arguments. He does not have his mind made up.
Office, a child, and I do that all the time. And a parent says, he's a minor, I've got to come in there with them. I explain to them that no, you don't. Anything that I say to your client, to your child, and the child says to me is confidential and protected. The minute I let a third party into that, it leaves.
We will go a little longer. We'll go a little longer for, another 20, 30 minutes. And then we'll be back tonight. But tonight, let's do it 8:30 p.m., okay? And again, I just don't want the gap where I'm trying to figure out what to do with myself. So 8:30. So if we do go longer, we go longer. But if we don't, then, everybody can go to bed at a decent time, with the exception of Benji, because Benji is on the more favorable time zone.
Privilege. 99 times out of 100, the parent stays in the lobby, and then that 100.
I know, right? Kelly said that never did she think that the most normal trial she'd watch would be from Florida. I see exactly what you're saying, but I think we've become accustomed to chaotic trials, and based on that, a lot of individuals might think that is how attorneys behave, which is incorrect. This is more in line with what my court appearances have been. Look at Fever calling me yes, ma'am. Okay, and Callie says the judge isn't shouting, the lawyers aren't fighting. Really enjoying listening to this trial. This is a good case, all right? And they're coming with actual facts and law, not things that they've, made up. Okay. Brooklyn says long on this case or something. I think people are interested in finding out the verdict, so we'd like to get to the very end.
I say that I can't talk to your client. To your child. Sorry, I'm getting client and child mixed up.
Yeah, but I think, Brooklyn, conclude this. I really want to be done with this trial by Sunday, okay? I want to be done with this trial by Sunday. Tomorrow, I'm going to have to wake up early. We'll see how late I go to bed, but tomorrow I'm going to wake up early I don't know if Callie's working from home or the office tomorrow. She might be the only person that's up because I do plan on starting early because I just want to get through the trial quickly, and so we can move on to more current trials.
So
not even that. I really want to I want to focus more on Karen Reed, really. That's what I want to do. But in order to get to Karen Reed, there's a lot more background information that needs to be covered in order to bring everybody up to speed.
I don't see how you can recognize that a child does have the attorney-client privilege, the protections that
Well,
exist.
that's interesting. In that 100th case, then you are recognizing
We don't have amusement parks over here. No amusement parks, and it's cold outside, so no amusement parks.
some superior right of the parent.
No, Friday I'm taking off. Friday we are actually going to an amusement park. Okay, we might go to a museum or something. We'll do something. But my kid right now, she is interested in talking to her friends and playing role play on what's the thing called? Dance Moms or something along those lines.
To say no, you're not going to have confidential communications with my child because you say I'm not going to talk to your child.
No, what I say, and it doesn't usually last longer than this one visit, I
Right.
say,
yeah, Fiva.
I can't talk with your child about the case in the way that I need to be effective with you present. I will be
So
happy.
you're not ceding to them. You're just
No.
saying we're not going to do this here.
Yeah, and I also explained to them that I will be happy to answer the questions that I can answer after I've talked with them privately. I don't know how else other to say it than a child, well, case law does, I provided that case that talks about children have the attorney-client privilege. It's not superseded by their parents or somebody saying, we need to know where this child is right now. Attorney, tell us where the child is.
So you guys have to be prepared. Friday, I will not be up here, and that's why I want to start early tomorrow. Friday, I won't be up here.
The child doesn't have the right or the privilege. So can you respond to Mr. Levine's suggestion that we're talking about Collin Griffith,
Right.
who had other means, had a car,
He didn't have a car at that point,
had a grandmother,
who lived in another county.
Who he had a relationship with, though, correct? A
Absolutely.
positive relationship.
Absolutely.
And-
But if he's got a lawyer who
Okay.
says,
fingers
I
crossed.
am your lawyer, I work for you. Anytime we talk, it's confidential because the lawyer also doesn't know that Kathy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up that Hannah Gutierrez opinion, okay? Because if I remember correctly, I mean, this was over a year ago when I read this, but the opinion said something along the lines of, or at least it cautioned attorneys against texting clients because if I remember correctly, there was an attorney-client privilege or confidentiality issue with the text messages because, all right, but I'm going to look it up once we pause this video because I need to go feed my kid.
Maybe is intrusive and hacks accounts and things, and assures Collin.
well, I don't have that evidence of what the lawyer told him.
You don't have a lot of the evidence that Mr. Levine is talking about either. The claims he makes, and yet
wow,
it's,
is that true, Brooklyn? I mean, I've not put my kid on an Uber, but I did not know that. Uber drivers. I don't blame them. Okay, I don't want, in case the kid disappears and they don't have a tracker on the kid, I don't want to be the last person that had contact with a minor.
the privilege exists, and it's their burden to overcome the presumption of that privilege.
Thank you, Fiva.
I don't
appreciate
know how
it.
else to answer the question. If Mr. Levine is trying to say that Collin Griffith knew that this was not a privileged conversation, like he specifically did it knowing his mom was going to look at it, I think that's absurd, and he hasn't established that.
All right.
I don't know that I would agree under the circumstances I've heard about this relationship.
Okay.
That it's, he would have no reason to think his mom wouldn't be snooping around. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that, but Mr. Hendry, you've risen. Do you need to be heard?
A thought occurs that if we're dealing in these hypotheticals, if there was not this screenshot, if they have Collin's phone, Collin is a child, mother has access to this phone, they've done a Cellbrite download of this phone, well, the message exists on the phone.
Right.
He doesn't have confidential communications because somebody else has access to that device that may have just gotten it in without the mom. I mean,
I think there are some cases that talk about that particular circumstance.
But
I think it's what's in the mind of your client that's important in terms of whether he knew or should have known that another person would have access to it.
But if the access was the same, if mom hadn't actually taken that picture, but he knew that she had access to that phone, even if she hadn't taken that screenshot, would that still not be a confidential communication? Are we saying that anything that happens on those devices for children, they can never be confidential?
Well, that's the question I'm asking.
I just don't think that. I think that's an unreasonable position to take in 2025 when the bulk of communication happens not face to face. There's nothing that supports the state's position that I'm aware of that a phone cannot be confidential. The only thing that seems to be unique in this case is that somebody took a screenshot of a device and then sent it to a third party who.
No, if I remember correctly, they got into Collin's phone. They got into Susan's phone. They were not able to get into the mom's phone. Okay, so the screenshot that they're referring to was retrieved from Susan, the grandmother's phone. As far as why the prosecution is not bringing in the text through just Collin's phone itself, it's because it's not establishing that if the prosecution just brings in the text message as they were found on Collin's phone, that removes Kathy from the equation. They want Kathy in the equation because she's the victim in this case.
If we didn't have this warrant, I mean, it's not like these things, it's not like Ms. Bettman's on the stand right now testifying to this. We are using a detective who accessed this through.
Yeah, but the screenshot, remember the screenshot is a conversation between Jeffrey Rapkin, I forgot the attorney's name, between Jeffrey and Collin. And basically the text message is something along the lines of Collin saying that he was going to put a knife in his mother's neck, I guess as a form of self-defense, something along those lines.
A Cellbrite download and a search warrant.
It wasn't I think it's beside the point, but it wasn't a search warrant. It was a consent to search from Susan Devon herself.
Right. It is not the phone that's at play here. It is the screenshot itself and the context of those screenshots. And I guess the prosecution is pretty much getting into here the fact that the grandmother consented to her phone being searched. And that's how they captured these screenshots or the messages.
Who accessed this through a Cellbrite download and a search warrant.
It wasn't I think it's beside the point, but it wasn't a search warrant. It was a consent to search from Susan Devon herself. Right. But be that here nor there.
But this is still, we are not in a situation where somebody was told something and then that person is on the stand saying, hey, I know this information. This is law enforcement gaining something from a search device. And I think that's different. And I think that this is still, to the extent that the child has, confidential communications, child has a right to privacy, but also there's parents' rights, and it's all kind of murky here. I don't think that this communication has been.
Okay, there comes a point where the judge has to just make a decision, make a ruling, okay? Decide something, and then we move on.
Breach from Collin's perspective. And I don't know that Susan or Kathy have the right to breach that on Collin's behalf without him doing it. And that's the ultimate issue here is, did Collin give up his right by putting this communication on his device? Because he didn't give it to anybody else. Somebody went through that.
The question I have is whether he knew or should have known that it wasn't going to be
Right.
Whether
And again, whether there was an expectation of privacy, because if we go back to the Walmart hypo that I gave you guys, again, if we go to Walmart with my client and we're out there whispering, there's an argument to be made that even if we're whispering, let's say I put, my mouth to his ear and I'm, trying to cover up what I'm doing and somebody's able to read lips. Under those circumstances, there's no expectation of privacy, right? Because we're in a public place. Under these circumstances, I guess the judge is trying to, or is grappling with whether Collin had an expectation of privacy as far as his phone is concerned, considering that he pretty much lived in the Big Brother house, because there were cameras in his room. There were Ring cameras all over the place. The mother had access to the phone. She could control the phone. That is what the judge is grappling with here. And I suppose he wants the attorneys to convince him.
He knew or should have known others would have access to it, aka his mother.
That is one of the hugest, of course.
Yeah, so the judge does have to make a ruling in order for not so much the case to proceed, but in order for the witness that was on the stand to be able to resume the stand and continue with his testimony, or they could take it out of order and have somebody else take the stand while he takes the issue under advisement.
Inquiries, which we've been talking mostly about. The other thing I mentioned, which I know you said you weren't impressed by, but you still have.
Yeah, but these folks fought. They
to consider what was the person's intent when they sent the message from that person's mind. And I would ask yourself, I would ask you to ask yourself, when Collin Griffith sent that text message, was he thinking this is a confidential communication between me and my attorney? And I would submit to you the answer is no. I would submit to you that the other inquiry that we've been talking about, that the evidence that I've presented is evidence to support you ruling this admissible, Your Honor. If your answer is no to the question about whether Collin thought that was a confidential text when he sent it, not now after his damning evidence.
If he would say the answer is no.
Oh, dang, it's going to be used against him, and his attorneys are obviously bright to know that they don't want this in. It's not how they feel now or how it might look, but when 16-year-old Collin sent that text message, there's no reason that he would be thinking about the attorney-client privilege and that this is protected. So I think those two inquiries are of paramount importance in your analysis.
It's interesting that Mr. Levine talks about how 16-year-old Collin couldn't have been smarter.
Baby, she is not letting up. She is not letting up.
To figure out that this is a privileged communication when they turn around and also argue that he's got this mock trial paperwork that's somehow informing him about how to make this whole grand plan to lure his mother to Auburndale. So I think that's ridiculous. I think you start with the presumption that it's a privileged communication.
I don't know. The judge looks stressed out. Look at him. I don't know. Judge, are you okay? Is everything all right? Are the lights home? The lights on?
It has not overcome its burden to establish that Collin did know or should have known.
Hey, Mr. Levine, don't get up no more. We need to move. We need to move on.
That
the judge, I don't know. He's a little stuck.
He was not making a confidential communication because his mother might be able to someday look at it.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Levine, you're recalling this detective.
Yes.
Do we have to do this today?
No,
Because I want to.
No, we don't.
Okay, so the judge does not want to. He's not ruling right now, and that's basically what I said.
Make sure there's no cases on this issue and would ask a related issue, analogous issue, other than just the general proposition that a child has the right to the attorney-client privilege. I recognize that. But it is, as Mr. Hendry said, murky when you're talking about parents' rights and children's rights. And just the basic reality, I think that kids know their parents can look in their phones.
She is feisty.
Yeah, but should.
But the question is,
Or would a child say,
He's not letting on.
okay, there are certain things that my parents should look at, like my internet activity, things like that, to make sure I'm not communicating with sex predators or buying drugs or things like that. But when
do people buy drugs?
Kathy sees that it's between Collin and his lawyer, why is she looking at that anyway?
Because she realizes that he's gonna kill her, and he's talking about how he's gonna kill her.
I'm not in any event, you know the issue that concerns me,
Yes.
which is a parent's right.
He tired.
Just, I think it's sort of almost an absolute right of a parent to inspect their children's belongings
But once again,
and
we added.
the right of a child.
Kind of sounds like the judge has been going through his kid's stuff as he should.
To communicate confidentially with their lawyer, and those two are intersecting here.
That's what I liked here, because as Thornhill started to interrupt the judge just proceeded. He was just talking, okay? No need to raise his voice to make his point, and
And then what a reasonable child would understand under those circumstances when they send a text to their lawyer.
I'll do
I can't believe that question hasn't been presented to a court before.
Right.
I did a lot of research before we even came to the hearing on this. And there are, unless I was using search terms that were incorrect, but I used the 90.50 whatever that talks about the attorney-client privilege and the admissibility or inadmissibility of privileged communications. I did attorney-client privilege with child, juvenile, adolescent. I did it with cell phone, electronic device. I mean, I tried everything to come up with something. And the only things I came up with that were even remotely related were cases that I provided at the hearing. But I'll try again.
There must be some other areas where children's rights versus parents' rights intersect in some more general sense that at least can give us an appropriate framework to talk about.
From an impediment standpoint, this comes up a lot in family law where you have things that are ordered the child to do, and then one parent says no. And then what does that?
The other parent was not alive.
At what point does the court get to step in and say that's something that we can do something about? So, I mean, that family court is the only area this really comes up a lot.
Right. I think we have to be careful of family court because you're really talking about parents not getting along, and then having to figure out what's in the best interest of the child. And when parents disagree on things like privacy for their child.
Right.
Because as you say, you and your family, you've decided your kids are going to get a pretty hefty, serving of privacy. My family, they get kind of a moderate
privacy.
Detective Peters.
Some families, though, I could see taking the position that you don't have a right to privacy in this house.
I don't know about all that.
At all. I have the right to come in your room, rifle through your drawers, look through your papers, take your phone to the sheriff's office and see what you've been doing.
What on earth?
So.
But I think we have an absence of that here. I realize that there are tons of text messages with her saying she's cutting off his service or I'm tracking him. But that's very different from looking through his communications.
He's got a camera in his bedroom, Miss Thornhill. I think that cuts against that argument.
Right.
I mean, that is the biggest intrusion on his privacy, if you ask me. So when that's your situation at home and you've got that cell phone and you're texting about putting a knife in your mom's throat, you shouldn't have thought twice about that in terms of, is mom going to see that?
Right.
So now we're putting the burden on a child to go above and beyond what anybody else would be required to do to keep their communications with their attorney privilege.
That's my question. Where does the parent's right intersect?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I asked this question. Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate that? So we're not going to answer it today.
Okay.
I'm going to ask that you save that for when you recall him. I'd like to hear something in the morning, either just point like, yeah, I stayed up all night and found 0,
Yeah.
or see something. And I'm going to research it as well.
All right.
Because the question in my mind has changed from what it was initially, which initially it was just ownership and control. I really don't think that matters. I think it's just the child's right to inspect. I mean, the parent's right as against the child's right.
And I will also see if anyone how it moves.
All right. All right.
I will recognize my limits in my research skills.
You have some other line of questioning for the detective for the rest of the day, though?
Well, Judge, another thing that would go into would be the ring videos, but then those are kind of time consuming. So I don't know if you want to stop now, but I think logistically it would make sense to stop now.
How much footage is there? Time wise?
It's long.
So more than an hour and 15 minutes?
I just don't remember. I can pop it in and answer that, Your Honor. If you can give me 1 minute, I can pull it up and we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, we might get through.
Is it Peterson?
September 8th.
I think that's his name, right? Dang, he was on the stand for almost an hour.
Judge, there's 50 clips, and then each clip.
It's between 30 seconds and 2 minutes.
How many clips?
I mean, we've spent a lot of time doing this. I'd like to sort of catch up a little bit if it's not going to seriously interfere with how you're presenting your case. I'd like to fill up a little more time this afternoon.
Whatever Your Honor wants.
All right. Does anyone need just a quick bathroom break, anything like that? Madam Court Reporter?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Let's have the jury.
Dang, these people are serious about working. After just going through the rigor, they're ready to go. No breaks. That's one thing I didn't like about the Fulton County courtroom. I do not understand why they took so many breaks. It just didn't make sense to me. But these folks, they're focused, okay? Fever said, if you're not older than 20, I'm all in their business. I don't know about that, Fever. I think there comes a point where kids deserve at least a little leeway. Yeah, that's just what I'm thinking. All right, so let's see how far the jury's coming in. Okay, we have about an hour. So I am going to stop right here. We'll come back at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, okay? We'll come back at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, and then we will proceed. I mean, I could leave this running, but what's the point, really? I might be out of, what is this? StreamYard memory, so I'll hold off on that. Yeah, so I will come back at 8:30 p.m., and then we shall proceed. But we have an hour. Tomorrow, I plan on starting early, like tomorrow morning. We'll see what time we start. But let's reconvene at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, all right? Okay, folks. Shout out to Fever, Benji, Callie, Obag, Brooklyn, Ali. Hopefully, I did not forget anybody. I think that's everybody, okay? Shout out to Jerome, too. Shout out to Jerome. All right, folks. I'll be back 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that gives us, it gives me 3 hours to go on and parent and prepare food and pretty much get ready for my evening, all right? This is typically when I'll be getting home. So, all right, folks, I will see you later. And this also means that Zeta needs to get off my phone. She needs to stop playing the game, put the phone down. All right, I'll see you guys later.